Hello, everybody. Welcome to special election night coverage of the 2022 midterms here in the U.S. I'm your host, NeoUnrealist, and as we await the final countdown, we're about 9 or 10 minutes away from the first polls closing, mostly on the East Coast and eastern states like Kentucky. And that's generally when the results start rolling in. As usual for my streams, obviously, if you want to get in your super chats, obviously I get to them right away usually. But if not, there might be something going on, a short delay. But what we're gonna do something different today, rather than cover get network coverage of, which really we can't do because of copyright reasons. They're very happy with the ban hammer sometimes with these things. We'll take a look at various live streams of some of our favorite content creators when states are called and get their takes on it. I think we have some heavy hitters going today, so we should have a good time with that. This could be a while. I don't, regardless of the result tonight, there's going to be states coming in later. To get the full effect of whether you had a red wave or not, obviously you're going to have to wait for those western states at least to come in. And obviously for the, we got shenanigans already going on in Arizona, Maricopa County. Oh, suddenly the machines don't work right on schedule. They're not accepting ballots. What a surprise. So, we've already got those shenanigans going on in Arizona. Oh, I'm shocked, Maricopa County. I'm sure some of you could know all about the clockwork we need time to be the last ones to report, so we know how many votes we need to manufacture. But I won't go any further. I don't want to activate or trigger Susan WikiWiki. I've already got like the Eye of Sauron these days. So as some of you have probably already seen, we have network coverage of this. Oh, so if you've been following the polls, suddenly, magically, in the last day or so, the polls have all magically gone towards the Republicans. It almost makes you wonder if the polls had been suppressed all along, as happens every 2 years. But who am I to suggest conspiracies like that? Anyway, let's see. Let us take a quick look around and see if any of these fine fellows are up yet. I don't think so. I don't think you're going to see many live streams up yet. Let us see. I don't think Sticks would start yet. Alright, it says he's going to start at 8 p.m. Obviously, he wants results. Matt and Blonde, I think they've moved their regular Wednesday call-in show to tonight, so they should start around 9 p.m. Timcast, I don't know. He usually starts his nightly show at 8, but he might start early today just because of the elections. Let us see. Yeah, he doesn't have tonight's live stream scheduled yet, so maybe he'll just go on at his regular time. We've got the Charlie Kirk show. They're already live. Let's see. Have they started yet?
Sitting there in the middle of Dayton, Ohio, at the...
All right, so I see Charlie's got Jack Masovic, and who's that to his left? Is that Savannah? I thought she was with Glenn Beck. Probably not then.
In
Wright brothers
Ohio?
in Ohio. This was their first MAGA rally. And they were thrilled. Some people were moved to tears, and we're going to be, of course, going to be publishing that for Turning Point Action. So
I love it. Great work. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com, everybody. People are saying Charlie had his New York look. So let me give you the latest update out of New York. I've been tracking this very closely. And by the way, New York is just really, really good. New York is a place where we have all these seats, and Savannah Hernandez is going to be our kind of go-to person on them and kind of looking at the results as they come in. But let me kind of read you some frontline reports out of New York, okay? So the great state of New York, the Democrat vote, as I've mentioned, is in the best borough. Kathy Hochul is overperforming currently in turnout in Manhattan. However, Brooklyn and Queens have been showing up today, but that includes some Republican voters as well, okay? And there's a big mystery there in kind of one of the 5 boroughs. But guess what? Staten Island coming up huge for Lee Zeldin right now. Massive out of the 5 boroughs, which is just really, really good. And then right now, my source in Georgia, Herschel Walker's team, just texted me and said that they're looking very good. They feel very, very good about turnout. They feel very good about Fulton County. They feel very good about Cobb. They're feeling very, very good. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
We have some breaking news. Breaking news here. Republican National Committee announces the party will be joining coalition lawsuit to extend Maricopa County because of voting machines. Over 25% of locations experience significant issues. So the RNC has now officially been joining in a lawsuit.
Charlie, what do you think about that? Does that make sense? Should they do it? Should they extend Maricopa County hours?
Yeah, of course they should. Yes. I mean, first of all, it's what they did was a massive deterrent. I mean, people had to wait 2.5 hours, 3 hours, which by definition means that people were deterred, which means people were, turned away. And so, yes, they should. Absolutely. So someone says here, Charlie, I got to my polling place at 5:50 in the morning. We had to print a ballot, and then it was a 2-hour wait. I mean, this is just incredible. I mean, so that alone should be reason enough to extend voting hours, hopefully anywhere across the valley so that everyone has a right to vote. It's not even a partisan thing, right?
It really isn't.
It's not a partisan thing. This is such an outrage. Stephen Richer and all these people, they were such a disgrace to our country and to our state as we are here right now. And we see really what happened in the state here of Arizona and Maricopa.
For an outsider, like what is a Stephen Richer, and why does he exist, and why did who's the other guy?
All right, so we're about 2 minutes to the first poll closings. Let's check out Right Side Broadcasting Network. Are they just not up? It's got to have something up to have 13,000 people watching it. I'm shocked Crowder doesn't have something going yet. Interesting.
A hiccup. Yeah, they said hiccup. They
Call
said
94. Cut 94, please.
And we're very excited about how things are going today on Election Day. We did want to come out and discuss one issue that's going on out there in about 20% of the vote centers. Again, we have 223 vote centers across the county. In about 20% of those, when people will go and try and run the ballot through this tabulator, maybe 1 out of every 5 or so of those ballots, they're not going through.
Just 1 out of 5.
Just 1 out of 5. All, it's not a big number.
Is that a hostage video, Benny?
Straight to jail. Straight to jail. What's the SNL?
Yeah.
We send them straight to jail.
So I mean, this has become and is the laughing stock of the country.
Yeah.
Right? This is a total and complete disgrace in more ways than one.
You've studied this so much, and you've been, of course, in both our public and private conversations, you are the driving force of fixing this in Arizona. You have a great personal stake, of course, in this. What is your advice to Kari Lake fixing this kind of jackassery on day one?
I mean, fire people immediately if she can. That's not going to be possible there. She has to demand recalls, draft candidates, use her political will to get rid of Stephen Richer and the Maricopa County recorder, and then the legislature has to fix the laws.
Political will to get rid of these guys. How does that work? Do you impeach them? What would be the process?
It's not clear. We have to ask Austin and Tyler. But I mean, I guarantee you there's a way to recall them. Carrie Lake has the political will to do that. It's very, very, I think, critical. Okay, let's play cut 112. Let's keep the mics live for this so we get a live reaction for this. Let's play cut 112.
Man, we're keeping an eye on that one. That's good. But you see, that's our first votes, and that's the wonder of democracy, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. And I wanted to point that out to be a little bit of the crank in the room following Brianna there.
The
Stay off social media, people. If you're trying to figure out, are there really issues with votings? Trust your local officials. Trust us here. Trust a news source that you know. And trust to be honest about this. They're doing their jobs and they're doing it right.
Best interests at heart. Oh my God!
Brianna just talking about. She was talking about Cobb County, Georgia.
Also,
that is
Donald
right up
Trump
here,
was
just
peed on
outside
by
of Atlanta.
prostitutes in
It matters, right? It's 7%.
We promise.
Yeah, trust us. Stay off of
Jesse
social media.
Smollett was beaten by MAGA during a
Sources,
polar
trust me, bro.
vortex.
Well, we have to keep everyone off social media, right? Because Elon Musk is now allowing free speech on the platform.
that's
right.
So, of course, they cannot allow people
Don't go,
to, see
yeah,
what's
don't,
really
don't,
going
don't
on.
go to Twitter.
Savannah, I love the fact that he's standing right next to Jake Tapper, who I know is one of your besties.
Love that guy. Just love that man.
And Jake
he
Tapper's
loves
the
your
guy.
memes, by the way.
Jake Tapper's the guy who bent over, you may remember this, bent over just 2 weeks ago and picked up Joe Biden's note cards from the ground when Joe Biden dropped them during his 10-minute interview on CNN.
Yeah.
That's what a real journalist does. You bend over, you prostrate.
All right, so as they talk about CNN prostitutes. Super chat from Zero Neutral. Hey, your mic volume is very low. Rock on. Well, thank you, Zero, for letting me know. Hey, Neo, your PC volume seems pretty loud compared to your mic. Just a heads up. Thank you for streaming from Inky. All right, guys, let's see if I can adjust the levels here. Let's see what's going on with these fellas.
Box.com. Okay, so we got California. Here's another great state. If we go up to Oregon, Oregon could have the first Republican governor in a number of years. So that's a possibility. Once again, it's
if the Republicans win Oregon governor, that's a real red wave, man. That means a lot of places are going to fall.
And of course, cost of living, the taxes, the quality of life is not what it should be. These are very beautiful places in our country, Vanessa. Yes. This is some of the most beautiful coastlines and some of the beautiful, land that God has created, but it's hard to enjoy them when you have extremely high taxes and crime that's out of control.
Yes, and staying on the West Coast, Nevada is another race that we're watching there, several races there. I am seeing, when I was just there just a couple of weeks ago in Nevada at a rally, and people from California are moving to Nevada.
Looks like, yes, the quartering is streaming. Just have to get through the obligatory ad. $31,000 watching Charlie Kirk on Rumble. All right, Young Turks is going through their own ads, I guess.
In 3 hours. Kalnan Tel for 5 says FJB. So Politico sucks. Okay, which site should I be watching then? I pulled them all up. I mean, this is the Guardian. Obviously, that's not any better. But we're starting to see some. Here's 1% reported here. I want to go up
Yes,
here.
Glory Unending. There is shenanigans going on in Maricopa County. There is currently already a lawsuit in effect to extend the voting hours in Maricopa because
Georgia,
of this nonsense.
With 0% reporting, Decision Desk. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, Tim Kest trying to horn in on my... Damn it, Tim.
Did Tim Cash just go live? All right, let's see. Let's see if Tibcast went live. Oh, yeah, there he goes. The red wave cometh. Arizona chaos in chaos. He's got Libby Edmonds tonight.
Saying that people who are already verified won't have to pay for it.
Right, but they're also saying that not all previously verified accounts will get the official label, and the label is not available for purchase. Accounts that will
Super chat coming in from Steven
government
Knizik.
accounts,
Guam
commercial
flipped
companies,
Republican
business
for the
partners,
first time in
major
30
media
years.
outlets,
I barely
publishers, and
started
some
elementary
public
school the
figures.
last time
Who
Guam
are
had a
these
GOP
select
representative. It's
major media
happening.
outlets?
Let's talk about it. We also got Lisa's back.
Guam is flipped.
How's it going? And if you can see Ian's right behind her.
Give us a wave, Ian.
Yeah.
What is Ian? What the hell is Ian doing back there?
Come on over.
Ian is here.
Thanks for letting me borrow the microphone.
But so we brought on a whole bunch of people specifically so
the hell
that
was Ian doing back
we can
there?
rotate people in and out. Mary Morgan, of course, is eating a pumpkin muffin, which I shouted out.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm eating a pumpkin
Tim's
muffin,
pop culture
it's true,
employees.
And I didn't vote. I haven't been following the midterms at all, so...
Yes, the perfect guest to have on your election night.
And then, of course, we
someone
have
who
Serge
doesn't
pressing all
follow
the buttons.
politics.
Hey, I'm over here, guys.
And then actually, at some point, we'll probably have Kellen pressing all the buttons.
Yes, we
He's
will.
chilling as well.
Yep.
So let's do this. Man, we're gonna have like 800,000 segments by tomorrow. Oh, Luke just showed up.
Luke is in the studio.
Luke, you got no seat. You were late.
Luke, Uniparty.
Well, you want to sit? What do you want to do?
Do you want to
No matter who wins, we lose. Luke Rudkowski.
I can feed you my scraps.
I know.
Are you getting pumpkin muffin on the floor?
A bunch of simps would
I'll
love
get
to
it.
do that, but no, Mary, please.
There he is.
I'm a religious man.
Just, I don't know, hang out and then,
I just
you
want
know.
to see the shirt. What's the shirt say today?
Joe and the hoe gotta go.
Love it.
That is deep.
Joe and the hoe gotta go.
I wasn't going to say that
Hey,
online, but all right. I was going to say faux, just to be family friendly.
Oh, he's got
here,
Drew Hernandez in town.
Can we? I don't even know if
in
people
the
can hear what
OC.
you're saying.
Hey, do you want
Yeah,
to...
you
Just
can
trying to
kinda.
be family friendly here, you know.
Family friendly.
Drew, I get.
All right,
I'm afraid of
we gotta pull
Riots
up this
Hernandez.
story. Let's go for
Where
it.
to sit here? What is this nonsense?
There's no, grab a chair.
See, every
grab
time
that big
Tim
chair right
says
there.
it,
There's one big one right next
Drew
to
Hernandez
Ian.
should say that he doesn't like civil wars.
Oh, there's two chairs. There's
You
a
got
chair
a chair
right
over
there.
here, too, if you need it.
And then whenever someone feels like coming over, you know what we're planning on doing, but because we're building the new studio, is we have the wide shot camera, and we were going to put microphones over there so that we could have the Papazon chairs.
Right.
But we never did because we thought the new studio would be done by
what's
now.
this?
Let's pull this video. Here's the first segment that is in
Drew
a long
Hernandez
line of segments. I'm going to
tweets
play this. 'cause Drew
MSNBC
just brought this up to
pushing
my,
leftist
brought this to my
election
attention.
result
Let's hear what this guy has
denial.
to
Here
say.
we go.
This is the greatest indicator that we have to always talk about voter suppression. One key thing, it's almost 5 o'clock, right? In the state
Voter
of Georgia,
suppression.
thanks to Brian Kemp and
Excuses
Raffensperger,
already.
they changed the state law so that you cannot get a provisional ballot in Georgia before 5 o'clock. So if you waited in line for 2.5 hours, got there, and they said, oh, there's some sort of mistake, you can't get a provisional ballot here. The level of voter suppression is beyond anything that we saw in 2018. So I think it's completely up in the air. There has been youth turnout at levels we haven't expected. Democrats feel confident. Republicans I've spoken to feel confident. But we can't say that whatever happens tonight is a fair and equitable election because there have been too many laws passed by election deniers to keep people from being able to
Simulation
vote.
Election deniers.
This is a great.
There it is.
There it is, dude. They have no idea what they're doing.
MSNBC Live. I'm sorry. This is the safest and most secure. No, you know what I think? I think Democrats are going to do better than people realize. And all of the conservative, Republican, independent personalities that are saying, like, oh, this is BS. Tomorrow, when the Democrats do better, they're going to be like, hey, last night you said it was everything was all good, right? Right? And then the right's going to be like, hey, you said it wasn't free and fair, right?
It's bipolar, man. The narratives are bipolar, and I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens. All I know is Maricopa County, dude, is like a banana republic. It's embarrassing
republic.
what's taking place. I mean, even tonight, taking a look at what's happening there, so many people having issues with voting, and they're telling people to go to another location because these machines aren't working conveniently, and it's like, here we are in 2022. I'll say this is, can I even say this on YouTube? Can I say this anymore? Is like, if you're still watching what's happening right now, okay, in this election, and you're still convinced that somehow this is all safe and secure after what's taking place in Maricopa specifically,
we have some
you're
calls.
just you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
To put it simply, there's a problem with broken machines.
All right, we have some calls already for some states. Let's check this out on Fox. We got 4 state calls, it looks like, already. Fox News Decision Desk projections so far: Democrats to win 1 seat, Republicans to win 3 seats. And as far as the Senate goes, is this New Hampshire or Vermont that they called already? They're giving Georgia to the Republicans. They've already... No, that's not. That's South Carolina. Kentucky and Indiana. They put that in the red column. So far, no calls for the Democrats in the House. 3 Fox News Decision Desk calls for the Republicans in 3 seats already. No surprises, though. All right, so the New York Times has already called South Carolina for the Republicans and Vermont for the Democrats, giving it to Peter Welch. I believe that's the expected result. South Carolina, they're saying Tim Scott won already. No surprise there. Let's check the House now. They gave Kentucky Hal Rogers. They've called it already, the New York Times, in favor of the Republican Hal Rogers. We have South Carolina District 3. Incumbent. It looks like he was running unchallenged, Jeff Duncan. All right, so obviously he won. Same thing with South Carolina District 4. Looks like the incumbent ran unopposed. William Timmons, Republican. Okay, so 2 of those 3, there was not even an opponent. Let's go back to what we were watching here. What's Drew saying here?
Well,
this.
It just makes it so clear that nobody says anything that they believe in. They just say what they think is going to keep them and their cronies in power. And it's just so transparent. It becomes increasingly more and more transparent because you had Hillary Clinton talking about this same thing in 2016. You had her just recently talking about how, the Republicans are going to be election deniers all over again. They've been consistently laying the groundwork for like a week or something now that we're just not going to get the results in a timely fashion.
That is all over social media. They have
you can't count the votes like every other civilized country.
It might take a couple of days before poll results come out.
And
remember when election day used to be election day?
That's just not how it used to be. Like, I remember voting, way back in ye olden days.
Before you
went
to sleep,
I would
vote.
There'd be no line. It'd be no big deal. You'd vote, and then later that night, you'd know what the results are, and you'd be like, whatever.
You'd go to bed knowing who
won. Days of the 1990s.
Paper ballots,
Yes, that is correct.
Who wants to read this one? Who wants to read it up on the screen? Somebody read it.
I can't see that far.
DeSantis won.
DeSantis won the
my God!
by 54 to 46. Rubio won by 54
DeSantis
to 46.
won Dade County.
That is Miami.
Yeah.
2 Republicans
Yep.
have
Dade County
just
has
won
fallen.
the mail-in vote. This is.
Oh, that means the mail-in vote? Dade mail-in vote?
Yeah. Oh, the mail-in vote. That's
what's worse than apocalyptic for Democrats?
That's not official yet. Then they won the Dade mail vote.
Apocalyptic is like the end of the world. Is there a word that signifies like the end of all heat death of the universe? There we go. This is a Democrat heat death of the universe. This is mail-in voting favors Democrats extremely heavily. For 2 Republicans to have won in a safe blue urban center, in the mail-in vote by 54 and 53, that is beyond the apocalypse. That is not just the world ending for Democrats. It is the absolute heat death of the universe. There is nothing left. It's over.
It's got to be Hispanics, dude.
Home of the Cuban
exiles
they don't like
communism.
And retired Jews from New York.
I would be willing to bet
has
right now
voted
that
in
is
favor
Hispanics
of
putting
Marco
both
Rubio
of
for
those 2
Senate
over the edge for the W
and Ron
because
DeSantis
these people are waking up to these damn Democrats
for
thinking they
governor.
can control them, and that is going to become problematic for these people.
It's just so obvious.
Yeah.
The people who have real experience with socialism saw it in the eyes of the Democrats who are running and just said, no, thank you. And the media desperately tries to lie to them, but they're like, dude, you can't lie to us. Our family experienced this. We're not going to vote for it.
Well, and then
This is
you
crazy.
had like the Christ campaign basically calling Cubans racist for being like opposed to communism and
Based
socialism.
racist
That was
Cubans?
really
What?
eye-opening, I think, for a lot of people as well. And
They were
sort of
saying-
surprising.
This is
You're
crazy.
like, really? You're all nuts.
I want people to really understand how insane this is. Like the mail-in vote, it's like sometimes it's like two to one Democrat or more, like
They've
70%.
weaponized it. Yep.
But now we're seeing DeSantis won the mail-in vote. Holy.
They were
Whoa.
saying they were expecting the Latinos to come in at over 50% for DeSantis. I mean, that's
Well,
that's what that would describe
He's an
those numbers.
insanely popular
demographic
governor.
destiny
he's
plan up in
you
smoke.
know,
doing a great job.
He's doing like you could see what a great job he was doing when nobody would talk about how he was handling the hurricane, and it's like, oh, I guess he's doing a great job because
New
literally
York
no
City,
one will talk
Hochul
about
is
this,
fighting
you
for a
know?
life.
Several factors.
Some
Check
people
this out.
think
We
Lee
got
Zeldin's
the
going to pull
Fresh
it
Take
off.
Florida data. Current turnout is 3.5 million Republicans, 2.5 million Democrats. The GOP lead is nearly 1 million votes.
Was that 3.5 you said? I can't see it.
3.5.
Wow.
So this is
Red wave
on top.
crashing
It's
in
everything.
Florida.
The GOP lead 945,000. I want to jump down to the county and pull up Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade right now.
Everybody,
the lead for the GOP
everybody order out for
is
some Cuban
6,000
sandwiches.
votes. It's about 6,400
the
or so
Cubanos
votes.
have delivered.
So this is all turnout, including day of. So that's interesting.
Interesting.
We'll see, man. Look, I'm wondering where they're getting the numbers from, because right here it says mail-in ballots, GOP
Orlando,
is down.
Puerto Ricans have given us
So,
Florida.
I guess, what is this? Political polls. I mean, they're a big account. Nonpartisan group. I tracked them a lot, 233. Here it says that Miami-Dade, it's Democrats had the mail-in vote. Unless they mean Republican votes, not including independent, in which case it would be, that number does make sense, actually, if independents were voting Republican. I guess, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Independents
man.
are the ones that end up changing things.
Right, and they're heavily favoring Republicans right now.
Yeah,
I
all the
guess we'll see,
polling
man.
was saying that leading up to this.
Right, and
Independents were
they're
leaning
not saying
GOP.
Republican, they're saying DeSantis. That means with the independent and GOP vote, DeSantis took it. Woo.
Well, and also, I mean, I bet a lot of Democrats voted for DeSantis.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
You know, why not?
Absolutely.
Like, I would.
Well, there was that Democrat who endorsed him.
Yeah.
You saw that?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, man, it's going to be fun, huh?
But Rubio's up over Val Demings by like 20,000 votes too, down there. So I mean,
Well, how about that?
Everybody's coming in.
Hey,
hot
Drew, have
in
you seen one of
Florida.
these before?
Let me see.
That was given to us by Lord Miles, Rutledge.
Oh, passport. If this is fake.
Yep.
Yep.
Fake illegal immigrants use those. He said he
shocked.
left that one there because
Illegal
when you go on the
immigrants
board,
use
you
fake
find them
documents?
scattered and
All
about.
over.
Never. All right, let's see what's going on over on Charlie Kirk's town.
Turnout for the Democrats in addition to driving turnout for Republicans. But I think that what he did by splitting the difference and saying, I'm announcing that I'm going to announce, he actually found a way to thread the needle so that he was able to gin up Republican turnout, but
Talking about
actually not
Trump's
do anything for Democrat
announcement.
turnout.
Yeah, this is look.
Is it later this
Democrats
week
are saying what just
that
happened
he's
in
gonna run for
Miami is a
president?
realignment. It's over. I mean,
This
it
is a
really,
generational
Democrats
Florida
crying
is now
about
a
the
deep red
Miami
state.
results.
It is culturally now Republican.
There it is.
It is over.
Look
Benny,
at the
what?
screenshot.
Democrats have
Miami-Dade,
surrendered the
DeSantis
state
plus.
of
I mean,
Florida.
this is unbelievable.
This is
I mean,
to the Republican
Miami-Dade.
Party
Okay,
for
so
the
if
next
you've been a political
generation.
nerd long enough, you'll remember this is the county where they had the hanging chads. This is the county that Al Gore, right, is around Miami, right? The Broward area. Like, this is like the Democrat stronghold. This is where Brenda Lee in 2018.
Brenda Snipes.
Brenda Snipes kept refusing to count the ballots, right? And had to essentially be forced. Donald Trump actually told that story last night about having to, sending in the FBI in order to stop fraud in this county. And now they've just given up. Now with fair elections,
yes,
and with Ron
But they
DeSantis doing
can't
what
cheat.
every governor must do, including Kari Lake in Arizona, which is to start an election crimes unit. Yo, you got to start an election crimes unit. You wouldn't be able to solve murder if you didn't have someone who studied homicides, and you won't be able to solve election crimes unless you have an elections crimes unit.
Right.
And so start an election crimes unit. People are going to jail like hotcakes, and we've been talking about bacon cakes on the show. So people going to jail like hotcakes in Florida every single time that you flip open your phone to a Florida
DeSantis
news
plus
outlet, you
8.
find another
Oh
person
my
going to jail for
God.
voter fraud because of a brand new unit called the Florida Election Crimes Unit. And now people are saying, yo, I don't care how much I don't care how many Pall Mall cigarette packages you give me, or how many cans of chaw, or how many $20 bills I get. I ain't gonna be going to jail to vote illegally in Florida anymore. And now look at the results. DeSantis +8 in Miami.
So in New Hampshire, we have some results, very small sample size, almost nothing, just Democrats taking a lead in early voting. Nothing too consequential there. Georgia, keep your eyes on that. The sneaky, sneaky people in Georgia. Brian Kemp is going to be fine. He's going to win. Stacey Abrams is the worst. Currently, there's a huge early voting drop, though, in the favor of Raphael Warnock in Fulton County. Of course, there's Gwinnett, there's DeKalb, there's all these other surrounding counties, and the rurals are really going to have to show up in big numbers. Right now, we are looking at Quitman County, where Herschel Walker is outpacing Warnock rather significantly. Brantley and Pierce, they're coming out. Every single report I have right now shows Herschel Walker with a 75-point lead in Pierce.
Damn.
That's a rural county. So Herschel Walker is keeping his margins. He won Brantley by 80 points, Gwynn by 22 points. That's very, very good sign. He's going to have to run up the score in the rurals and win the suburbs. I think he's going to do that rather significantly. Email us your thoughts, freedom@charliekirk.com. The races we're going to keep eyes on is the fourth, really kind of out east right now. We're kind of waiting for some calls and some data to come in the...
Rand Paul called.
Rand Paul called in
MTG.
Kentucky. Congratulations, Rand Paul, for winning re-election. The 2nd congressional in New Hampshire, the 3rd congressional in New Jersey, the 4th congressional in Nevada, which won't come for a while, and the 18th in New York. We're waiting for some New York news.
Have they called those
I think
already?
the New York news is going to be very consequential and it'll be coming any minute now. Email us your thoughts, freedom@charliekirk.com. I read all your emails as they come in, and I also want to reintroduce our panel for everyone. Savannah, say hi to everybody.
What's up, guys? Great to be here. Thank you for having me, Charlie.
Thank you. You're doing great work. Honored to have you here. Benny, say hi. Introduce yourself.
We love Savannah. Savannah's been on the show so many times. I don't know. Have we ever met in person?
They're doing intros. Let's see what the quartering has to say about this nonsense.
Being absolutely crushed. What's interesting about that is that, you know, Herschel Walker was another one that I just never liked. Never liked Herschel Walker. Marco Rubio, up by 100,000 votes in Florida. Pretty close. Now there's a little more. Only in Vermont is the Democrat really crushing. In Vermont, I don't know. They already picked. Are they running unopposed or something like that? What's going on here? Boomstick says, loves the Coffee Brand Coffee's Roasters program. Just got my Peru Sierra Verde. Can't wait to go to work and brew a pot coffee to share with my coworkers. The Coffee Brand Coffee Roasters Choice program is a hidden gem. You know, people just don't leave it. They love it because it gives them something different to try every month. And I like that a lot. I like to have like my regular brew and then something, you know, to pop out to impress the ladies. Wisconsin's going to start reporting any second, so we're going to want to see what that is. If you want to look at governor races,
I'm not trying to hear about the quarterings coffee. Let's check some of these. We got Rubio leading Val Demings for Senate, 51.8 to 47.3. That's a lot of votes counted already. Florida's so fast with the vote counts now. Remember when they were always waiting for Florida all night? Now with DeSantis running the ship, suddenly Florida counts their votes quickly. All right. So Indiana, Fox News already called it for the Republican there, Todd Young. What's going on in New Hampshire? So Maggie Hassan is leading big in the early vote count. It's only 13,000 votes counted, so don't put any stock in whatever's going on in New Hampshire yet. No results yet from New York. Nothing else from the East Coast. All right, so it's early. Let's go back to Tim Tim Pool, Civil War forecaster. What happened to his stream? We were watching it. What happened to it? It got completely nuked off my browser tab. Do I have too many live streams playing? Is that it? Interesting. Could be. Had a tremendous amount of live streams open. Although why it should affect all the live streams except for the quarterings is beyond me. Let's see.
Only yet. What we're gonna get now is East
only want us
Coast
to watch
and
the
maybe
quartering.
Central Time. They did the same with Rand. They already called it.
Yeah, Rand Paul race. What are you expecting
AP
them to
has
lose that?
called it. How can they call it with only 6% of the vote in?
Because they know from the polling.
What? Marco Rubio extends his lead from 100,000 votes to 200,000 votes in the last couple minutes. Newspace Wisconsin polls close at 8. They will not start reporting results at any minute. We don't want people to think they're late to vote in Wisconsin, Jeremy. Oh, you still have an hour and a half to vote in Wisconsin. Go vote. Go looking up. Brendan Johnson says, can you do county by county map? It helps to see. Yes, I can. Jared Marshall says, hey, Jeremy, token Canadian here. Don't know much about your state, but I hope you get some representatives with spines.
All right. Let's see if we can get updated results. We have notable races in the Senate. They only have like 3% reported in New Hampshire. Georgia, they've got 10% reported. And they started with the mail-in ballots. So Warnock, with the early drop of the mail-in ballots, he's got 61.8%. But that's going to start going down quickly when they start counting the real votes. So here's the Georgia map now. Super chat from Ted Comet. Just cast my vote. Oh, were you standing in line, Ted Comet? Ted Comet coming from the voting booth. We got the House races here. New Hampshire 1, only 3% reported. 8% reported in Virginia 2. Yeah, those are the only ones we have numbers for so far. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with some of these live streams that are down that we were previously watching. It's not me because I could definitely watch the quartering, so I don't know what's going on with that.
I wonder if... Okay, so this tells us if it's a hold or a overturn, right? So right now, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Indiana are all holds for GOP. Gonna go through a whole bottle of lotion when Pelosi gets the boot.
What side is he looking at? Is that
better? If we look at the House, I mean, there's not a lot. We're just
that's real
so
clear
early
politics.
on the data.
Okay.
If we go here to all, you've got GOP hold, GOP hold, GOP hold. So there's nothing been overturned. The 2022 Wikipedia banner on Jeremy's page while Jeremy is looking at the vote stats. Wait, what?
I haven't called the governor races
Hold on
yet.
a second. You can't see it? Oh, yeah. Yes, you can. We need to go even more. We need to zoom even more in. Okay, that's better.
It's a good idea.
Hey, thanks, Blue Crush, Bree.
All right, let me try that out, what he just did. Should be easy to see now. I could probably blow it up some more. So you can see that with 12% of the vote counted, you got Warnock up 60-38 over Herschel Walker. As I said, as was indicated before on Charlie Kirk's show, that was the early mail-in ballots. So with about 9% of the vote counted in Georgia District 2, you got West leading Bishop 50.8 to 49.2, so pretty tight there. 19% of the vote counted in Virginia District 7, you got Vega with a huge lead over Spanberger, 62.9 to 36.8. So that's starting to look like a Republican pickup. And then the race Cow versus Wexton, Virginia 10, that's 16% counted. You got Cow up 50.7 to 49.2 on for Wexton. Democrat Charlie Crist, well, former Republican / independent / Democrat, now Charlie Crist, trailing Governor DeSantis in Florida with 41% of the vote in, 52.6 to 46.8. So that's a pretty significant lead. And I imagine this is also the mail-in vote, early mail-in votes, has Stacey Abrams up on Kemp in Georgia, 56.7 to 42.8. So we're still waiting for some, like, contested states to be called. They have not been called yet. So far, what we've got is basically the gimmies, like Rand Paul beating Booker, Tim Scott, Young over McDermott. Well, let's try and fix this. Get back into the Tim Pool stream here.
Hormones. He has one breast bigger than another.
But it's just
and he's
commitment
just
to
like
the
that.
bit.
This is
He committed to the bit.
All right, what did I fall for? A guy who wore hiking heels. And you're like, that's a legitimate human. That's a real thing.
From Head Sunshine. Forget about it.
He said he's performing. He said he's doing a bit. He said it.
You're missing
He said it.
You
He's
guys-
in the
White
White House.
What the hell are they screaming about?
People take it as legitimate. He said
Okay.
outright he's doing a bit and performing, and he wants to be a performer, and this is his performance.
He doesn't want to be a performer. He is a performer. This
Right.
was a career move.
It was a
Prior
career
to doing
move, yes.
this, he was doing TikToks where he was interviewing animals as a gay man. He went on The Price is Right and won a
they
massive
talk about that
pool
dude,
table,
that tranny that
and
went
had a
to
great
the
time.
White
It was
House?
actually kind of a good segment on that show. But
that's
this
gotta
move
be a
to
parody,
be
that guy.
trans, to be like a little trans girl or whatever, brilliant career move.
But he
To
is
be
he's
raising
an
money.
intelligent, opportunistic gay man.
But it's a performance.
He's
as
an
it-
actor. He's an actor.
You
Like,
look at. I
it's
will cite, as I did before, Blair White and ContraPoints. These are two trans people. One person's left sphere of influence, right sphere of influence. They don't
I'm
wear
shocked
hiking
they're arguing
heels.
about-
They don't
about
flail
trannies
about and
on,
fall down when dragonflies come by.
Timcast.
They don't talk about Barbie pouches. They don't say it's time to normalize the bulge. That is not what
I'm not trying to hear about transgenders. Let's check back in with Charlie Kirk for some more serious analysis.
Enjoy the red tsunami cascading over our land.
I feel bad, by the way, for folks that are trying to tune in to the Young Turks. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Oh, is the Young Turks still with the
we got a
fake
report
technical
earlier
issues?
that Cenk Uygur was not able to live stream because LA is out of power.
Oh,
right
bullshit!
Now.
And then called
Shake
out
does
Mayor
not wanna go on.
Garcetti for being a horrific leader as
I
well.
want you to bet.
Now, I wonder if Garcetti,
Shake
because
just
didn't he
does
endorse
not want to
Caruso,
go on. This
so
is
I wonder if they cut
bullshit.
his power on purpose so that he couldn't stream tonight.
All right, okay, we got Rich Barris, guys. Everybody, remote. We do have him, or we don't. I
Shake
can't see
Uyghur
it. All right.
just didn't want to have another
not yet.
election
We are going to have
meltdown.
Rich Barris. Okay, but we're seeing a lot of things
video
come in.
clips
Okay,
of
so
him.
we have flipped.
People
okay,
still
a
watch
seat
his
in Florida.
2016
We are
meltdown
holding on a Paulina.
and,
We got to look at Georgia though. Okay.
Friend of all of ours, Mike
enjoyment.
Davis, the best attorney in Washington D.C., says Dr. Fauci, preserve your records in relation to Rand Paul winning. Rand Paul has won. If you are just joining the stream,
Someone just said, "What about New York?" I stand corrected. I said something incorrect earlier. New York doesn't close till 9 o'clock Eastern, which is remarkable. So that's for another hour and a half until no. I'm
We still have a
sorry.
ways to go for that
No,
one.
that's 2.5 hours.
Yeah, the thing with
Is
New
that
York
right?
is they don't
What time is it?
they
Hour and a
don't
half,
close
hour
the
and a half.
voting until like
Speaking
9
of New York
p.m.
as well, I do have people coming in from the Bronx texting me, telling me that they voted Republican all the way down the ticket. So
Wow.
a couple of my sources saying that they're hoping for, again, a red wave over there.
It is remarkable how fast Florida counts their ballots. This is 35 minutes. No, that's not right. What the heck time is it? Yeah, 35 minutes.
Yes, 35
since
minutes.
polls have closed. Am I right about that?
Yes.
35 minutes, and
Yes.
we already know who's going to win a lot of these races. That's remarkable.
Red.
That is we already have flipped one race here in Florida, and we're waiting for how about
got a
Virginia
race-
7?
a
That one
race
should be
flip
coming
in
up pretty
Florida?
soon, right? Florida is the blueprint for the rest of the country. Someone says,
Red
Charlie,
Kingdom.
what about
Call it a Red Kingdom. It's no
someone
longer named
says-
Florida. It's
someone's-
called Red Kingdom.
Someone says, Charlie, what about Rubio and Val Demings? What is happening there? Rubio's going to win. It's over. Ron DeSantis and Rubio have won. That you can take that. You could take that to the bank. That cake is baked. It is over, and that is it. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, what you're seeing. Someone says, Charlie, about the New York's governor's race. Yeah, we're not talking about New York until polls close there. It's all speculation. So we're talking about real results here. Also, text the live stream to your friends. We are growing. We have 12,000 on YouTube right now. And how are we doing on the wonderful Rumble? RUMBLE.com. How are we doing on
38
Rumble?
last time I checked.
38,000 people watching, and that's only going to climb as we go further west and we keep diving deeper and deeper.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best
Super chat from Circle of Snakes. Elections just aren't the same without a proper Cenk meltdown. Super chat from Ted Comet. Heads up, Illinois closes in less than 30 minutes. Thanks, Ted.
Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days.
We got about 5 more seconds on this ad before we see what's going on with Hasanabi. Okay, he's watching CNN, biting his nails. He's biting his nails. Look at Hassan biting his nails.
The Republican governor. There's one of your questions there. And then let's just come into Fulton County here.
People are so fucking dumb, dude.
3.3. Just shy of 65,000
Oh, what's wrong,
Again, this
Hassan?
is overwhelmingly.
No, it's not because she's a woman. You idiot.
So you have an incumbent governor.
No,
There's a
they're
lot
like
of, this is
dumbass
Atlanta.
Republicans who are like, yeah, honestly, like that Warnock guy, he's better than fucking. They gotta be like people who are that Warnock guy. He's kind of good, you know. He's all right. He seems like an all right guy. Because Warnock
So
is
put your
very
cousin
favorable
or your
on the
is
ground.
his Cenk his cousin or his uncle?
And they fucking can't. They just like Herschel
So
Walker
put
is
your uncle
so
Cenk,
bad
Hassan.
that they're voting for him.
How come Hassan
and
has
they're
power?
voting for Brian Kemp because they're like, I like Brian Kemp. He's done a good job. He's done right by me.
Oh yeah, you think he's gonna
Those
fight
are
Sam
like
Hyde?
the moderates, okay? The moderates with the split tickets because they think that Brian Kemp did a good job standing strong against Donald Trump, but also like Herschel Walker is too crazy.
Yes, Sam Hyde kicks in the door.
Numbers that way versus election day votes. So I just want to show you. This is the state of play right now that you and John.
I am
are
the
talking
dingus. Thank you
about,
for the
Jake.
10 gifted subs.
Has 389,000 votes right now in the Georgia Senate race to Herschel Walker's 258,000. 16% of the estimated vote is currently in. But how much of this current vote is that early vote, pre-election vote, where Democrats tend to show up in bigger numbers? Well, right now, 99%, nearly all the vote you're looking at in that wall with John is early vote.
Oh no, that changes my dynamic quite a lot. Oh no, oh no. Then Raphael Warnock should be fucking destroying Herschel Walker.
Records in Georgia, but right now 99%.
Oops.
So look at the governor's race. It's a
I'm
similar.
gonna try this
story.
out. He's watching something called News Live. Let's see if this actually works. If this does, it'll be so funny.
Votes to Brian
What do
Kemp's
you know?
288,000 votes. Again, this is 16% of the estimated vote that's in, but a vote is going to come in as a share of the vote, and that could, of course, benefit Brian Kemp, benefit Herschel Walker, since Republicans tend to show up in greater proportion on Election Day in person.
Indeed. Interesting, David Chang. And I don't suppose we have the technology to know what percentage of the early vote Joe Biden won over.
Wow, you can thank Hassan
Donald
for
Trump
this.
in
I didn't even know about this
2020.
site.
Those numbers.
Hassan is giving us the keys to the kingdom, ladies and gentlemen. We can get the CNN, MSNBC, and Fox live stream now. Thank you, Hassan. I didn't realize this site. All right, so we'll have that too. Let's go back to Hassan. Get some more copium.
Here and again, I'm going to suspect it's the very same dynamic, and David can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. But again, Sherry Beasley ran a remarkably competitive campaign. We talked earlier about Democrats saying maybe we should have helped her out a little bit earlier. A Republican member of the House, Ted Budd, had Donald Trump's endorsement in the primary, trying to move up to statewide office. Sherry Beasley,
all right, they're looking at North Carolina now on CNN.
Chief Justice, 60% to 40% if you round everybody up. You see where
What the
blue
fuck?
is. Well, it's blue where it should be blue if a Democrat's going to be
Well,
competitive.
Crowder,
That is
he's
Wake
not on
County,
YouTube
the
right
second
now, but
largest
he's
county
on.
in the state.
He's going to be
You
on
see
Rumble
right here,
tonight,
68%
I believe.
to 30%, 54% of the vote in.
Maybe it's a blue mirage, boys.
Population, the number one
Bro,
county is here.
boys.
Mecklenburg.
We're gonna
almost
be
11%
we're gonna be
state
going to
population,
sleep thinking
70%
that
to
Democrats
29%.
won all around the country, and then Republicans are coming in. I can't wait for the Democrats to be storming fucking polling stations, being like, "Stop the count! Stop the count, brother! What the fuck?"
Even 40. It is 40 points. But again, it's 50% here. And
Stop
I
the
suspect we're
steal.
looking at the early vote as well. David can. If I'm wrong, David will jump
All right,
in.
so,
So you look at the map.
oh,
and you
Sticks
fill it
is
out.
on
Again,
now?
This is going to be a
Everyone
competitive
should
race.
be allowed to have
this will be
one.
a competitive race, but we're at 33%.
It's fun, you know.
I'm just going to know
Democrat.
We'll check Sticks out real quick then. There he goes. He's up.
Did you disconnect your earbuds or something?
No.
By the way,
no, I went into.
Adam Krugler says he's going to be on Sticks later, so I'll keep an eye out for that too. Looks like he started with Sleazy P first.
Welcome to Crack and Clank, everyone.
This ought to be interesting, right?
Yeah, we've already got some preliminary results. I wanted to go live early because there was so much crazy shit going on.
I thought it was mostly just bad news we were hearing early on.
No, most of it, as far as the results, most of it's good news. In Florida, the Republicans are leading massively in Miami-Dade, which is considered the
that would be
bellwether there.
Monstrous. Flipping
Rand Paul was
Miami-Dade
reelected.
red. Unbelievable.
Tim Scott, a few others. Not many results yet, though. I had to use CNN's politics page here, unfortunately, because the decision desk one went down.
That's painful. That is painful. Yeah. Me, myself, I'm going to be going with Real Clear Politics as my information source. I don't trust them either, but
yeah, I just wanted to have a good map for the live stream here, so pop it to the side like that.
Oh yeah, they got one, don't they?
You got Sticks, and Matt and Blonde will be going live at 9.
We've got 13,000 people tuned
their
in
Wednesday
live on YouTube,
call-in
and
show will
over
be
5,000
tonight.
on Rumble, by the way. So things are going good.
I'll try to feed them as much disinfo as I can.
Disinformation.
I got to try to keep up with CNN. It's a tough one. They're tough to beat.
Yeah, they get a big budget. By the way, we clanked on the Young Turks earlier. Cenk Uygur losing it yet again, having a red-faced rant.
I heard that.
Shake's meltdown is not going to be televised
I don't know what
this
his
time.
problem was. It wasn't even like a midterm stream. He was complaining about LA having a power outage and then just proceeded to go ballistic. So I think that most of the people tuning into his live stream actually were literally clankers based on the chat. I think they've started banning people preemptively for whenever they get the main stream on.
That's what I heard. Was there was a bunch of clankers and crackheads over there, totally trolling their chat.
Yeah. And also, now that you're here, we can look into getting a guest in a little while.
Excellent.
By the way, everyone, there are links in the description to Sleazy's channels on BitChute and Rumble.
Please.
Let me see if the Young Turk. What's going on with the Young Turk stream?
impacts Republicans in states like Texas is the same virus that's infecting Democratic leadership here in the state of California.
Yeah, last thing I'll say, Gavin Newsom is a guaranteed loss. You'll see it printed. You'll see it with your own eyes. Rich people love Gavin Newsom. They absolutely love him. So everyone in media is rich. Everyone in Democratic leadership is rich. They will give him overwhelming propaganda, and anyone who opposes him, they will try to rip into pieces, right? But regular people are not going to like Gavin Newsom. He's a slick guy who's
Gavin
an
Newsom's a
old-school
piece of shit.
politician. Just try to look fancy and then give the donors what they want. It's a guaranteed loss if we run Gavin Newsom. And what you will see in the media is 100% the opposite of what I just told you.
He's the guy that he went to the French Laundry during the COOF lockdowns. Remember that?
All right, let's move on to a different story, and this has to do with some of the disgusting tricks that are being played when it comes to absentee ballots.
The line at Philadelphia City Hall was overflowing with people yesterday trying to make corrections to their ballot, as the city estimates 3,800 mail-in ballots are at risk of being tossed for minor errors. The Fetterman campaign has joined a lawsuit to overturn the state Supreme Court, ruling that those ballots with a missing or incorrect date
can't even fill out a ballot right. Yeah, we want to count your vote.
The Republican Party on both a state and national level is actively fighting to toss out thousands of absentee and mail-in ballots
having the rules
in key
enforced.
battleground states, because they never give up. They'll find a way to essentially cheat their way to victory. And keep in mind, we're talking about
enforcing the rules is
battleground
cheating.
States where the elections are incredibly close. If successful, their efforts could swing the results of close races. And you just heard about Philly,
the law that
which is,
says
of
in order
course,
to be counted, an absentee ballot must
Senate
have the
race
following
there.
blah,
Now,
blah,
states
blah,
such
blah,
as
blah,
Pennsylvania
X, Y, and Z.
and Wisconsin,
Yeah, enforcing the
right-wing
laws is
organizations
cheating.
and Republican groups animated by former President Donald Trump's big lie have filed lawsuits seeking to toss ballots on technical grounds, potentially disenfranchising thousands of voters.
Exactly,
for
Circle the
put
Snakes.
A
The
date
dead voting is a
on
minor
the
error.
outer envelope of a ballot or other small, honestly irrelevant mistakes. Now, unfortunately, in Pennsylvania, they have had some success in disenfranchising some voters. Last week, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court sided with GOP groups in ruling
All they're
that
talking about
mail-in
is
and absentee ballots
they've already
lacking a
started the
correct
cope phase
date on
already.
the outer
We haven't even got the
envelope
results yet, and they're
cannot
already
be
talking
counted.
about.
Okay.
They're already giving
And
excuses.
so, they wanted
the
to
ballots.
do even more. Last week, on Saturday, Philadelphia city officials published the names of more than 2,000 voters who had returned defective ballots and urged them to come to City Hall to cast a new ballot in the few days remaining before Election Day. So think about that. 2,000 ballots.
You want to see agenda-free TV?
It really depends on how many people come back.
That's a good call. Let me see what this guy's screeching about. What's Lookner screeching about tonight? No friend of the GOP, Steve Lookner, but I like to watch him anyway. He was like the voice of doom during COVID, so it was like entertaining.
Automate data collection in one.
All right, Steve Lookner coming up. He looks concerned. Already, I can tell. He looks very concerned there. He's just touching his mouth.
Let me show you something else here.
Why? Holy crap! Why does he look like he's
There's
been
a
up for
Kentucky abortion vote
like
that's
3
going
days
on.
straight?
This is from Reuters here from like a month ago. Kentucky voters are being asked to amend the state's constitution to say residents do not have a right to abortions. Okay? It's a test of public support for Kentucky's strict
Steve
abortion
Lookner looks like he hasn't slept in a week.
So I just saw something about this. Taniel says the pro-choice side definitely has a chance in Kentucky to beat the anti-abortion referendum. With 10% reporting, Rand Paul, the Republican, leads for Senate 57-43. But the anti-abortion referendum is running way behind Rand Paul, down 10.4%. We'll keep an eye on that. 10 minutes until polls close in the green states here. That includes Pennsylvania, most of Texas, and a bunch of other states. 8 p.m. closures.
Poor Lookner. He hasn't gotten any sleep this. I mean, look, he looks kind of like. Is it just me, or does
Here's some more
suddenly
analysis
have
about
crow's
that
feet?
Kentucky, from 538's Amelia Thompson DeVoe about that Kentucky abortion amendment referendum. With 10% of the expected vote reporting, the no vote on Kentucky's ballot amendment, which would clarify there is no right to abortion in the state constitution, is at 58%, and the yes vote is at 42%.
He's
It's
going
a bit of
on
a brain
and on about
twister,
this
but that means
abortion,
the abortion right side is ahead for now. Of course, it's early and things could change, but this is not
this abortion ballot measure in Kentucky. I want actual results here.
Deeper into the numbers here.
Look like they did not let all these problems deter
Oh, no,
them.
in the
I do
opposite.
think it'll be close.
No, I mean, we're not going west yet, but the data I'm getting, Rich, the lines are ongoing. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
Arizona
extending it,
is unbelievable what's happening right now.
We were out there today in Chandler, which is a suburb, right, of Phoenix,
Yes.
and it shouldn't be as hard read. And every person I talked to in line was a Kerry Lake voter. Every person, Rich, for an hour. Kerry Lake voter, Kerry Lake voter, Kerry Lake voter, sitting there in a suburban mother environment, right? Minivans, soccer, balls in the back.
Yeah.
We're at 217 right now, Rich, in Maricopa. We're
Look
at
at how quick that margin just closed in North Carolina.
Rich, we're at
That
2.
30-point margin's gone.
Rich, we're at 217,000 in-person election day voters. 217,000. We could end up over 240. That's insane. Rich.
Maricopa's going berserk.
Don't forget those ED drops.
Oh, I haven't forgot about them. Don't worry. That's our insurance.
It'd be nice if their election machines didn't go crap out.
Final thing for you, Rich. Final thing.
I'll see you soon.
Oh, he's got to go.
All right.
Rich, that's fine. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
All right.
Benny, what were you
All
going
the
to
best,
say?
buddy.
We're good.
Oh, I was going to ask him about you rapping.
No, stop it. Jack, what's on your mind?
You will rap if we win the Senate. Charlie Kirk will rap live on this feed
We are
if we win the
starting to
Senate.
get some Ohio results.
Yes, what's
Ohio numbers coming in.
Same deal as before, though.
Lay it on us,
The
Poso.
early results are still coming in. It's that early vote, right? So it's the early vote that comes in. It's 3-1 Tim Ryan over JD Vance.
Dang!
That's what we expected. It's
hell?
only
The early
3% of the vote in. It's a massive vote.
So
by the way.
that's the blue mirage that we keep hearing about.
139,000 voters that have come in. So 3% in Ohio. Huge drop for Tim Ryan. But here's the thing. That's all Tim Ryan's going to get. He's only going to get a couple of these early drops, and then J.D. Vance is going to start winning. You're going to see that flip.
Maybe it was a bad move.
That's why you guys got to watch us. Okay,
to pull that
we're going to walk
nonsense
you
with
through all this.
Maricopa
We're going to tell you the
County so
truth. We're going to
early.
tell you what's really going on.
Maybe the Maricopa
There's a
people
lot
got
of
so
different-
pissed
there's a lot of
off they said,
misinformation
"Fuck
out
that,
there.
man! I'm going
Ohio's
down
gonna
to
be
the
fine.
voting
Okay,
place.
JD's going to win by
I'm
7
gonna wait
points.
there
All right,
all
all
day
my
if I
Ohio
gotta vote."
patriots out there, I want to hear from you. freedom@charliekirk.com. Someone says, Charlie, why is a certain network showing that Tim Ryan is so far out front? I may not be reading it correctly. It's because it's the early votes, guys, and the counties. Just
Because
trust
they're
me.
not explaining that to you.
There's like 75 counties out there that JD's going to win by like 30 points.
All right, let's check the Fox stream.
On the table with the coal miners, and they wanted to know what was up.
Yeah.
You know, why are you doing this to us? And I would imagine that there's some potential, Britt, if there is a, you know, we'll see what happens tonight, but if things change a bit, that it gives the president a little bit of room to maybe
10% of the vote in New
bend in
Hampshire.
a slightly different direction on energy
13%
independence.
of the vote in on New Hampshire won.
Politically, to accomplish things.
Only 6% of the votes counted in New Hampshire too. So again, we don't really have that many results to talk about.
The question.
They've called
for me
Ohio for Governor
whether
DeWine.
he will look at that and say, "Okay,
So that's a hold.
I'm going to go back to being the Joe Biden I used to be." Right, that everybody knew, and Mitch McConnell and he were friends and negotiated things together, or whether he'll just plow ahead. And I've heard it. Ben Domenech was discussing this with us this afternoon.
They've
Ben's
called
view is
McMaster for South Carolina.
He'll lose all these moderates if he loses.
So we knew that.
The party will lose those moderates. And it'll be ever more populated than it was before with lefties.
Super chat from Circle of Snakes coming in. Gonna enjoy watching Lake in Arizona kick the crap out of the mainstream media where Trump left off next couple of years.
What about that close? Right after saying that oil companies should produce more, he closes
6
with
minutes
there's
to
no more drilling and a
8
Q&A
o'clock
with
and a new
that
close.
environmentalist.
I mean, the new poll closings.
It was definitely a mixed message in just 2 weeks' time.
I don't think it was a mixed message so much as one. Remember Joe Manchin's response, which is, what the hell are you saying, right?
About the coal, yeah.
Yeah, because Joe Manchin is going to have to get reelected pretty shortly. I mean, you've got a Democrat in pretty much a red state, and the Democrats need him to stay there. And Joe Manchin has his own self-interest, so he's saying, why are you putting me at a disadvantage with my constituents? But if you look at the issue of climate change, it is a real motivator for Democratic voters. It is one of their key, we talked about sort of the big issues.
Who the hell casts a vote for climate change? Get the hell out of here. Juan Williams is smoking crack.
A constellation of issues,
nobody run into the polls to
vote
on climate change.
To the polls tonight, to the extent that we'll find out how much of a turnout there was. But that constellation includes abortion, includes climate change in a big way.
Trey?
To my friend Juan, West Virginia, Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton did not win a single solitary county in that state. So it is as red as you can get.
I was going to say, there's no big vote for climate change in West Virginia.
There's some talk that he's not going to give a statement tomorrow. I actually got a copy of his statement already. I exercise my right to remain silent under the Fifth Amendment because there is no good explanation.
Katie.
Well, I was going to also respond to why President Biden has not committed to a press conference tomorrow. Is because he's already going to a funeral for democracy. So that's already on his schedule, as they've said all week.
Remember, guys, if the Democrats don't win, democracy is over tonight, apparently.
States. That's great.
We are officially in the final minutes of the Weimar Republic.
Put on to oil and gas.
You will awaken in Nazi Germany in the 1930s.
But every single
if the
state
Democrat Party does not win, that is the closing pitch of the Democrats in this midterm election.
In New Hampshire and Pennsylvania, where these issues,
your children will be killed by an authoritarian government if they lose the midterms.
And so it'll be interesting to see if that plays out at the end of the night.
Yeah, 500,000 energy jobs in Western Pennsylvania.
There you go.
Alone.
Coming up, we are minutes away from the top of the hour. Another big batch of election results. We could have some calls. Tucker Carlson joins us with his thoughts on the night so far.
And more coming up with Bill.
All right, let's check the COPE on MSNBC.
They are staggering. Is the Obama coalition broken? Can Democrats continue to rely on that coalition? In the early numbers tonight, it looks like the answer might be no. Of course, we got to see what happens in the rest
Obama
of the country.
coalition
Virginia
is
7,
broken.
South Texas, the Hispanic vote in Arizona.
They're blaming the
But
Hispanics.
These numbers are ominous for Democrats.
Let's just
these numbers are ominous.
Folks, in terms of those
it looks
numbers.
like the Hispanics
right now, with 2/3 of the vote,
broke,
and Miami-Dade looks
like
it is going for Marco Rubio over Val Demings in that Senate race by 8 points. Statewide, Marco Rubio is up.
That's
11
all right,
points.
Olive. Thank you for watching.
I'll paraphrase Carlos's question there.
Oh,
David
Rubio,
Clough.
whip it up on Val Demings now.
What is the lesson you are drawing here in terms of the Hispanic vote? How alarmed should Democrats be?
Well, in Florida, it's catastrophic. So
68%
obviously we saw
of the vote in
20 in the presidential race. And let's remember, Barack Obama won in 2012.
I guess Hispanics are the new face of white supremacy now.
Hispanic vote. So the Obama coalition in Florida is gone. We've got to rebuild it now. The question
new
will
face
be in
of white
Arizona and Nevada,
supremacy, the
huge Hispanic vote
Latinxes.
in North Carolina, Virginia. What do we see there? I would be surprised to see anywhere near the erosion we're seeing in Florida. I think this may be contained to Florida, maybe along some of the border in South Texas where we saw some problems, and in West Texas in 2020. But this is a massive problem. From Electoral College chessboard, if you're looking ahead to 24, if you basically seed those 29 electoral votes from the very beginning, it gives the Republicans a huge advantage. And look at these numbers tonight. You're going to be hard-pressed to mount a competitive campaign. Now, state of the economy, who do the Republicans nominate? There's a lot that goes into that. But talk about change over 10 years. It is historically meaningful what's happening in Florida.
Okay, but this is an investment issue, though, also, because the Democratic Party, look, if you go back to 2018, the National Democratic Party gave over $1 million to the Florida Democratic Party. This year, they barely gave $700,000. That means pennies for Miami-Dade's Democratic Party, other folks across
They're weeping
the state.
over
If you look at
Miami-Dade.
the last couple of governors' races, where even Democrats lost, they were within a percentage point or less. This is not competitive tonight. And to me, that means that there needs to be some internal conversations about infrastructure. What does the infrastructure look like? If the Miami-Dade Democratic Party chair our Florida Dem chair was already out this morning, basically saying, we've done what we could. The national folks have written us off. And I think that's a real conversation to have to the point that you just made.
I agree. Infrastructure investment money, but there's massive message problems with this critical voting cohort in Miami-Dade that we've got to get on top of.
And Alex, just for some additional context, Republicans used to pray that they would lose Miami-Dade by a manageable margin.
Yeah.
That was the goal. Now they're winning it by potentially double digits. The change is just drastic.
But to give people hope, Alex, Florida,
To give
I'm gonna
people
hope, okay? Florida, okay, what's happening in Florida, the shellacking
This is
not, in my
hardcore
opinion,
copium
indicative
going on
of
here,
what folks
ladies
are
and
gonna see
gentlemen.
across the country. Florida's special.
Right, and also,
Thank you.
Latino voters are not monolithic.
Exactly.
Oh, now Latino voters are not monolithic now. Oh, suddenly. Now they're competitive.
Population or a large Latino population.
We've got to look at a lot more vote in a lot more states before we draw any conclusions about the Latino
The
vote.
night is young. Simone Sanders Townsend, David Plouffe, Carlos Corbello, thank you all for your expertise and wisdom tonight. Rachel, back to you.
I pity any of us
There's
who
Rachel
are ever
Madcow.
described as special, the way Simone just described Florida as special. God protect any of us who have that ever directed at us. I felt that in my gut.
Special.
All right, we're about 35 seconds from the top of the hour, from 8 p.m. Eastern time. And the importance of 8 p.m. Eastern time is that we've got poll closings, but there's more poll closings at this
Florida
8
man
o'clock
saves
benchmark
America,
than
yes.
there are at any other time of the night. So we're about to get
Florida man
more
saves the
projections.
Republic.
Some of them may be too early to call in a number of cases. But we're about to
this
get
guy's
more
great.
projections in
I
more states
love-
than we get at any
I love when he
other
gets
time
going.
of the night. Again, 8 o'clock, the key races that we're going to be looking at in here are places like Pennsylvania and New Hampshire, where there are very close races. But we've got a
Get ready
bunch
for
of governor's
some
races
Chris
up. We've got
Hayes,
a bunch of Senate races up. And here's what the NBC
he's
News
what it's always
election
gets
desk tells us.
clipped
We can
for
tell
the,
you about those races
for the video
at this
clips
hour.
on Twitter.
At 8 p.m.
for these
Eastern.
state calls.
In the Florida Senate race, the projected
They've called
winner
it for
is
Marco
incumbent
Rubio.
Republican
It's over.
Marco Rubio. In the Pennsylvania Senate race, the very closely
The
watched
red
race there, it is
wave.
too early to call between Democrat John Fetterman and Republican
Got the
Mehmet
phone
Oz.
already
Again,
blowing
too
up. What's
early to
going
call
on?
in Pennsylvania. In the New Hampshire Senate race, too early
to
between
call New
incumbent
Hampshire.
Democrat
It's a
Senator
bad sign.
Maggie Hassan and her Republican
It's a bad sign
challenger
for
Don
Maggie.
Baldock. Again, too early to call in New Hampshire. In the Alabama Senate race, Alabama will have a female elected senator for the first time. Republican Katie Britt is
there
the
was no
projected
doubt on that
winner
one.
of the Alabama U.S. Senate race. In the Oklahoma Senate race, there are two
no
of
doubt on
these.
that one either.
This is James Langford, incumbent Republican senator running for re-election. He is projected as the winner of this race. He has been re-elected. In the Oklahoma other Senate race, this is a special election to fill the term of
Oklahoma
retiring U.S.
special
Senator
election,
Jim
they've
Inhofe.
called it already
The
for
projected
Mark
winner
Wayne-
in the Oklahoma
Mark Wayne Mullen.
special is Republican Mark Wayne
No,
Mullen.
no,
Up to the
no
northeast,
surprise
the
there either.
Connecticut Senate race there. Incumbent Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal facing a challenge from Republican Leora Levy. This is too early to call, but Senator Blumenthal leads in that race. Similarly, in Maryland, we've got an incumbent Democrat, Chris Van Hollen. It is too early to call, but Senator Van Hollen leads in this race against his Republican challenger, Mr. Chafee.
Oh, you have to go, Capsule?
In Missouri, in
Take
the
it easy,
Missouri
bro.
Senate race, it is too early to call between Republican Eric Schmidt and Democrat Trudy Bush Valentine, but Eric Schmidt is leading in that Missouri Senate race. And in the Illinois Senate race, where Democratic incumbent Tammy Duckworth is facing a challenge from Republican Kathy Salvi, that race right now is too early to call. Looking at the overall picture of the United States Senate at this hour, look at that. 36 and 36. Democrats control 36 seats, as do the Republicans. There are 28 seats yet to be decided, as is control of the United States Senate. Now, we've got a whole bunch of different governor's races to project for you. The Florida governor's race we'll be looking at first.
Ron
the projected
DeSantis,
winner
it's
of
over.
the Florida governor's race is incumbent Republican Ron DeSantis, defeating Democrat Charlie Crist.
Only question is, how big is his victory?
It is too early to call between Democrat Josh Shapiro and Republican Doug Mastriano. Too early to call in Pennsylvania. In the Maryland governor's race, also too early to call between Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox, although Democrat Wes Moore is leading in this race. In the Massachusetts governor's race, again, too early to call between Republican Jeff Deal and Democrat Maura Healey, but Democrat Maura Healey is leading in the Massachusetts governor's race. In the Alabama governor's race, Republican incumbent Governor Kay Ivey is projected to have been reelected as the governor of Alabama. In the Connecticut governor's race, it is too early to call between incumbent Democrat Ned Lamont and his Republican challenger Bob Stefanowski. In the Illinois governor's race, it is J.B. Pritzker, the Democrat incumbent, who is facing a challenge from Republican Darren Bailey. It is too early to call in the Illinois governor's race. In the Maine governor's race, Democratic incumbent Janet Mills is facing a challenge from Republican former Governor Paul LePage. It is too early to call in the Maine governor's race. In the New Hampshire governor's race, it is too early to call between Republican incumbent Chris Sununu and his Democratic challenger Tom Sherman, although Chris Sununu is leading in that race in New Hampshire. In the Rhode Island governor's race, too early to call between incumbent Democrat Daniel McKee and his Republican challenger Ashley Kalus. Too early to call in Rhode Island. In the Tennessee governor's race, the incumbent governor is Republican Bill Lee. He's facing Democratic challenger Jason Martin. This is too early to call, although Bill Lee is leading in that Tennessee governor's race. And finally, in the Oklahoma governor's race, the incumbent there is Republican Kevin Stitt, facing a stiff challenge from Democratic challenger Joy Hoffmeister. The Oklahoma governor's race at this hour is too early to call. We've got a winner to project in the South Carolina governor's race. The incumbent Republican Henry McMaster is projected to be reelected as South Carolina governor. As I said, this is the largest number of poll closings we're having at any one time on the clock tonight.
All right.
Joining us now, once again, is Steve Kornacki to
Here
look at
goes
what's
Steve
interesting in
Kornacki
those
for
races and some of the
his
tight
map
races where we're
meltdowns.
starting to get in more data.
Yeah, an exciting hour here, certainly. And it's a blank screen in Pennsylvania.
Go ahead,
but I got it up
Kornacki.
because, again, we want to see here, do we get some initial, one thing that may be different from 2020 for those who remember that Pennsylvania took until Saturday
Just
at
looking
11:30.
at the Pennsylvania
This
Senate
might be it
race.
right here. Look at this. Allegheny County, one of the second biggest in the state, where Pittsburgh is, western Pennsylvania. What you're looking at here is the mail vote from Allegheny County, and this is just about all of it. And they just counted it up and released it all out in one batch at the start of the night. I was saying what might be different from 2020, this might be different. We might get a lot more of the mail vote early in the night. And again,
All right, so
remember
they've counted the
pattern
mail-in votes in
2020
Allegheny
Pennsylvania
County already,
was that
so
we weren't getting much of the mail vote.
That
on
means they
election
can't-
night or
they
early
can't
in
wait
election
for
night.
that,
We were getting
overnight
largely
rescue from
same-day
Allegheny.
vote heavily from Republican counties, and Joe Biden spent the week getting mail votes counted up in one county after the other and eventually taking the lead and winning the state. Well, this is now different. Now you've got 150,000 plus mail ballots just released from one of the biggest Democratic counties in the state, Allegheny County, western Pennsylvania. John Fetterman, of course, mayor from Braddock, Pennsylvania, right in the area, 84% of that mail vote. Now, remember, this dynamic of different voting modes having wildly different results is more pronounced and more extreme in Pennsylvania than just about any other state, because most other states have a middle ground. Most states have the mail-in vote and then the same-day vote and also the early vote. There's no early vote in Pennsylvania. You either mail in your ballot or you vote same day. And the folks who vote by mail, this is how heavily Democratic they are. I can just give you a sense of this. Overall,
Yeah, guys, that's
this
just
is a
Allegheny
Democratic
County's
county,
mail-in
but it was
votes.
Biden with 60%.
So you know those
Fetterman's
gonna
running almost
be
25
almost
points
all
above
Democrat.
that number because we're looking at mail-in ballots.
But
so now,
it's bad because
in a county like Allegheny
County
and
is
if
like
we
the
see this
second
happen
biggest
in other
county
counties in
after
Pennsylvania, the
Philadelphia,
story is going to be that
and their mail-in
same-day
votes are
vote.
already counted.
How much does that Fetterman number come down as the same-day vote, which we would expect to be pretty strongly Republican? How much does that Fetterman
That's
number
not even
come down?
that's
Remember,
the
Joe
early
Biden
mail-in
won
vote
Pennsylvania statewide
for Allegheny
by
County.
80,000 votes. So Fetterman essentially wants in every given county
for the
where
Blue
we
Mirage,
call
exactly,
up the numbers
James.
like this, Fetterman wants to basically be at that Biden number. He could maybe afford to be a fraction of a point lower than it, give or take. So in Allegheny, that's what we're going to be looking for the rest of tonight as the same-day vote gets counted in. It may take a while to start getting that same day in. We're also keeping an eye on Philadelphia County, the other biggie in the state, the other end of the state.
Philadelphia is where you expect the shenanigans.
They talked about releasing.
Remember last in
publicly
2020 when they started covering up the windows with cardboard?
Votes pretty quickly right off the bat. So that's why I'm keeping an eye on. We may see a big batch of Democratic votes. Keep in mind the mail votes that you get out of Philadelphia. If they do have that 100,000 they talked about releasing shortly after poll closing, that wouldn't be all of them. There was that procedural change. If you followed today under the threat of litigation, there'd be about 20 or 30,000 mail-in ballots still to come after that. But again, there's the potential here in the next few minutes. There's the potential here for another 100,000 or so mail-in ballots to be reported out of Philadelphia. So we may be in a situation here. We'll see what else lights up in Pennsylvania, but we may be in a situation where John Fetterman banks a pretty significant advantage in this running tally here, and then the story really becomes, the same-day vote elsewhere. Is that going to be enough for Mehmet Oz to overcome it? Kind of a reverse of how it all played out in 2020. So let's see. Keep a close eye there on Pennsylvania and they're going to shout to me in my ear if we get Philadelphia. I promise you I'll go straight back to it if we do. Wanted to update you on Florida, where you see, obviously, Rubio and DeSantis declared winners in the gubernatorial race.
Holy
the other thing we're
shit,
tracking
it's
in
a
Florida,
blowout.
though, House seats. And again, just to update you here, now
DeSantis
it's been
is
projected
beating
in the
Chris
13th district.
57 to
Paulina
41.
Luna has been projected by NBC to be the winner of this House race, and you see the gain. This is a gain for Republicans.
Oh!
This was the seat that was held by Charlie
Republican
Crist.
gain.
It was redrawn
District
at the
13 in
insistence
Florida.
of Governor DeSantis,
Anna Luna beating
to
Eric
favor
Lynn.
Republicans. In light of that, perhaps Crist chose to run for governor this year. Anna
All right,
Paulina
boys.
Luna, the Republican, picks it up. Republicans need
It
a
might be time to break out the dancing crabs.
There's a gain for them right there. Here's another one. This district was drawn. This is the newly created district
Laura
in
Lee
Florida.
defeats
They gained
Alan
a seat because
Cohn.
of redistricting. It was
Florida
drawn to favor
15.
Republicans. The Republicans win it. That's a gain for Republicans.
Dancing crabs
right there. You take a look at the here it is, the 4th district. Again, this was a district that was represented by Al Lawson, Democratic congressman.
Florida
this
4
was a heavily
goes
Democratic
red.
district. The lines
Aaron
were
Bean defeats
dramatically
LaShonda
redrawn
Holloway.
to favor
58-41.
Republicans. And here it is. The Republican candidate Aaron Bean has
With
won.
75%
That is a
of the vote
gain,
counted.
a net gain for Republicans. The purpose of this map that Ron DeSantis pushed through politically was to help Republicans along toward that goal of getting 5 seats in the House. And I just showed you 3 districts that Republicans have now picked up seats in Florida. One other state here that have neglected a bit, and I don't want to neglect any further, it's New Hampshire. We've neglected it a bit because it's a very slow count. We were hoping it'd be a little quicker here in New Hampshire. So it's a scattering. You got some vote from, we just got Philadelphia. I'll come back to New Hampshire.
All right, Philadelphia just reported.
Staters, but
Kornacki's going crazy.
Here's Philadelphia, and what we got here is, so it's just about 61,000.
So there you go. Philadelphia piling in the mail-in votes.
About 63,000 mail votes reported out here, though. But again,
Fetterman's up 91 to 6 on Dr. Oz.
Fetterman, mail votes coming out of Philadelphia. So you've got.
I wonder why Democrats like mail-in voting.
Philadelphia and Allegheny, and we know in Philadelphia there
It's
are
just a
tens of
91 to
thousands of
6%
mail-in
lead.
votes that are still to come.
In mail-in
they're
votes.
going to look like this. They're going to be hugely advantageous to the
Now
Democrats.
you see why they
So
like mail-in voting?
With only that counted right now, this is what the statewide vote looks like in Pennsylvania. It's an advantage starting out of over 160,000 votes.
Nothing shady.
Fetterman
Nothing
over
shady
Oz.
there, no.
Still to come will be the same-day vote in Allegheny, the same-day vote in Philadelphia. We're going to get mail from all the other counties in the state, plus the same day. But again, this just with counties this big reporting out this much mail vote that favors the Democrat by this margin, I think it sets the stage again. The story we're going to be following tonight, for those who remember the 2020 election in Pennsylvania, may well be the reverse. I think the storyline tonight might be, is Oz, on the strength of same-day vote, able to catch up with Fetterman who gets, again, the reports, the early mail reports that we didn't see in 2020. So
Steve,
it's a different
I'm sorry to interrupt you just for a call.
Yeah.
It's in the New Hampshire governor's race. I would only interrupt you for this purpose. The New Hampshire governor's race, we have a projected
Chris Sununu wins New Hampshire.
Chris Sununu is the projected winner. He has been reelected
Or
in New Hampshire against his Democratic challenger, Tom Sherman. I'm sorry. And a second call there as well. Tennessee governor's race. Again, an incumbent Republican governor, this time in Tennessee. Bill Lee is projected to be reelected against his Democratic challenger, Jason Martin. Again, so that's calls both in the Tennessee governor's race and in the New Hampshire governor's race. Two Republican incumbents there holding on to their seats. Steve, I'm sorry to have interrupted. I know you're about to talk about New Hampshire anyway.
It was a great segue. So here we go. And it's limited in terms of
Super
what's
chat
in
from
New
Ted
Hampshire. I'll
Comment.
start on the
Illinois at
governor's
0%,
race
but
because
they're
you can
calling
see
Democrats.
What's
LAM
limited is coming in, and it's more Democratic than Republican, and Sununu's doing so well in it that he actually trails in the tally, but he's overperforming what Republican thresholds are in some of these areas so much. That's what the call comes from. But I think that's interesting in terms of just taking an initial look at this Senate race, because this Senate race is one. Maggie Hassan's running for re-election. In 2016, she won in a squeaker in New Hampshire, and in 2016, New Hampshire nearly went for Trump. The margin was just a couple thousand votes that Hillary Clinton won the state by. It then swung towards Biden by 7 points in 2020, and then this Senate race, sort of in the last couple weeks, has been a bit of a mystery. National Republicans thought that Bolduc was a sure loser in this race, and they started seeing polling that this might be close, might be competitive. Okay, it's very early. Again, these are disproportionately Democratic areas that are reporting, but I want to show you we have 3 places where we do think, again, these are all cities and towns, so these are not as big as counties that you see in other states generally. But I do want to show you, because there might be the start of a trend. There might be. Let's take a look. Littleton, New Hampshire. We think we have basically all the vote counted here. Hassan beating Bolduc in Littleton 50-46. 2 things that I think are noteworthy about that. Number one, that is right on the Biden number for Hassan. In fact, it's a little bit ahead of it. And Biden, remember, won the state by 7. So if you're Don Bolduc, you want to be overperforming Donald Trump in any given city or town in New Hampshire. And in fact, Bolduc is actually slightly underperforming Trump in Littleton. And it's a big contrast as well with the governor's race. Look at this. Sununu is romping in Littleton. So, Littleton's an example. New Ipswich, small town here right on the Massachusetts border. But again, you see Sununu is romping. You take a look at the Senate race. Bolduc actually is too. But if you take a look, Trump got 67% here. Bolduc needs to be running, 4, 5, 6 points ahead of Trump. He's probably got to do a little bit better than that in a place like New Ipswich. And then you take a look at Newmarket, New Hampshire. And again, we think it's all in here. There's a lot of small towns. But again, Biden 65.8 in 2020. Hassan is going to do a couple points better than Joe Biden did here. And again, Bolduc has got to be outperforming Trump. So these are very early returns here, but you're seeing a gap between Bolduc and then Republican Governor Chris Sununu. We knew there'd be a gap. Sununu was heavily favored in this race. But that's what we're going to be looking for as more of these cities and towns report in New Hampshire. Is Bolduc outperforming Trump? We got 3 cities and towns, towns with complete results. And so far, he's not in any of them. There's a lot more to come, but that's what we're going to be looking for as the night progresses. And by the way, we did get a little bit more here in Pennsylvania. And again, what you're seeing here is mail vote. So again, Cumberland County, now you're right outside of Harrisburg here. And you see Fetterman was 74%. This is a place where Trump carried the county. Biden only got 44%. But you're seeing mail vote get reported out much earlier this time around than in 2020. And I'm just seeing same thing here. Clinton County, this is a small county, but the same story. Warren County, same story. So mail voting was brand new in Pennsylvania in 2020. They were flooded with ballots because of the pandemic. A lot of counties just didn't know how to handle it. And I think what you're seeing here is some counties have made adjustments here to get it reported out much faster. So again, you now see Fetterman, with an advantage there of about 177,000 votes over Oz. Obviously very early. This is all on the strength of mail-in ballots. So the story is going to become in Pennsylvania, same-day vote. Is there going to be enough same-day vote from Mehmet Oz to catch up with John Fetterman? I wanted to update you.
Guys,
We're
what you're looking
about
at
House
in
races
Pennsylvania
too, the gains
is
that
the
Republicans made in
mail-in
Florida.
vote.
We also talked about
those are the people
the
that
3
voted like
districts that
weeks
Republicans
ago.
are targeting
So
in
gonna be
Virginia.
almost
I wanted
all
to update you
Democrats.
first on the 10th district outside of Washington, D.C. And you could see when we looked at this earlier, the Republican had the advantage. It's now flipped around. What happened is Loudoun County.
District
we got
10
numbers
in,
out of
Virginia.
Loudoun County to put the Democratic incumbent Jennifer Wexton ahead. Again here, more than 70% of the vote is
That
in.
anti-Asian
If Wexton wins,
discrimination
Democrats
going on
obviously
in
are
Loudoun
happy,
County.
but Democrats want to see this number get much bigger with the remaining vote in the 10th district, because this was an 18-point Biden district. If Cow is able to keep this in single digits, in mid-low single digits even, Republicans would
You have
take
to
it as a
overcome
good
some
sign
anti-Asian
nationally
discrimination,
for them.
guys, in
We've got
Loudoun
even
County.
more of the vote in the 7th district here. This is where Abigail Spanberger, the two-term Democrat, is being challenged by Yesli Vega. You could see Spanberger now, as more vote has come in, more of the early vote has been processed.
Is the Latina going to knock
is
off
inching up here,
the Democrat
but, still
incumbent,
is
Abigail
trailing in the count,
Spanberger?
and continuing now with more than 50% of the vote in. This might be getting a little scary for Democrats in the 2nd district here, down by Virginia Beach. Jen Kiggins, the Republican, continuing with that advantage over Elaine Murray, the Democrat. Again, there's sort of 3 tiers here. These 3 districts I'm showing you, sort of on a decent night nationally for Republicans, they expected to win the 2nd. On a good night, they expected to get the 7th too, and on a fantastic night, they talked about winning something like the 10th district. So give you a sense of kind of the tiers of expectation that are set by those 3 districts. But that's where it stands at Virginia right now. And I'm just checking back. I'll land on Georgia and just see where the Senate race stands.
Steve, I want to tell you, I'm going to ask you in a second to check in on North Carolina Senate, too, after we get Georgia here.
Yeah, it's just, again, statewide here in Georgia, we're getting a lot of the Atlanta metro area in. You can see in these counties what's happening here. I mentioned this at the beginning. You've got mail vote, you've got early vote, and that's a lot of these counties are releasing that first. They're not all releasing all of it. What we're finding out as this comes in, I just said this is the first time this is being done like this in Georgia. Some are releasing just the mail, some are releasing just the early, some are releasing both. But you are seeing, the Democrats bank pretty big advantages, especially in these big counties immediately in the Atlanta area. But one thing to keep an eye on, if you look at the statewide numbers here, I think one thing to keep an eye on here is the gap between Warnock in the Senate race and Stacey Abrams in the governor's race. So you got Warnock running statewide right now with 53.8%. Same ballots, same number of ballots coming from the same places in the governor's race, and you see Abrams is running about 3 points behind that. Another way of looking at it is Kemp is running about 3 points ahead of that. So you got about a 3-point gap between the Senate race and the governor's race in Georgia right now. But again, a lot of this is the strength right now. The Democratic advantage you're seeing a lot of that early mail vote, especially in the Atlanta area.
Governor of
But we are getting a lot
Pennsylvania
of rural vote
appoints a
into
replacement, which
one county.
I
By the
guarantee
way,
you would
this
be
is
his
one.
wife.
I think this is going to be key. Actually, we might as well flag it. I'll put the Senate race up right here, and notice there's about a 6 or 7 point gap here between Kemp and Herschel Walker in Cherokee County. This is one of the biggest Republican plurality producing counties in the United States of America. Cherokee County, getting north of Atlanta here. Now, Donald Trump won this by about 40 points.
I don't want to interrupt Kornacki.
2020, but that was actually, that's not up to
doing a great
par
job
with
of
how
going county
Republicans
by
used to do
county.
in Cherokee. Take a look at this. Trump got 72% in 2016, and you go back to 2012, Republicans used to win close to 80% here. So this is one of the reasons why Joe Biden was able to win Georgia in 2020. He got blown out in Cherokee County, but he didn't get blown out like Democrats used to get blown out. And so I think this is an interesting number to keep an eye on as the rest of the vote comes in from Cherokee. Is Herschel Walker able to get past that Trump 2020 number? That's what he's got to do, because Trump, it wasn't enough for Trump to win the state. Walker's got to get past that Trump number. You can see already in Cherokee County, Brian Kemp is past that number. You had asked about North Carolina, so I'll just put that right up on the screen here, and we can see now more than half the vote is in North Carolina. Sherry Beasley continuing to lead the tally. Bud continuing to get closer. It's now inside 10 points. It's now single digits. What's happening again is the same-day vote is beginning to get added in a lot of these counties that initially reported out. So let's just take a look here. That initially reported out, so it's now down to an 8.3% margin. Let's take a look at some of these. We got Mecklenburg County. I don't think much has changed there since we last looked. Let's look at Union County next door here. So Union County is a bit like Cherokee County that I was just telling you about in Georgia. You're right outside of Charlotte, kind of a core Republican county, but Donald Trump kind of underperformed in 2020. So remember, Trump won the state in 2020. 2020 by 75,000 votes, barely. So this is a kind of county here where Ted Budd, he wants to be running ahead of this Trump number. On the strength of the mail and the early vote, that's basically what you're looking at in Union. He's at 59. So the question is, when the same day is added, can he exceed that 61.4? If he does, that's a very good sign for Budd.
He's going to, as Kornacki would say,
that's a very good sign for him statewide. I'm just looking at a couple other places. Wake County, again, we're about where we were. But it's, yeah, the question here in North Carolina is same-day vote largely for Budd. Is it going to be enough to lift him past Beasley?
Before we move on to anything else, I need to tell you that we do have a projection to make in the Massachusetts governor's race. The Democrat,
no surprise there,
Maura Healey, is the projected winner in Massachusetts. This is a pickup for the Democratic Party in terms of governor's races. The previous Republican governor elected not to run for re-election. He did not. Jeff Deal was the Republican challenger here. Maura Healey, neither of these is an incumbent, but this is a pickup for the Democrats in the Massachusetts governor's race. Chris Hayes, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to just mention, we're going to go back to New Hampshire, looking at those early numbers. Again, another one of those comparisons, right? And it's incumbent, non-incumbent.
All right, so let us check some of our previous live streams. Let's see, who does Sticks have on now?
Overall,
still got Sleazy P on, and they're looking at
everyone's spam
South
V
Carolina
on Twitter.
Or North Carolina.
I gave him the link.
Oh, he's got V coming in.
Flipped. Congratulations to Congressman-elect Corey Mills. Republicans flipped this seat in Florida 7. So there's another pickup for the GOP in the House. The red wave has begun. That is by Scott Pressler, The Persistence.
We got another Republican.
By the way,
flip.
everyone should really give Scott Pressler a huge amount of credit for some of the work that he's
Scott
done.
Pressler,
He's been targeting
signs up,
like half a dozen different potential
He signs
House
up new
areas,
Republican voters like
especially
crazy.
in Florida, and I think a couple of them have already flipped.
So New Hampshire, only 12% in. They must be worried. Any place that's slow to count votes, I always suspect democracy fortification going on.
Yeah,
fortification.
I don't know. It's a 50-50 sum game in New Hampshire. Ultimately, I think Hassan will win.
You think Hassan will win?
My prediction is that she holds that particular Senate seat.
Oh, what happened to the stream? Let's see.
We'll see.
Well, they got her up by 21 right now. 12% of the vote doesn't matter.
Full results from Concord with more than 50% in. Oh, he's getting about a third of the share in Concord of all places.
No, V as in our favorite Romanian high-pitched voice Romanian V.
Real clear. CNN still.
Yeah, estimated vote in 12. I was looking at just Concord.
Okay.
Yeah, and Manchester, that tends to be reliably blue.
Okay.
Oh, he's holding his own there, actually, in Manchester too. I've been to most of these places, everyone. By the way, geography people. This is Vermont over here.
Yeah. The easy way to, whenever
Vermont?
I identify the different states, on an unlabeled map.
Which is basically
it was New Hampshire and
Vermont and New Hampshire. To me, are like the same place.
So somebody told me, well, Vermont's the V, right? And New Hampshire's the upside, the triangle standing on its base.
Yes, they are the upside down version of Vermont. Or if you're from New Hampshire, you think Vermont's the upside down version of New Hampshire.
Exactly.
We have lots of
you
friendly
drive through there. They're the same
northern
place.
New England.
You blink, you're
and an
you're,
unfriendly
you
one
go
with
from one to the other.
Massachusetts, but we'll get past that.
What's wrong with Massachusetts?
They can't drive. People from Massachusetts are used to very wide roads. Unless they're from Boston, then they're used to single lane traffic. Boston is a goddamn hellhole, and Vermont's roads just can't handle Massachusetts people. One thing about it, and this I swear to God that it's true, Vermonters tend to hug the curb whenever you're going around a corner. So you're trying to stay away from the mid lane a little bit to give everyone more clearance, because there are so many roads that are like 1.5 car width, and so sometimes you have to go into the culvert basically to get past them. In Massachusetts, you don't tend to have that, especially urban Massachusetts. And so people from Massachusetts, they hug the center line. And so they cause a disproportionate number of traffic accidents.
Sticks giving us insight
You hear that?
It's
into
absolutely true.
the driving patterns.
Stay out of our fucking state.
Between New Hampshire and Vermont and Massachusetts.
We won't go and clutter up
The
Boston with
assholes
our hippie
creating
trippy
all these
bullshit.
accidents,
Please
apparently,
don't
in,
hug the center line when
in
you
New
come
Hampshire.
to Vermont. It's very dangerous. Especially center Rutland, center South Rutland, and there's one and the highway interchange in Burlington.
Are you
huge
sure?
number of deaths.
Are you sure these are Massachusetts people causing these issues?
Well, I mean, I can see their license plates from a mile away.
Yeah, I guess so.
Vermonters tend to be very cautious
Sticks putting
drivers.
putting the blame for the accidents on the
New
massholes.
Yorkers and people from Massachusetts, not so much.
Maybe it's just the more likelihood of doing a lot of urban,
Yeah.
urban
By the way,
urban
more
commutes.
results.
People who do a lot of urban
Yeah.
commutes get aggressive, I would say.
We've got more results from Texas, and Abbott is pulling ahead now. You got to keep in mind that other than some of these big cities, everything else in Texas is red. What's really going to be interesting is down here in the Rio Grande Valley. And we've got V aboard. We're going to add him to the stream.
Oh, we got V on.
Oh, excellent.
Hello, V.
Sticks. Thanks for having
Kick
me.
V!
Yay!
Kick V!
Yeah, he's got his animated V.
Oh, he's got a filter on.
So I'm interested in two people tonight. I want to see what happens with Mr. Fetterman.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting story. And Mrs. Carrie Lake.
Well, we probably won't have any clue what's going on in Pennsylvania with Fetterman tonight. We're going to have very preliminary sort of results there. We might know about Arizona.
I mean, is Carrie Lake the lady which on live television, I believe it was a national show, said that she's not going to read any of it because it's all lies?
What is V supposed to be? I don't know. What is that?
I'm not sure,
It's
actually.
like a little goblin.
She's the one that spars with the journalists of the legacy media, but she literally worked as a legacy media journal for like 20 years, and so she runs rings around them. And it's
she's
the
much
greatest
she's
thing.
much better.
Liberal
at it
Hive
than
Mind is
Trump.
streaming.
Trump,
I love that. I love that
Trump
channel.
has a tendency to. Well,
We'll check it out.
Trump is really smart, but he talks like he's talking to 4-year-olds. You know, that's the way Trump communicates to people. You know, very, very bad. You know, really, really big.
Believe me.
Carrie
Big
Lake.
poo-poo.
Carrie Lake actually has, some chops when it comes to getting in front of a camera and running her mouth. Because she was a newsman.
Ah, he's a little Romanian troll. Okay.
Did you see the ad Obama had?
No.
So he goes under the table in his house, and there's this guy sitting under his table with an iPhone.
Wait, what?
And Obama talks to him like a child and says, "You need to go out. You need to go vote." I mean, it's fine to hide, but like now it's time to go vote. And it really looked like what the left is about.
Is that what
Like,
Democrats
the
are
guy was
doing?
so
Hiding in their
immature,
houses
dressed like
under a table?
Modern corporate guy, with a shirt and an iPhone, an iPro Max. And Obama is talking to him like a father. It's
That's
like,
not a kobold. Kobolds are like
because
little
women's rights issues,
lizards.
Because abortion, like we need to codify.
They're
Roe
they're
v.
like
Wade.
little
We need to get out
draconic
from
creatures.
under the table. I can
They don't
give you
have
a link
hair.
to that if you
They have scales.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
the Democrats are trafficking right now, is their message, which is hysterical fear.
Exactly. That's their platform.
you don't
is
vote
basically,
Democrat,
you should
we're
be
Nazi
afraid of
Germany.
the other guys. Orange man bad, which is like, fucking what decade is it? Jesus. And abortion. Also, that was another thing that I wanted to analyze, which was that when they talk about abortion being a big issue, and I mean it's a middling issue as far as importance, but there are a lot of Americans that care about it.
Mhm.
They don't even bother to explain to people that some of those people that really care about abortion want it banned nationally, and the reason that they care about it is because they're far right.
Mhm.
It's not quite as big a number as the number of people that want like Northam abortion, but it's comparable. It's still in the double-digit range, and they don't even take that into consideration.
Well,
That'll be some of the turnout that we see tonight.
Well, everything is described in absolutes, right?
Yeah.
So basically, they're talking about they're gonna take away the gay right to get married. It's like, where? How are you gonna pull that off? You're gonna actually, in this day and age, pass a law to.
All right. I hear Matt and Blonde are on early. Thought they were going to be at 9. Yeah, I don't think they started yet. Let's check out Liberal Hive Mind.
I wish that Shaq was my real-life big brother.
Hey, little bro.
Turns out some wishes do.
He's looking at the map.
What is this website? This is New York Times. It's extremely, extremely annoying. You should get the results the day of, period.
Alright,
Have blue balls after this. by the end.
He's staring at the map. Let's check out Steven Crowder. Wow, he's got like 200,000 people watching.
In Pennsylvania, but in Pennsylvania, in the I can't remember the name of the county, but Scranton is there. They ran out of paper and they fixed that. They extended voting hours.
Right.
Yeah. But in Arizona, they're not. They extended voting hours in Georgia, by the way, but in Maricopa County, they're not. So just in case you're saying like, hey, that seems inconsistent, correct.
Yeah, nobody could find a state.
Don't worry about it.
That you come in.
Totally consistent.
That's what I was just like, Best Buy's just like, come on, we have ink. What are you talking about?
No, we're good.
We have lots and lots of ink.
Oh, we need to ensure the integrity of our election. Someone call Kinko's.
So funny.
By the way, after that, the reporter asked Carrie Lake, hey, do you come with the ballot?
Yeah.
She said, stop it. Grow up. We have our predictions to make, but before that, actually, we are going to get to, do we have them? We have
Scranton.
Them do I have it taken down? All right, so pop them up on there. We actually have Donald Trump Jr. All right, Donald Trump Jr. Don, are you there, sir?
I am here. How's it going?
Well, we're doing pretty damn well. Of course, all things considered, that there are going to be some votes stolen from us here
Donald
tonight,
Trump
but,
Jr.,
it
Mountain
still
Man.
looks like it's going to be pretty good. How are you doing?
Listen, I feel good. I feel like the red wave is happening, and we're gonna overcome the margin of bullshit.
Yeah.
Or cheating, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yes. Well, both are acceptable. And by the way, this is one thing. This is also, I know your family has streamed on Rumble here. We've been setting the record here this evening for most people ever off of YouTube here on Rumble watching live. So this is kind of case in point. YouTube, Facebook are no longer needed. Enough people are migrating, and this is the first election where that's happened. That's a silver lining.
Listen, I love it. I'm a big fan
200,000.
of all of this red state economy
Not
stuff.
bad. As the stream interrupts on schedule or hiccups.
I think if you ask Chris Pavlovsky, Rumble CEO, I think I was the second sort of like verified user on Rumble almost 2 years ago. So I'm a believer in supporting these things and having Americans go out and seek out other conservative companies. And like I'm sick of giving my money to someone who's then going to go support woke BS causes and all of that. So there's a lot you can do, and we should all take the time and effort to do that. Like I've been helping Michael Steifert over at Public Square, who literally is like the Angie's List of like conservative values companies. If you're traveling, like find a coffee shop that shares your value. Like help put their kid through hockey practice rather than some leftist commie organization that's going to be.
Why's it got to be hockey practice?
That you hate.
Why's it got to be hockey practice?
Because everyone can play hockey, Stephen.
No. Why couldn't it be street hoops? Little NBA Jam.
Well, it could be that too.
Okay, all right. Well, that's fair. I just wanted to make sure. No, I saw Mighty Ducks 2.
Yeah.
The knuckle puck was played in the basketball courts of inner city Los Angeles.
It was a ghetto hockey team that made it eventually.
You can't walk through Skid Row without stepping over a goalie's net.
Inner city hockey is huge.
It's a big thing.
Now, I'm not a fan of McConnell, and I am a fan of Rick Scott. And you have others in there that would be very good.
Right.
I mean, the problem is he hands out, because of his position, he's able to raise money, and he gives money to, a lot of senators.
I know.
And,
got Donald Trump on the
they
blaze.
call me and they say, "What do you think?" And I say, "Take the money. Why not take the money?"
When you are looking for candidates to endorse, what are you looking for? Because you're the one who brought a lot of these people who are really becoming superstars. What is it that you look for?
Well, a lot of them. I mean, Kemp, and Kemp was another one that I endorsed. in Georgia, governor, and DeSantis, as you know, he was out of the race. The race was over, and I endorsed him. And he went from no chance, zero
Hung
chance,
Cal leading now
to winning the
in
race
the Virginia
an
race.
hour after the endorsement went out. And then
I want
got
Hung
him
Cal to
past,
win Loudoun County.
who was really a superstar at the time. Now he turned out to be a crackhead, you understand. But this guy was their big superstar, him and Stacey Abrams. And he was going to beat DeSantis, and I gave him 2 rallies. We averaged 52,000 a rally, 52,000 people. We had a big one up in Ohio and another big one, as you know, last night, and another big one 2 days ago in Miami for Marco Rubio, who just was declared the winner. And they're great. The rallies I gave DeSantis were incredible, and he ended up winning because of those rallies. And so he was, it was good. He's done a good job as governor.
What was it
a
that you
lot of
saw?
Republicans that have done a good job as governor, actually.
What was it that you saw in Carrie Lake and Dr. Oz?
Amazing how she's turned out. I mean, she had a great sophistication. She had an amazing presence, and an amazing presence also on television, which, as you know, in this world is pretty important.
Yeah.
Unbelievable energy. I mean, I'm very concerned when I hear about, in Arizona, when I hear about the whole thing with the many broken machines. 20% of the machines aren't.
Trump keeping his eye on the shenanigans in Maricopa County.
But they don't register. That's even worse.
Right. It's my understanding that was taken care of this afternoon. So they are
that
back
happened
on.
Today.
I know.
Right.
Bad. And Dr. Oz against Fetterman. I've never seen anything like it. Fetterman is It seems as though between Biden, Kamala, some of the older Democrats that are running the party that really are out of touch.
Because they're not running the party.
And now Fetterman, it seems as though
they're
the Republican
puppets.
or the Democratic Party really wants somebody just to be a warm body that somebody can tell them what to do.
It's an interesting combination you just named. It's true. But no, it's ridiculous. If you look at our election, I mean, we did so great in Georgia. And, I don't know if you noticed a few days ago, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled that I was right, that all those votes, all those ballots shouldn't count. And they said from now on they won't, but they didn't say anything about the 2020 election.
Imagine the novelty of a court ruling. Yeah, you actually do have to follow the law.
We had that in many cases, many states, Wisconsin, Arizona. We had a lot of all different things. They cheat many different ways. They don't just cheat one way. But they are the best cheaters in the world.
The best cheaters in the world.
How do you get elected when you have no God, let's say in Texas, no God, no guns, no oil, and then you're supposed to win a race? But how do you get elected when you have open borders and no voter ID and high taxes and weak military and all of these things that they have? The Afghanistan disaster, the way they got out. How do you get elected? How are you a 50% party? And one of the ways is they cheat. And they cheat like nobody's ever cheated before.
They cheat.
So,
says the Donald.
I call them cheating and misinformation.
Yeah. They're claiming
the way they
that
give out misinformation is rather brilliant, actually.
They're claiming that we're the party of disinformation, and now Elon Musk is even misinformation. Will you go back on Twitter now that Elon Musk? Do you see that?
I have something that I think you're familiar with, but I have something called Truth, and Truth has been amazing. Actually, I like it better. I really think the associations and everything else are just far, far better. If you look at Truth and you see what's happening on Truth, and I own Truth also, to be honest with you. So it's like, and it's become quite valuable. We have, millions of people on there, millions, and it's gaining rapidly.
But
and it's a voice, and it's not going to be taken down, et cetera, et cetera. They want me to go badly on Twitter. I think it was 270 million between Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I had a just about number one. When Zuckerberg came over to have dinner at the White House, which was, ridiculous when you think back at it. But he walked into the White House and he said in front of the First Lady and myself, first words, congratulations, you're number one on Facebook. I said, thank you very much. And then all of a sudden I went from having hundreds of millions of whatever you want to call them, to having nothing. That's a big shocker to the system, right?
Well, but when you announce that you're running for president next week, I mean, you'd want to be on all platforms, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I really like Truth. It's growing so beautifully, and honestly, when I put out a Truth, we call it a Truth. They love the fact that I was able to get that term. You know, they're just thrilled with it, Truth. It's the Democrats are thrilled that I have that name.
So,
but you know, they do everything they can to get in the way. They have the SEC, they have everything else. There's never been a weaponization like they have, and certainly never to me. They have. If I fly over a blue state, I end up before a grand jury in 2 days. You know, it's the craziest thing. These people have gone crazy.
Just to clarify, so when you announce that you're running for president next week, you will not. You'll just be using Truth.
So here's the good news. They really want me. I really had a big impact on Twitter because, you know, when I went on Twitter 12 years ago, it was a nothing failing platform. And then it became very successful. When I got off, that was enforced. But when I got off, it went to hell. And Elon wants me to go back on, but I don't see myself going back on at all, no.
Okay,
I'm very happy.
I don't...
Remember, when I put out a Truth, it goes onto Twitter anyway, so it's sort of the same thing, I guess.
So let me try one more time. Are you announcing that you're going to be running for president next week?
I'm going to announce that I think you're going to be very happy. Both of you are going to be very happy based on what I just heard.
Clearly, Trump is running. Come on, who's he fooling?
We have to bring the country back.
What other announcement could he possibly be making?
And we're going to end up in a nuclear war. And I've been good at predicting things. We're going to end up in a nuclear war. This is horrible what's happening. You know, I call it the N-word. You have two N-words. Both of them are unacceptable to use or even think about. And one of the N-words was the nuclear word. And I will tell you, I've never heard that word used so much as I have in the last 2 months.
I know.
It's used on an hourly basis. You cannot, and I know the destructive capability because I was president. I fully understand the destructive capability would make World War I and World War II put together look like peanuts. And we have a man that doesn't know what he's doing, and he's actually causing this talk. And it's not acceptable. Not acceptable.
Mr. President, thank you so much for being on the program tonight. Thank you for all that you've done for the country in the past and what I think you're planning to do in the future.
Well, thank you very much.
Millions of Americans hope.
Amazing job you've done over the years, and thank you both. Thank you both very much.
God
Appreciate
bless you.
it.
You bet. Donald Trump.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. I think he's clearly running.
Can I say some good news?
Yes.
They just called New Hampshire already for the gubernatorial, so Sununu might have enough coattails to bring Bolduc over. And if Bolduc comes over, it's going to be a massacre in the Senate.
You were predicting earlier 56.
I do think 56 is possible. Yeah.
And what has to happen to get us to 56?
Well, Washington and Colorado.
Yeah.
Colorado is the state that, and everybody told me I was crazy a few weeks ago, and then Trafalgar did a poll 3 days ago that had that within the margin for error. And the only reason when I was telling you to watch Colorado, Glenn, I honestly didn't know the names of the Republicans.
All right. Actually, Fetterman isn't crushing it. What happened is they reported the mail-in vote first for the two biggest counties, which is Allegheny and the county that Philadelphia sits in. So that, was a foregone conclusion that he was going to look like he was up big. They're calling it the Blue Mirage. Since what happens is the same-day vote is what we have to wait for. Let's see. Let's go back to Timcast here.
President, what happens to the state? I'm just asking hypothetically. What do you think happens to those voters?
I mean, it depends who.
That might be pissed off that he would need, that might not vote. I don't know.
Again, Beto is not leading in Texas. What you're seeing is early vote totals. Beto is he's not winning in Texas.
been that big of a DeSantis fanboy because I don't even know his foreign policy. I'm very critical of some of the things he actually implemented and did in Florida. But I think out of the two, we're seeing a battle of ideas that I think is worth testing. I think this battle, a lot of people are trying to avoid, but I say let the best ideas win. Let them go at it. I think DeSantis would win in a debate, in a conversation, especially with all the ammunition that he has. But that's just my perspective from what I'm seeing. And either way, even if it's DeSantis, I'm still going to be critical of DeSantis myself, to be perfectly honest
But
with you.
why split the party and go through all that drama? Why can't he just stay and do a good job at governor like he's been doing? Let Trump lead the way.
that.
And there would be no DeSantis without Trump anyway, right? Like, he's the one that paved the way for this populist movement. He's the one that DeSantis pretty much has all his mannerisms from, right? Like, DeSantis is following his lead. Why not let him carry out those last 2 years and then go?
Well, before that, it was also
the
the Tea Party. It was also individuals like
Yeah,
Ron
no.
Paul, that kind of.
All right, this doesn't really do much for me. Whatever. Let's go back to Charlie. Charlie Kirk's show seems to be the one doing this, the more in-depth analysis so far.
Okay, that's just the way Ohio works. Really, really good sign. If Kemp was up by like 8 on Herschel, that would be a crisis in the Herschel Walker camp. That's really bad news for Raphael Warnock. Very bad news.
The night's not getting better for Stacey Abrams.
No, Stacey Abrams is done.
The night is getting much worse.
Stacey Abrams has been defeated. Robert Francis Rourke has been defeated. We're just done. That's over. Okay? Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Pennsylvania. Jack, do we have much of anything?
Again, actually, we do have one thing, is that Mark Elias not only has been hired to work for Fetterman, to fight to
Already?
get all of these
You see that?
undated and these
Mark Elias,
misdated
the
and
Clintons'
these,
lawfare expert.
probably even unsigned. He would put
Election law lawsuits.
counted. But I'm also hearing that Mark Elias's law firm is active here in Maricopa County, Charlie, because Mark Elias's
Mark
law
Elias
firm
is the
is
Democrat
now filing
lawfare
motions
guy
to
for
block
elections.
the extension of the voting times here in Maricopa County. You hear that? Mark Elias's law firm. This is the guy who supposedly loves democracy. It's all about power of the people. It's all about we have to help you. Why is your law firm trying to shut down?
Super chat coming in
when
from
we know
Circle
the
of
entire
Snakes.
world knows there were issues
Crowder
in
is going to
Maricopa
have
County.
Fetterman on
all
live.
we're saying is
All right.
give the people some extra time to vote.
Is this a bit?
And you're standing.
Well, you're telling me that there's going to be a Fetterman bit?
RCP average at the time of the election, right, meaning before the open day, up by 3.5. Now, the RCP average, this is what we're using, RCP because it's an aggregate of the polls, only had Lake up by 1.7 5 weeks ago. So you notice what always happens is then it closes and they end up getting closer to what happens during election time. And I know what people will say. Oh, that's just because they're getting it's more accurate. The race is tightened. Well, hold on. Why would the races tighten at all, and why would it switch over to Lake from Hobbs? Dobbs? No, it's Hobbs.
Hobbs, like Kelvin and.
Yeah, she's trying to correct me. Dobbs.
Yeah.
Okay, Lou.
Yeah.
I'm on it. What hour are we in? 1? Oh,
so we see this. So 5 weeks ago, far wider, and then it narrows. Now, let me give you an example that this is a trend that we see, and I don't think that it's a fact.
He's talking about the polls. It's these bullshit polls.
You're undecided.
The day before election day,
that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
They
Like,
magically adjust to all show the Republicans ahead.
Decided to switch. Well,
They
here's a trend
spend
that we see.
weeks
For
and
example,
months
look at
telling
Donald
you it's
Trump and
the
Biden.
opposite.
We had the RCP average, right, going into Arizona in the election. Biden was up by 0.9%. But 5 weeks before that in Arizona, they had Biden up by 3.6%. So you see it
talking
again,
bullshit.
really.
You guys say Adams on sticks. Let's check out sticks.
You definitely, are way more involved. I haven't been paying.
You're a pessimist. You see the glass as 1/3 full.
No. I don't focus. I've been kind of taking a step away from politics. Not away, but just a few steps back more, because I realized, to really fully grasp politics as a whole, you have to study history. You have to know who everybody is, and it's a lot of work. And I really like science. I like talking about space stuff, and so I've kind of geared my show to, I talk a little bit about politics, kind of like the pressing stuff that's happening.
I'm right there with you, man. It's tough to talk.
Guys,
politics
stop
all
trolling
the
in the
time.
chat. Telling people that they called Texas for
I don't know.
Beto. Stop.
you know, I know that you're much more versed in this instance, so I know you're pretty on point with it. So I hope you're right. I want you to be right. Sounds
So
awesome.
what is it?
So you give 20s or 30 or so in the House. What about pickups in the Senate and for the governor's slots? Because we've already had several gubernatorial slots called now.
Which ones have been called? I have been, because I did
Super
my
Chat
show
from Mighty
and then
Balzac.
I went and had some
How
food
about
and
a
then I
quick
joined
sip
you.
for
We have
Carrie Lake?
DeSantis in Florida, among others, and Abbott is now leading in Texas, and Kemp is handily ahead in Georgia. And
Okay.
those are three big predictions that I made that those would all hold. So,
Well, DeSantis doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
In the slightest. I mean, Chris was, I don't even know what he was. He was just he's one of those, I'm not my opponent. He's one of those guys, you know. I'm not him. And it's
well,
like,
he's a former Republican too.
True, and those are the worst.
Yeah.
The formers. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my camera. I can't figure that out. I'm trying to. I keep
So
flashing
refresh
it out.
my memory, Sticks. What is your final count, House? Final count, Senate?
I think that it'll be a net of 40 to 45 in the House.
But final numbers. What are those? The numbers?
That's the number of pickups.
I know, but what's the count?
I don't have
235 to
ish, yeah.
Ish.
And in the Senate, I think that the GOP will have 52 to 53 at the end of the night.
That's what I'm
thinking. Some people are thinking 55 or something, but I mean, I can't really bet on either Arizona, where we see some problems, in Maricopa County, perhaps.
Yeah,
certainly Pennsylvania.
I just want to know what the hell's going on in Maricopa County. Is anyone on the
Well,
in
I
the
mean,
chat
in the House, it's still
in Arizona?
Even 35 would be pretty close to that.
Yeah,
that's pretty
I mean,
significant.
bottom line, are you
But,
able to vote in
considering how
Maricopa
many
County?
are already solidly under control before.
Some people say yes, some people say no.
What I want to see is a lot of pickups.
If you
on
go
those
there,
ones that are called
even if you have to
toss-ups
wait an hour or two,
and/or
are you
lean
able
blue.
to cast your vote?
And then I'll say to myself, oh, okay, there is a ground shift politically going on in this country. But I'm worried that there's just way too much fortification, you know.
That's the.
All right, let's do a quick look up on the elections here. We've got, let's see here. Let's go to Real Clear Politics. Don't see anything updated yet. We got all Senate results so far. Nothing big. Yeah, just so far everybody's holding serve. Chuck Schumer held in New York. Vermont was a Democrat hold. South Dakota, South Carolina, Oklahoma special election. Kentucky, Kansas, Indiana, Florida, Alabama, all Senate holds for the Republican Party. So far, the House is basically a Republican gain of 5. I don't see any Democrat gains yet. All right, let's go back to the Charlie Kirk show.
Hispanic.
Just pick one, man. Just pick one and go with it.
30,356 to Cassie Garcia, 22,691. So it's about a 57-42.
Very good. Okay, email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Someone says, Charlie, if my drinking phrase was "we'll be fine," I would be inebriated by now. Because I keep on telling people, we'll be fine, we'll
I'll
be
play
fine.
the Charlie Kirk drinking game,
We'll be fine, we'll be fine. By the way, everybody, please consider taking out your phone and subscribing to our podcast, Charlie Kirk Show Podcast. Every single phone has a podcast app. It really does bless us, so please consider doing that. Okay, we have something to report here, Jack? I'm sorry, that's something else. I was looking at something else.
No, that's
okay,
something else.
Yes, I got it. Okay, so looks like Ohio is widening. We can put that aside. Oh, what do you know? The Georgia Senate race is within 15,000 votes. We're going to keep. I think that Herschel's about to take the lead.
Oh, is Herschel about to take the lead
in Georgia? I really do. Yes.
I just want to comment on something. You know, we talked about Ben Collins kind of having a conniption fit. We're pulling that video.
Oh, can you play this?
We're pulling that
please
video.
do.
We actually have the full 145. If we want to play the 145. Studio, can you give me a
let's
heads up
just
if
for
we
a
have
second
it?
there.
All
As
right.
we do that, I
Play
do
the
want to
video.
mention
Play
we're
the
getting a lot of
video.
emails about Illinois.
Do
I'm
it.
sorry, guys. I know I was like basically one of the top volunteers in the Rauner campaign. I don't see it. J.B. Pritzker's going to be governor. I don't. I know the numbers really well. You got to run up the score in the collars, and Darren Bailey did not do that. I'm sorry. It's just not there.
Are you seeing any chipping of the armor? That's the question.
No, I mean, if you're losing Lake County by 15 points and you're losing McHenry, those are going to tighten after
Play the
early
video.
ballots, but the turnout there just wasn't there. It's such a structural disadvantage. So you take one county, for example, DuPage County. That's Hinsdale, that's Downers Grove. I mean, I know that's the part of the world really well. It's now a 16-plus Democrat advantage there. I mean, you just can't. That used to be Judy Biggart's district. It used to be really strong Republican territory. Bruce Rauner won every single one of those counties, and it was still a tight race. And so I'm just not seeing it. Now, it is possible that those tighten once there's same-day voting, but it's a 16-point delta with the volume of votes. I'm not trying to be a downer. I'm just telling you, Illinois happens to be where I cut my political teeth, so I know those counties pretty well. And that's just the way it is. New York is closed. Polls in New York have closed, everybody.
There it is.
Let's go around the horn. What other polls just closed here? And tell me when we
closed
had
at
that sound,
9
Andrew. I
9
think that's
p.m.?
important.
Yeah, we've got it. We've got the full clip right now.
Do we have it?
Okay,
Well,
connection
tell me
fit
when we're ready to play.
incoming.
Let's play that.
Play the
This
video.
is
Let's
amazing,
go.
everybody.
Collins.
And while it's in the break, also consider emailing me freedom@charliekirk.com.
Connection
Let's
fit
go.
video.
Disinformation and misinformation are two different things, right? One is when you just get something wrong, and the other one is when you deliberately get something wrong, or in fact create something out of whole cloth and try to sell it as if it's true. Are we seeing wholly invented fake news, wholly invented false stories about Arizona, or are they just spinning and distorting what amount to small kind of normal distortions in the electoral process over the course of the day into something that seems more nefarious than it is?
Yeah, it's the second thing, Rachel. With this stuff, they take a grain of truth, which is, there were a couple of vote tabulation boxes that were
just
20%, and they took a
boxes.
video of a person announcing this to the group. They said basically, just wait in line or put it in that third box, and we'll deal with it later. They will be adjudicated. They will be hand counted at the end of the day. But that wasn't enough for some people on the internet who had to then wildly hypothesize about what was really going on with the ballots, because that's what goes on in this space. You got to remember the backdrop
Michigan
of this,
just
Rachel,
closed.
which is that there is this very big documentary in the pro-Trump internet called, by the way, we should put documentary in quotes there. There is a film called 2,000 Mules by Dinesh D'Souza
2,000 Mules bashing.
that alleges very ridiculously that there are what he calls mules, people dropping
Oh,
off things
no,
into ballot
oh,
boxes and all
no.
of these things, fake votes
There's
all
no
throughout
ballot
the country.
harvesting.
It's been widely and
completely made up.
continuously discredited and debunked. A good one from this weekend was from John
Debunked.
Oliver, if you want to watch one of those.
Debunked.
That is
Oliver.
really taken hold in an underground way on the pro-Trump internet, and people have just been looking around for really
Debunked.
anything funny that happened or any small thing that could be blown out of proportion. And that's exactly what's happening in Arizona.
Everybody, email us your thoughts, freedom@charliekirk.com. That's exactly what happens in Arizona. They're talking about us, by the way. Those terrible people.
Some people on the internet.
Hey,
Trump
guys,
wing of the internet.
Guys, polls have closed in Arizona. We're about to get some Arizona drops now
Whoa.
as we continue to march westward.
Polls
And
closed
as
in
I
Arizona.
predicted,
Let's get
Texas,
those
the
numbers.
gubernatorial race, Greg Abbott is up 6 points on Robert Francis O'Rourke. He's going to win by 10 to 15 points, which is a great. That is a
Beto getting
great
his
sign,
ass-
by the way.
his shit
That is a
kicked in
really, really good
Texas.
sign for the structure of
Abbott
Texas
up by
and
6.
also all that out-of-state money that's been trying to impose their values on Texas. We're about to see a big inversion in North Carolina. We're about to see Ted Budd take the lead there against Sherry Beasley.
Interesting. Rhode Island House 2. The Republican Alan Fung is down 4,000 votes.
Alan
82% in. So we're going to assume that that's day of votes that are still to be counted. So to your earlier
usually
point,
advantage
Rhode
is the
Island
Republican.
House 2 is
If
very
he's only
much
down
in play.
4,000. He's got a
Very
good
much
shot.
in play.
Herschel Walker just took the lead in Georgia.
Herschel Walker takes the
And
lead.
I don't think he's going to look back. It's going to be back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
You don't
and back
catch
and forth,
Herschel
but we're gonna
from
be just fine.
behind, ladies and gentlemen.
Herschel just took the lead, everybody.
Herschel's got
Yep.
the ball. He just ran ahead of Warnock.
His team is very
You ain't
confident.
catching up from behind,
He's at
Raphael.
the 20.
Yeah, I was just talking to Herschel's team. They're very, very
He's
confident.
up 9,000 votes with 55% in. So Herschel is
Yeah,
up
look, that's going to be a
9.
nail biter, guys. But the fact that he's taking the lead this early, I wasn't expecting that for another hour or so. So that's a great sign. That is a really good sign. Now, the question is how many buckets of ballots they're going to find in
I was
Fulton
going to
County
say
and
we
Cobb
got to
County.
we have to sweat out the fortification
Well,
now.
the judge
Denied.
said no. Yeah,
Denied.
of course not.
Yeah.
That sounds about
Ridiculous.
right. Of course,
Absolutely
if Republicans
ridiculous.
are disenfranchised,
Yeah.
they don't get any extra.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem in Georgia. Just one note of caution. DeKalb is still only at 7% in, and Warnock is winning that county
And now Warnock
87
just
to
retook.
11.
Yeah, Warnock just retook the lead. so
Warnock-
it's going to go back and
Warnock
forth.
took the lead again.
One
So-
note of caution there.
Yeah, but look,
DeKalb
there's
has
got
a
a
lot
hand
of
on Herschel.
outstanding
There's a
votes.
ton of counties left, though, guys. There's Pickens County, there's Bartow County, there's Lumpkin County, there's Banks County, there's Stevens County,
let's-
there's Irwin County.
Let's take a quick look over at Hassan over here on Twitch. Oh, really? We got to deal with a Twitch ad?
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the
I haven't
Hyundai
watched
you've
Twitch
always
in like
wanted.
an age.
With America's best warranty.
They really
and
make
up
you
to
sit
3
through
years
a
complimentary
30-second
maintenance.
ad?
It's your
Unskippable?
journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0
This
payments
is
for
crazy.
90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway sales
Yeah, I'm
event.
going to go out and get a
Look at
Hyundai right now.
2020 and the presidential race. Joe Biden getting 73%. So we come back here. I just want to check. So Senator Warnock doing what he has to do in Fulton County, at least at the moment, as we continue to count. Then you go over to Cobb County, right? You see, it's a more competitive suburb, but Joe Biden won it by 14 points. Now let's come back to where we are and look at the Senate race in Cobb County. And it's a 20-point race. So around the Atlanta area at the moment, Warnock there doing quite
Why
well.
is
what he needs
Hassan
to do.
biting
I just
his
wanna come over here to
his
DeKalb County.
fingernails?
Again, only 7% of the vote here, though. So in Atlanta and the suburbs, Senator Warnock is running strong. The question is, where are the Walker votes coming from? So let's see. One of the challenges was, do the Trump voters turn out for not Donald Trump, right? Well, that's where Brian Kemp helps. Even though Brian Kemp and Donald Trump are in a feud, you have a Republican governor running well ahead of Herschel Walker. Republicans are coming out to vote. And in these counties where it's, again, it's a small population center, it's less than 1% of the vote. So you say, well, it's not significant, but there are dozens of them. And those votes add up. This is a 28-point Donald Trump district, and there you see Herschel
Does
Walker
Hassan
running up big
ever
margins.
talk-
Stop
the
Check on
steal.
governor's race here. Governor's running up even slightly bigger.
Stop
margins
the
in these
steal,
areas.
folks.
There's.
How did Trump do? How
Oh,
did
sorry.
how
Let
did
me
Trump
come.
do
Let me come back there. We'll come on back there.
So 65 for Walker, and 67 for Kemp.
And 64. So Brian Kemp running a little stronger than Donald Trump in that rural area there.
So this is what's interesting.
So I don't get it. Do people just watch Hassan watch TV all night? I mean, does he talk?
County, there's Sumter County, there's a lot of county. Can I just comment on something? So a couple things. So it's too soon to tell whether or not it's a red wave or a red ripple or a red tsunami. White upper class women in the Northeast are not delivering for Republicans. It's not. So that, remember we said that could end up happening? It's not materializing. There is one last variable though. There is one last variable that could turn this night into a very bad night for Democrats, and that's Hispanics. We have not yet seen where Hispanics are landing yet. Miami-Dade, we do not know how that's going to end in the Rio Grande Valley, and we do not know how that's going to end in, right, Savannah?
I mean, I'm excited because, again, I've been to these areas, I've been to the border quite a bit, and the Hispanic community has a lot of energy, again, behind the Republican Party because of what they've seen, what they have been put through. I mean, remember that the majority of people who live on the border are those Hispanic families directly affected by the bad border policy that's been pushed. So I have a lot of faith. Also, too, we are seeing some of the results coming out of New York. I'm taking a peek at these congressional races. Of course, across the board, we are seeing...
As I mute Savannah for a second here. I don't watch Hassan normally. That's not my thing. But is he normally like that? Does people just watch him watch TV? I'm trying to get what is the basis of his fame on live streams other than his relationship with Cenk Uyghur. I mean, does he just watch TV and you watch him? I don't get it.
We're seeing a good night. It's too early to say if it's a great night. Now, Andrew, I have a theory, though. I think the West might shock the world. I think inflation, crime, immigration, woke values, Arizona, Nevada might actually outpace the red wave of the East Coast. Am I wrong in thinking that?
I think you're right. I mean, there was a couple precursors that we heard about in some of the news reports, namely Hispanics, right? You touched on that before. I mean, NBC had this big sort of like five alarm fire article about how Hispanics, the vote seemed like it was depressed. They were worried they weren't going to come out. They were going to stay home. So Arizona, Utah, Nevada, to a lesser extent, but yes, still in Colorado and Oregon. I think that's an X factor that could absolutely be a determinative factor. But again, if we start seeing good signs out of Colorado, right, closer than we expected. I'll be really honest with you. I don't expect Colorado. I don't expect Joe O'Dea to win. I don't expect Ganal to win. But if we see those really close, that could be a good sign. If we see Mike Lee definitively beat McMullen, I think that's going to be another great sign.
New York
Keep your eyes out
about 9
on
minutes ago.
Smiley in Washington.
So we should be getting
and
some
then
numbers
the
out of New York
Oregon
soon.
governor's race. That's where we need to look.
There's some troubling news out of Georgia. It's not awful, but Kemp is running 8 points ahead of Herschel. That was what I was afraid of. So what I think happened is that the suburbs of Georgia are breaking, and that if Kemp is running 8 points above Herschel, that's going to be a task for Herschel to overcome. I'm going to be honest. That's going to be a hill to climb.
That's a big split ticket.
We'll see if that holds, but it looks about.
I mean, are
if I'm
people
looking
in
at
Georgia
the
just
same
smoking
consolidated
crack?
data, that they've counted a little bit more Kemp vote. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Kemp is running 8 points above Herschel. It's amazing. Oh, by the way, it's now called Greg Abbott has defeated Beto O'Rourke.
Beto has officially lost.
Do we have something for this, right?
Just hang tight.
Is it done?
We'll get it. We'll get it. We don't. Apparently, it got lost in the shuffle somewhere, but we've got it. It's coming.
You know, one of my favorite things to watch this election cycle has been Beto O'Rourke being shouted down at every single one of his rallies in Texas. And I think that's great, right? Everyone nationwide needs to go and let these political candidates know that they do not want them destroying their cities. They do not want them destroying their states. Be vocal. Go, get loud and take your country, city, state back.
We do have that clip.
Let's play cut 126 as we say goodbye to Robert Francis O'Rourke.
Goodbye,
Hell
Beta.
yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. The question is, how do you feel about NFL players who take a knee? No, I don't think it's disrespectful. And I can think of nothing more American.
I can't believe you're a sick son of a... If we come to a deal like this to make a political issue. Don't like you. Why don't you get out of here?
I really love that Black Lives Matters and other protesters have put this front and center to defund, in some necessary cases, completely dismantling those police forces.
Maybe funny to you, but it's not funny to me, okay?
Goodbye, Robert Francis O'Rourke. It was nice knowing you.
Bobby,
all right, so we're looking at more polls closing in real
has
time.
anyone wasted
so how are
more
we doing
money
on? Can you guys kind of get me a
governor
vibe check on the
in the history of
Texas
politics than Beto?
Congressional districts, Rio Grande
How many
Valley? How are
hundreds
we
of
doing with
millions
those
of
heavy
dollars has he
Hispanic
wasted
districts?
just
By
to
the way,
keep
Ted Budd
losing?
is now up 22,000 votes in North
I'm looking
Carolina.
at the 15th
That's
right
dumb.
now, so that's Monica De La Cruz up huge. The Republican down on De La Cruz for Garcia. Garcia's still, there's not a lot of votes in there, but still it's still 42-57 for the Democrat for Quay. I'm going with Quaylar on that, by the way.
Yes.
And then I'm not seeing the rest for
Flores. Look, Flores is House 34.
Yeah.
Flores
34.
is
She's
losing
trailing.
49-9 to 47-1. So she's but listen, that's like 1,500 votes, and 36% is in. Again, she won this in the special. This is now for a full 2-year term. I'm feeling good about Flores.
Yeah.
I am too.
That's
Beto the
1,500
beta.
votes with 36% in. Again, we're looking at early votes versus day of. I'm feeling good about it.
All right, let's check in the Matt and Blonde show. They should be live now.
As you guys just noted, under Pennsylvania law, they can't begin, the counties can't begin scanning and counting those mail-in ballots until right now, until 7 a.m. on Election Day. The acting Secretary of State, Hoda, saying that it could be a few days before they have a good sense of the winners here.
It is not going to be necessarily an early night here in Nevada this evening, and that is because of state law to ensure a fair and accurate vote. It could be 10 days before we have the final result here if it is close.
Blonde are not talking much. We'll get back to them. Let's check back up with the quartering. Oh, you guys say he's got actual Justice Warrior on?
Right, he's at 30,000 votes in Queens to 70,000. 30%.
Does this mean there was it's mixed? Must mean yes. Yeah, wait. Oh, we want governor.
Okay, we got some numbers out of New York.
I wanted. Yeah, governor
Yeah,
here.
that guy was gonna lose. Like they're like, what do we got? They're like, we'll just run some black guy. Hopefully he'll beat Schumer.
Yeah, black Republican. Hopefully, too many people know their name. That's you have. I'm really interested to see. What I'm really wondering is if they're going to have, any changes in the Senate. What is your prediction there? What did you bet? What did you bet on? Any major changes in Senate?
I didn't bet the Senate races. I wish I would have bet Oz, because I think he's gonna win. Although it's kind of pathetic that a doctor might lose to a guy with brain damage.
A dude with brain damage.
Here's
exactly.
Georgia. Brian Kemp pulling ahead.
Oh, by the way, the Michigan governor race, like we definitely want to keep track of that.
I don't think Whitmer's gonna lose.
Tudor Dixon.
I mean, if
might
Whitmer
beat,
lost, that would
what's
be a
her name?
shock
Gretchen
to me.
Whitmore.
Yeah,
and, like,
Gretchen.
In the
Tudor Dixon, fielding another Republicans fielding yet another beautiful candidate.
It's the MILF-off.
Yeah, the
MILF-off.
And here's the interesting thing: Tudor Dixon won Grand Rapids. Where's Detroit? Oh, Detroit hasn't reported yet, so that's an issue.
Detroit is Wayne County if you find it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 0%.
Yeah, no reports.
Yeah.
Just like last time.
Yeah, right. It'll be 400,000 of them at 3 a.m.
The vote sinks.
Yeah, I mean,
after midnight, you'll
she's,
go. Okay, how many votes do we
she's
need?
holding her
Okay.
own. If I look at, come on, give me something in Wisconsin, you little turds. 0%.
Okay, I'm starting to get a little tiny bit happy because Zeldin now has 24% in Brooklyn, which, I thought he was going to get slammed in. 30% in Queens.
He's sneaking up. He's at 25.8 of total.
Uh-oh. Lee Zeldin.
They're still only reporting New York City, so...
That's what I'm saying. That's all they've got. New York City
I was
votes.
hoping the Jewish voters were going to come out for him. So Zeldin has been endorsed.
They are going to. That's what my local Jews told me, is that they're
the
Hasidic
they put the word out.
Your thing
the Hasidim are going to vote for the Republicans
James
this year.
Jones says we know which Pink Floyd song to queue up if Fetterman wins. Yeah.
So
it's weird. I refreshed it and it still hasn't. I still see 25.8.
I have 26.
Oh, 26-1.
Yeah.
Oh.
Could Lee Zeldin?
It's a long way from 30.
Take her
it's
down.
a long way from 30. Let me distract you a little bit. Let's look at.
Well, I was going to say
Georgia.
about the Jewish group. So like these groups almost overwhelmingly endorse Democrats. And remember, Chuck Schumer ran in like this Brooklyn Jewish district, and he's Jewish himself. The way that they endorsed this time was Zeldin for governor, Democrats everywhere else. So
interesting.
Yeah, and like
Zeldin, they have to
is,
live there. They need somebody who's gonna, like the Jewish community has obviously got some
voting for whoever's going to win those particular
for those
districts.
of us that are in the know. A certain community having a problem with Jewish people is not like a new thing. There's Farrakhan exists. This is not. There's like everyone's like, what? Like, have you ever heard of Farrakhan? Have you heard like all these prominent NFL players who follow him and
celebrities. It's a
rappers.
huge thing. Like But Zeldin is religiously Jewish, and New York, like the only reason I'm talking about the Jewish vote is because it's New York, and we're talking New York City. Like everywhere else, they're tiny percentage except for LA. There are over 1 million people in my city, so like they matter as a constituency.
R. Valera says Schumer, the undead senator, can't lose. He prints his own
Schumer,
ballots.
the undead senator.
Ashley
senator.
K says Vance has pulled ahead of Ryan in Ohio State Senate race. What? Bruno Champagne. Hey, Jay, long time follower, really long time. 60K followers-ish. First time super chat. Anyway, left Tim stream because too many egos. Glad you go live more. I think you should make this a regular thing. Take care. Hey, by the way, you know, make sure you also check out Sean's channel, Actual Justice Warrior. He's on Rumble. He's on Odyssey. Do you just not upload to YouTube anymore?
No, I upload. I upload to YouTube.
Okay. Yeah.
I do the thing where it copies my log over there.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. So here's interesting. It looks like Herschel Walker's fallen behind a little more. He's down 116,000 votes. Well, thank you everyone for the generous super chats tonight. I really appreciate that. I'm going to use it to buy drugs.
Yeah, he needs Kemp to carry him. That's his biggest issue.
Herschel Walker's
Is
only
that
problem that I
he's
see is the
kind of a
split
crap
ticket
candidate.
voting, which
Herschel
is always odd to me.
Yeah, totally. He shouldn't even be this close, but it's just that's how mad people are at Democrats in some states. Where was the Senate? Oh, not in Georgia. It was in Ohio. They said, right?
Yeah. Let me go to Ohio too.
Oh yeah, Vance.
JD Vance
50.3%
is leading Tim Ryan.
45% of the vote in.
The county map would be crucial. If Cleveland's in, then that's a wrap.
Well, Columbus is 3-1.
Cleveland is
and they're
Cuyahoga
50%
County.
in.
They should check Cuyahoga
Cleveland
County.
is 35% in, and it's 73-27 there. I mean, it's going to be close. Columbus is 30% in too, though. There's a lot of votes from Columbus and Cleveland.
See, if we had one of these polling nerds, they tell us what like the percentages in these counties mean, and because we're saying it's close because it looks close, but like some election nerd would be like, no, it's over already.
Oh yeah, because I mean, you could see like if you look Cuyahoga County, they have another. I mean, let's just do some nerding, right? So let's just say this holds. It's 120,000 to 44,000, so it's 80,000.
We'll check back in now. We'll see if Matt and Blonde are talking yet.
They also had a big influx of people escaping corona tyranny, so there's going to be some kind of selection bias when it comes to voting.
Yeah, from New York.
Yeah,
I
like
would've
all
thought
the
they would go the
conservatives
other
that
way.
left New York City moved to these areas.
No, a bunch of Dems from New York came here too.
That's true.
I'm pretty impressed because last year it was a little. I was kind of thinking it was going to go blue the next election round.
That is
But
encouraging, though. Maybe I shouldn't scoff at all the California plates around here. Likewise, maybe they've learned their lesson.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm not familiar with that outfit, Red Eagle Politics.
Are you in Florida, or are you just a Florida watcher?
Yeah, I'm in Florida.
All right, so you got to feel pretty good about the direction of your state, then. At least there's that.
I do feel pretty good.
Yeah.
When I got to the voting precinct, there's only Republicans out there. So that was
all right.
pretty cool too.
87% reporting. So, and it's almost 60-40. DeSantis leads over Christ at this point by like 1.5 million votes. So that's good to see. All right. Well, I'm glad to hear it, man. Did you have any closing thoughts before we let you go?
Georgia, you suck. Don't come here.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, man. Have a good night. Okay. Hey, Mustache Asian is hanging out. Mr. Mustache, Are you there?
Long time no talk.
Yeah. Last we heard you had gone to Michigan, right?
Yeah, I'm here in northern Detroit. Well,
What?
Detroit, north of Detroit. I mean, I'm not in Detroit proper.
I was
but
gonna
still
say,
Metro
Matt and
Detroit,
Blonde have a
yeah.
following in Detroit.
Yeah,
What?
so I mean, it's kind of interesting to see. There's, like I said before, there's interesting balance of at least there's a diversity of opinions actually up here, rather than like people can fly Trump flag without getting their houses smashed or burned.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Did you
that's encouraging.
you think Whitmer's going to hang on?
maybe, but I don't know. I was getting the ads.
Why do
recently
people think
drive me
Whitmer was
crazy
going to
on
lose?
YouTube.
I don't
It's
know.
like freaking
I
Prop
just don't
3,
think Michigan
like,
rolls that way.
lies. Like every single, almost every single video I watch on YouTube, always pushing the Prop 3 lies, and also jurisdictions, wants to ban abortion with no exceptions. It's like, fuck off.
Pretty much every ad around here that's in any sort of contested race, and there are a few, Democrats and progressives are heavily leading into the abortion issue, which is a weird strategy in this state for reasons both political and legal. But anyway, I didn't mean to. Did you have other topics you wanted to bring up in terms of the election?
Just overall, I don't know. We'll see what happens here. But it seems like the House race is like Republicans are crushing right now regarding that part, and hopefully, we can, like in Michigan.
Said he's from
seems
northern
like,
Detroit.
Of course, overall, it's like the rurals are all
Not
red,
in Detroit,
like
but north of
most
Detroit.
states, right? And the bottom right corner, the Detroit area is all blue.
That's what it looks like so far. I'm looking at the Michigan map right now, and everything is pink, as in suggested or predicted to be red. But the final results are yet to be determined, except for the Detroit Metro. You're right.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, it's I guess, yeah. Anyways,
All right.
yeah,
Well,
that'll be all for tonight.
All right. Godspeed to your state and to you. Glad to hear from you.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you. You too, man. Bye.
Okay, we could take at least one more before we try to meet up with Frank here. Egrin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, first question.
Oh, very chipper.
In Montana, were there many judges that were incumbent, or there were some judges that actually were having to vote? You had options to vote other judges that were.
They're talking about judges now. I'm not particularly interested in Montana judges.
He told their story. He told the story of Middle America. He told the story of the Rust Belt, how it became the Rust Belt, how it became gutted, and he rose up to be their champion.
Yeah,
that's
right.
the story of J.D. Vance.
That's right.
And they tried to just obliterate him in this.
All right,
this
so we can put to
election.
bed Ohio, we can put to North Carolina. Hopefully, Wisconsin will be able to put to bed in about an hour. Marco Rubio is done.
Vance
Chuck Grassley, I'm
is
sure, is
leading
fine in
in
Iowa.
Ohio.
I don't even think it's worth
Grassley
looking
was-
at.
yeah, Grassley was pulling up
Look,
like
these trends
12.
are there, but the trend that is yet to materialize is same-day Hispanic Latino voters. We do not know what that is yet. We do not know same-day Hispanic Latino voters. And so I'm going to go to some of these here. For example, in Texas 28, that's the one that we were looking at, right? That's one that we should win. That is a race that we should win. And let's see how we're doing. Texas 28, Cassie Garcia, or we can win with 52%. Yeah, she's down pretty significantly. How about Maya Flores? How's she looking?
Let me take a peek.
Do we have the
here.
map up here? Yeah, can we get the other map I sent you guys, the one more similar to that, Ryan?
Myra right now is a little,
You can
she's
hold
down
that for now.
too.
It's fine.
She's down 1,500
Mhm.
votes, which is 49 to 47, only 36% in.
So people say, Charlie, what do all these points mean? By percentage points, guys. So if I say they're up 3 points or up 4 points, that means they're up percentage points on the other.
Well, we can call Paul Gosar, Congressman Paul Gosar.
Yeah, that's been called.
With 0% in, they called.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's not going to be a question. Okay, guys, I want to remind you guys to register for AmFest, amfest.com, December 17th.
Unfortunately, they called the Virginia race in Loudoun County for Cal's opponent. I just saw that. I was hoping the reps would pick this one up, but no. Virginia 10, I believe, is could not overcome the intransigent Dem voters of Virginia District 10. So Real Clear Politics has less races called than the Google maps of the races. Well, technically they're showing the Associated Press map. So they got the Republicans leading right now 40 Senate seats to 39. Bud is ahead in North Carolina with 63% of the vote counted. Let's see here. Any place else that has a significant vote counted? That's just more information. All right, what do we got here? Holy shit, Marco Rubio destroyed Val Demings. So we have about 90,000 votes separating Warnock and Walker, with 58% reported. All right, so that's too close to call. Oh, I see what they mean about North Carolina. 64% of the vote in. Ted Budd has a lead there. What's going on in Virginia? No election. Pennsylvania, Fetterman with only 18%. See, look at how far down Fetterman. He went from like 90% up to now 58% with only 19% of the vote counted. So you see what a big deal it was that the first votes they counted were those mail-in votes. Yeah, let's check out what's going on. What was going on in out west? Here we got Iowa, Chuck Grassley. Oh, forget that one. That's not even competitive. We got Missouri, Eric Schmidt versus Trudy Bush. Well, we know which way that one's going. Colorado already reporting numbers. 39% in. Does not look good so far for Joe O'Dea in Colorado. And if we switch to governor, we will see that Beta has been defeated in Texas by a pretty wide margin. It's looking like 7 points, 7.3 points. Let's go back to the Senate. So we got Arizona, no results yet. Obviously, we don't know what's going on with the Maricopa County nonsense. Let's check back in with Sticks, see if he's got a new guest.
Come to you till later, you know.
I'm going to check up on the House races here, too. Not the individual races, just pickups, etc.
Ah. Maybe we'll check in with the Fox News stream. Let me refresh this window.
And mail-in ballots. So it can work. And it worked in 2020. And it seems to be working now for the Republicans. And the state has some certainty, which I think is so important for people's belief and trust in the system.
It's exactly right. And what happened in Florida was that they went through the hanging Chad experience and they said never again.
Right.
We're going to fix this. So they open the ballots as they come in, and then they start processing those ballots. And if you live in Florida, you can trace your ballot.
Right.
On a website. Here's where yours is. We have it. It's been counted. You know, so why haven't they learned that lesson in places like Pennsylvania? I heard Carrie Lake today said, if I'm elected, we're going to clean this thing up and we're going to make sure that it works well.
I think you're going to see new Republicans propose that. And it's incumbent upon them to do this. Again, we talk about trust in elections and belief in democracy. It's so important that people in both parties really have faith in our system. And every 2 years, we're going to have this stagger effect in the election cycle.
The first thing that you should do if you're a Republican in one of these shady states.
They picked up 4 House races in
I think
Florida.
you should,
Again,
you should shore
Republicans
up
need
your
5
election
to take
system.
control of the House. We'll see how the rest of the country flows. But it's looking like it could be, anywhere from 15 to 30 seats in the House. But there is a disconnect, it seems, with the Senate races that are really tight, at least as we're looking at them right now. How do you see it?
Well, I think right now I'm watching what Zeldin's going to do in New York, because there could be as many as 5 House seats that flip out on Long Island. That is fascinating. And he might win, he might not win. But if he comes within 5 points of taking it from Hochul, that is really significant. But look, in the end of this cycle, whenever we cast the last votes, it could be, a mixed bag for some of the MAGA candidates. But look, this is the process. So you have to have, run great campaigns, and it's a complex electorate with a lot of issues that are bubbling out there. But I'm telling you, Carrie Lake was discounted. I mean, I was kind of for the other candidate, and she really turned out to run a great race in the end.
And we should point out, I mean, they could end up with 3 seats pick up in the Senate. I mean, it's early, and we don't know how these races are going to turn out in the end.
And again, Don Bolduc in New Hampshire, keep an eye on that. I mean, we don't know what will happen. Hassan is favored to win, but we don't know at this point. He could actually pull it out.
I can't tell you what's going on in New Hampshire. I have
and we've been
no
going
insight
through
into
all
New
of these
England
voting
politics.
rules for all of these states. There's so many states where they don't say we're going to count the mail-in first. Then we're going to count the day of.
I always
then
thought
we're gonna
New
go to
England
our
had a
original ballots. This
strong
is the order that we
libertarian
do it in.
streak,
So
but
when you start
somehow
getting this voted
Democrats
in,
up there,
I'm looking over your shoulder,
you
Laura,
know,
I'm seeing
seem to
that
have an
things seem to be
advantage. I
changing
don't
around in
know
Ohio
how that
right
works.
now.
I always thought
just,
Vermont and New
that's the kind of
Hampshire
thing
were
that
like, you
people
know,
it fosters distrust.
one of the states'
in
the
the
motto
system.
is
I
live
think
free or
also
die,
to the
but
point
you know,
that,
how do you
were
do
talking
that and
about,
vote
like,
for
philosophy
Democrats?
earlier.
The
Look,
authoritarians.
depending on what O'Day does in
Made no
Colorado,
sense to
if
me
he
that.
loses by a bigger margin than some of the other more populist conservative candidates, that's something to take into account.
Bernie Sanders, I get.
If Mike Lee
But,
wins
like,
by a massive margin
a regular
in Utah,
Democrat that
that's a
believes
loss
in
for Mitt Romney.
Democrat authoritarian
so
nonsense.
There's a divide in the party.
How do they
The
survive up
populists,
there
I think, have
in
the
places
edge
like
right
New
now.
Hampshire, Vermont,
but again,
and Maine?
it's a long night ahead.
It is, and it's great to have you here.
Great to have you.
Joining us is Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel. Thanks so much for being here. Your initial impressions of tonight.
Well, I think it's going to be a long night. I think your analysis has been spot on, but I do think looking at Florida, where we were 4 years ago was in recount territory for Rick Scott and Ron DeSantis, both of them within 1%. And to see what we have seen tonight really is a seismic shift, and I think a lot of that's going to come from the Hispanic population. The RNC's had community centers in Miami-Dade for over a year. We've really engaged with the Hispanic population in Florida on top of voter registration efforts, coupled with the Florida GOP and the DeSantis team and Rick Scott and Marco Rubio. I think that's a huge, huge win. What's happening in Virginia looks really good, but we've got a long night to go. I'm very optimistic.
Ronna, what about the Senate races when you look at those tonight? What are your thoughts?
I think they're all going to be tight. We're seeing Clark County have some pretty good numbers for Republicans. We'll see if that holds. A lot of it's going to come down to Election Day vote. You look at Pennsylvania right now, all you're seeing right now is the absentee voting coming in. Democrats get a huge lead in Pennsylvania on absentee, and Republicans vote on Election Day. I was there this morning. And then Ted Budd, I think, is doing really well in North Carolina. He's going to pull that off. I think JD, we have most of the absentee in Ohio. We're getting Election Day vote now. I think he's going to come up. It's going to be a tight night, and I think Georgia, Walker's doing well. It's going back and forth, but I think we end up picking up at least one seat in the Senate, flipping the Senate and the House.
You know, we talked about the New York governor's race, and we said Lee Zeldin, he's going to be the first Republican to carry Staten Island in the governor's race since 2002. It's having an effect, obviously, the issues. When you look at the issues that played well for Republicans and ones where you think you lost a little ground in some of these races, how do you see it, Ron?
Yeah, so I was in New York this week, actually, with Kevin McCarthy, campaigning for Anthony D'Esposito, George Santos, and that, you know, Long Island area. I couldn't believe how many Zeldin signs there were, and we're hearing about really strong turnout in Suffolk and Nassau.
You didn't see
across
Hochul
the
signs
state,
out.
People were telling us
really
we
saw
need
these
Lee
Zeldin
Zeldin,
signs.
and the crime issue is so ever present on the mind of New Yorkers. And Lee, I think he can win, but I also think he's going to help us pick up House seats. Of course, we won't have results in New York because their voting laws, again, delay results. And I think what you said about Florida tonight is spot on. The rest of the country can get this right. And for
how about
the
just
Democrats
copy
to say
Florida?
that Republicans aren't getting this right on elections, look at Florida and look at Ohio, very large states that we're going to get results from tonight because they know how to run elections, and that should be the model for the country. We shouldn't be having to wait weeks to get results like we probably will in New York.
Ron, a quick answer if you can. You said Pennsylvania. Did you say that all of the vote that we've seen so far, you're saying is all the mail-in vote, that they haven't started voting counting day of? Do you know that?
You're getting mostly mail-in right now. So they started processing the absentee votes at 7 a.m. this morning. So you're going to see this influx of mail-in votes, and then you're going to start seeing the election day vote come in. And that's where we're going to win. We knew we were going to go in with a deficit because of the absentee voting. And then we knew we had to win Election Day by close to 60%, which we did in 2021 with a Supreme Court race there. It's going to be tight. Trump won Pennsylvania in 2016 by 44,000 votes, and it's going to be within 1% either way. I think Oz has the momentum, And I was on the ground with him last night in Montgomery County. I feel really good, but it is going to be a very tight race.
Yes, it is. Ronna McDaniel, we appreciate your time.
So meantime, the battleground state of Georgia, home to two of tonight's biggest races for the Senate and for the State House. Lawrence Jones is in Central City at the Central City Tavern in Alpharetta, Georgia. Hi, Lawrence.
Hey, good evening, my friend. I want to say morning because I've been up since this morning here in Georgia. And the reason why we're here, guys,
he's in a tavern.
Martha, you know we've been doing these focus groups all across the country. We were here for the primary, and as you know, Brian Kemp
Central
was able
City
to
Tavern
go
in
against
Alpharetta, Georgia.
President Trump when it comes to his endorsement in that primary. And when you talk with the people, the reason why they went with Kemp is because they say they know the guy. They believe that he fought for them during COVID. He's good on the economy. Gave them
Oh. What happened to their stream?
there was this big race now between Warnock as well as Walker, and it's close, but it's not that close between Kemp. So tell me why that's the case here in Georgia.
Well, I think the Democrats ran a good campaign against Walker, but it's not a personality competition.
They did? Oh, they took the feed down. Probably Fox like, hey, let's look over here on MSNBC. No, this is the one I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. Charlie Kirk. $63,000 people.
So
watching,
Ken,
not bad.
tell them to sit down and squat in that polling place, film them, and we're gonna get there's literally a DOJ hotline you should be able to call, but the Department of Justice won't be bothered for that. So email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Herschel is gaining on Raphael Warnock. That's it. Herschel has taken the lead. Herschel has taken a 2,000 vote lead with 67% vote. The smart guys are saying all of a sudden they think that Republicans are going to take the Senate. So this is a good night. It's going to be the question is how good. We will not know that until the American West comes in. That's the question.
That's the thing. That we got a lot of West Coast states that we have to wait for the polls to close.
Take a peek at the Georgia Senate election. We have Herschel Walker. And
Walk us through that.
So they are currently tied basically right now. They're both at 49.1%.
Georgia Senate race.
So that's what's happening in
teeters
Georgia.
on a
Just wanted
seesaw.
to take a peek at that because that's just like you said, Charlie, a very tight race over there.
With a lot of counties out.
40,000. Yeah, it's just about 2,000 vote lead.
Wow. Jack?
For Walker.
Yep.
Going back up to Pennsylvania, Oz is gaining. Oz was at 40 the last time we counted. Now he's back up to 43. We're still only about a quarter of the votes in Ohio. J.D. Vance pulling away. J.D. Vance is just pulling away Ohio.
With. Yeah, I'm more worried about some of these House races in the Rio Grande Valley. That's really where my focus is going. I really want to see Republicans take some of these House races. The question is, are we going to have a 20-seat majority, a 10-seat majority, or 30-seat majority? The night is too young to know, honestly. We do not know.
Yeah, Myra Flores is down by 10,000 right now.
Yeah, Herschel Walker with a 3,000 vote lead. My goodness.
Vote dump in Myra's district then.
What happened?
Let me see here. I haven't checked on Right Side Broadcasting in a while. Let's see what they're saying.
A judge has
talking about a
ordered
judge.
the polls to stay open until 10 p.m. Eastern. That's 19 minutes from now because of voting issues.
Yeah, he's in Pennsylvania. See, Maricopa County, no, you can't extend the voting time because that's a Republican area. But if the Democrat area, Philadelphia, has problems,
so we know that
keep the polls open.
From 7 a.m. until 8. And he just said the truth sets you free. I agree with that right there, of course. But the polls open at 7 this morning. They were to close at 8, but in one county so far in Pennsylvania, they are closing in about 18 minutes from now because of voting issues. Now,
okay, so we know how that goes. Check back in with Sticks. Wasn't Razor Fist supposed to be on? Did I hear that wrong?
Not my fiance Natalie. We've been trying to get a U.S. legally. Yeah, that's been a problem for 1,000 fucking years. Viola, prophetic. You're one of the smartest political commentators online. I tell my friends.
Guess not. He's reading through his super chats.
he did not see a complete wipeout in the following midterms, and that was George W. Bush because of 9/11. They wanted to rally around. They wanted to rally around George Bush and not play politics too much and go out there and get the people who did it and just wrap this one up and call it a win for America. Well, they're obviously trying, and it's so pathetic, to really sell this January 6th event as 9/11.
Yeah, color me shocked that most of them are. We are to the point now with J6. I'm not even joking. Just
and
go
we
and
need to get together
do a
because
man in the street
democracy is on the
interview
line.
here in New York and just
that's
ask
where all
about
this
it.
we're
I
voting
bet
for
you there's people that
democracy
don't even
and it's
remember
on the
it.
ballot and all that crap
what?
is coming from
What happened
it. And
January
it's so
6th?
weak.
Did you see the moment on CNN earlier tonight? We were talking about it a little bit before you joined, but they were going through the exit polls, and they had their correspondent describing what people care about, and it's inflation, and abortion was sort of, I would say, a little bit surprisingly high. But there's Dana Bash. Well, this can't be. Our democracy is not listed as in the top 5. Oh, it's not here. How could this be? Says Jake Tapper. And the moment of realization that you're completely detached is somewhat gratifying. We'll see if the results follow through, but I did enjoy watching that one.
I did. I love that. I've been going through all the clips that I can get on Telegram and on Citizen Free Press. I love the gasping when they saw that there is a gigantic lead. There's the swing when you consider the Miami-Dade being 30% in Hillary Clinton's favor not too long ago, and to see that there's nearly over a 40% swing back the other way and Miami-Dade has gone red. That's incredible to hear the gasping going on there. But like you said, Dana Bash, that was my favorite clip of the evening. That was my favorite clip of the evening. That and Claire McCaskill. I don't like these people very much. There's something that's cathartic about just laughing and then loving their torment too. Like right. I said it earlier. I will abandon all my principles just to make sure that Dana Bash feels uncomfortable. I will vote for whatever makes her feel uncomfortable.
You're going to have to fill in for me on this show then. Abandoning all principles is exactly what many of those with bloodlust in our audience would like to see me cross over to achieve. So maybe I will follow your lead.
What are you two stubborn on? What is the audience wish you would do a little bit more of?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose just general urge for vengeance and willingness.
Yeah, he's always talking about due process and not killing people arbitrarily.
Yeah, not killing people. I start there. No, like a hesitance to, I would say, sometimes even a hesitance to make people die on their own sword. But that's as far as I'm willing to go. Is if you set up the sword, I'm not going to help you when you fall on it and die on it. I do admittedly have a hesitation to wield the sword myself.
All right, I want to see this clip that Matt is talking about. I think I found it. Just going to paste it in here. This is Dana Bash on CNN. Shocked to learn that people don't give a fuck about January 6th.
What we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected. We obviously don't know yet.
And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even in here. It's not to say that it's not an issue for people, but it doesn't even come close.
Well, what I do think is that the numbers in these exits do not line up with what we were seeing in
it's
the polling
not in
data.
here. Yeah. No data, it's not. Oh my god. All right, let's see if they're all done talking about silly shit on Timcast IRL. Sometimes you roll the dice with Timcast. Sometimes they get to talking to some silly shit. For most of the night, I mean, at one point, what were they talking about? Transgender somethings? I don't even remember. What? Really? We're gonna have the clean air, green jobs ad? 73,000 people watching Timcast right now. What is taking so long for the stream to load up? Whoa! Who dropped the $200 super chat bomb on Timcast? Alright. For whatever reason, it's not loading up, so we're gonna have to move
Show
on
up,
from here. We
fumbling and bumbling, being like, I'd like to be involved. And then one Antifa guy goes in the middle of the crowd and chucks a water bottle at the cops. Fighting erupts, and now the regular people are involved in a clash with police going, I didn't do anything.
He's talking about Antifa. I want election numbers. Come on, let's go.
I don't know about the governor's race. Herschel right now has just, increased to 30,000 vote lead, which is great. I'm confident Herschel's going to pull this off, but boy, it's not going to happen easily. It's going to be there. Yep, that's right. The media just called Ohio for J.D. Vance. Did we not call that an hour ago?
J.D. Vance takes Ohio.
Hey, okay,
J.D. Vance.
Yeah, it's done. It's over with.
Booyah.
People said, okay. Anyway, so around the horn. So Pennsylvania, we do not know, but I'm telling you, they're gonna try some very serious shenanigans.
Philly's
in
going to
Pennsylvania.
Philly. What can I say?
Oh, it's terrible. So look, I'm confident in Georgia. I think Herschel's going to pull it off, and then Arizona in just a moment. The whole nation's going to come on to Arizona and Nevada. The whole kind of weight of the country will be coming on to here.
Arizona.
And we have been kind of hyping it the whole time. Could we get some deep dive on New York, by the way?
Who called J.D. Vance already? Who called it?
I did.
Okay. I was just making sure.
Yeah, but I mean, it's done. It's over.
Yeah.
You could take it to the bank. We have not made a bad prediction tonight. I'm going to be honest, though, guys. For some of you that was waiting for this red tsunami for sea to shining sea, that has not materialized. It's a good night. It's a night worth celebrating, but it's not the 10 out of 10 night, right, Jack? It's just not there yet.
No, it's a happy night. We're running, I would say, above average, right? And I think that some people may have put the bar a little bit too high. Some of the hopium merchants out there may have set the bar a little bit too high because these are fantastic results. These are absolutely fantastic results. And by the way, we're getting an incredible delegation going to the next U.S. Congress if these trends hold.
That's actually a great point. That's
by
a
the way,
really good point.
I'm telling you, I don't care what the prediction market's saying. Just keep an eye on Arizona. We have some pretty good data. I think that's going to materialize in Arizona. Pretty good.
Update on New York as well.
Yes.
We have 26 House seats over there. 4 so
anyone
far
in
have
the
been
chat-
taken by Democrats.
Does anyone in the
One
chat
by
live in
a
Arizona?
Republican in, again, New York's 11th district. That's Nicole Maliotakis.
Yeah, so how are we doing in the third?
In the third, okay, here we go. Actually, we have Robert Zimmerman leading by 2,000 points.
Only 10,000.
But yeah, we only
10%.
have
It's just
10% reported.
Not
so.
enough. So with 32% of the vote reporting in Wisconsin, Ron Johnson is only down 3 points. Ron could very well win by 4 or 5 points, which is a great sign to flip that northern Wisconsin Senate congressional race. I'm sorry. That's really good. People say, Charlie. Mark said, Charlie, I'm so glad I don't have to hear you say about don't worry about Ohio again. Mark, I love you, man. You have no idea how many people emailed me about Ohio freaking out. And now it's fine. It's all good.
So,
Ohio has
bad
just
news.
been called for.
AOC just won a third
Oh,
term.
I'm shocked.
Yep.
Sadly, we will still have to be hearing
No
from
surprises
AOC.
there. Not a shock. Not a shock there, unfortunately. Okay.
Sadly, that's
So in the next 10 minutes, I will be able to tell you with some clarity where we stand in Arizona, and that's going to be a fun call to make, honestly. So we just got to kind of keep peeled there. As always, you guys can email us what you're seeing, what you're thinking. Freedom@charliekirk.com. Hey guys, our stream numbers are going up. Do you know what that means? That means that the cable news channels have flatlined because they keep on saying the same thing over and over again.
Exactly.
And we're diving deep into the data. This is when we start to surge, right? And so everybody, thank you for your support. We're not going anywhere. How long have we been doing this so far? What time did we start?
We're going on our 4-hour mark.
All right. Let's check Crowder for a bit.
Vetted odds before you.
317,000 watching Steven Crowder.
Because I'm sure.
Wow.
That,
he is
she's
killing it on
not
Rumble.
a red voter at all with all of her money.
Right, and there's. I thought you were going to say because of her secret lesbian lover, Gail.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
And her. Well, are you trying to say that? What is it, Stedman?
Stedman.
Is Stedman?
Am I trying to say that? Yeah, Stedman is
somehow closeted.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. It's not closeted at all. It's pretty much out in the
All right.
open.
It's not.
Unfortunately, though, he's talking about Oprah's boy toy, Stedman. So since we're so close to Arizona closing here, actually, is Viva Frey? Yeah, Viva Frey is live streaming. Does he have Barnes?
It's going to be amazing. We will wake up.
Holy
either
shit!
to a
Barnes
new
isn't
America
wearing a suit.
or to a.
I have never
hell
seen
or
him not dressed in a suit ever.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to. Robert, stick around. We'll say our proper goodbyes. Everyone else, you know where to find us.
I'm
Enjoy the night.
gobsmacked.
Godspeed.
Robert Barnes not wearing a suit. He's got some kind of sweatshirt thing on. Holy shit! That is a signature event. That is a historic event. Robert Barnes not wearing a suit. Yeah, as soon as I start watching the stream, it hiccups. All right, check in on Hassan over on Twitch. Twitch having some problems. Oh, but of course they could serve me up a fucking ad. Oh, I already want to drive. I'm gonna run out and get me a Tucson. "30-second unskippable ads."
There's never
on
been a
Twitch.
better time to-
I'm not even gonna bother. All right, so let's see if we're 5 minutes from the close of the Arizona polling stations.
Huge, and you still see many of them just kind of whistling past the roses.
Got a panel over here.
Yeah, so I definitely think, again, that this is a messaging issue that's just been missed. The crime is such a bipartisan issue. It affects everyone in their everyday life.
Could be just I got so many streams open that I'm just stepping on my bandwidth.
Because they have to keep up with politically motivated violence. And that's a type of crime that's been missing.
Well, look, on the ground, what people are experiencing
So Fox
every
News
day.
has a panel there. Are these like regular people, or is it polling people? Although this is kind of janky. It's like this alternate streaming site that probably shouldn't even have this alternative HD stream. All right, so yeah, it does not like when I have this tab open. I might have to shut this tab and only open it when I want to actually play it. That's Steve Lookner, by the way. Yeah, I'm going to shut the tab. Free up some memory. Alright, let's see what Lookner's got going on. If you remember when we watched him earlier in the night, he looked like he hadn't slept in days. Did that stream end? Really? Did Agenda Free TV stream end? Yeah, he's still streaming. May have just started a new one. Yeah, that's what it was.
In-laws are on their way, and I need to somehow get dinner together. Time to card it. Farm.
Polls close in a
Nate
minute.
Silver,
2 minutes.
who's with 538, says that quick call for Bennett in Colorado. So Michael Bennett, the Democrat, winning the Colorado Senate seat. And
Wow, they already called Colorado for Bennett? Oh, that was quick. All right, let's go. Seems like Charlie Kirk's the guy to go to for analysis today. At least his stream. It's because he's got Posobiec on there. He's pretty good.
The sacrifice the Charlie Kirk show goes for
That's
election
right.
night. Everybody, email us freedom@charliekirk.com for 115,000 closest friends. If you guys can subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, open up your podcast app and type in Charlie Kirk Show. Rumble says we are one of the top streams they've ever had. That's really good. We're very thankful for that. Please subscribe to our podcast by taking out your app. And also, we are going to be going for at least another 5 to 6 hours here. If you do want to support our program, it's charliekirk.com/support. We deeply appreciate it. Helps our tech team, helps us continue to go. That's charliekirk.com/support. No pressure if you guys can do that. Andrew, what are we looking at?
We have a little montage, a little ode to Stacey.
Let's play it.
131.
Stacey Abrams.
I ran for office 4 years ago, and we have unfinished business. I need your help to get it done.
If you want more money in your pocket, say more. If you want more opportunity in your neighborhood, say more.
Stacey Abrams
Having
done.
children is why you're worried about your price for
Is
gas.
she a super
it's why
loser
you're
like
concerned
Beto?
about how much food costs. The fact that people are voting is in spite of SB202, not because of it. For women, this is not a reductive issue. You can't divorce being forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy from the economic realities of having a child. It was about gaining the election for Brian Kemp so we could keep people out of the polling place.
I am tired of hearing about being the best state in the country to do business when we are the worst state in the country to live.
No wonder there was a 10-point delta there, you know? I mean, Warnock is not a great candidate. I mean, he is a phony
And I hope we avoid
pastor.
My biggest concern is the runoff now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I've been bracing for a runoff. I mean, explain that to everybody.
If you don't get more than 50% of the vote, then you go to a runoff. And man, we are going to go all in on that run. We are not going to let that happen again, right, Jack? We are not going to let that
Charlie,
happen.
Don't even say the R word.
I know,
That's
but
the
I will
other
say,
R word that
I
we
will
don't
say
wanna
this though:
say.
Trump did not really go all in for Loeffler and Purdue. Herschel's a dear friend of Trump. He will make sure Herschel wins that runoff.
He will make sure.
He will go.
I would let's just win it tonight.
And
Yeah,
if
I
that
know.
does happen, it happens in December, correct?
I think you're right. I think it's like
that's
December
right.
8th or something.
Yeah,
which
it's
is better
quick.
than the January.
The January was awful, man.
Yeah,
it was
no
just
good.
terrible. They got to get rid of the runoff system. It's so antiquated. It's so wrong. It's so evil. Okay. All right. Arizona ballot should be dropping any second now.
Man, this is going to be.
Come on, Arizona, let's go.
Thing. It's going to be right in any second here. By the way, my good friend Jack Hibbs is watching. God bless Jack Hibbs. We're a big fan of Jack Hibbs. Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills. Love that guy. You guys can email us your thoughts,
Hey,
your
man, she
concerns.
does run
What are you
the
seeing? What are you
Federation.
worried about?
Smedley is right.
freedom@charliekirk.com. As we have 115,000
Federation
people
president.
watching live right now. We're very thankful
In the
for that.
30th century, whatever
people
it
says,
is.
Charlie, thanks for your stream. Also beating other streams. I'm not going to say what names we're beating, but we're very
It's not
thankful
about
for that.
that.
No,
It's not about.
I just got a message from Pennsylvania. A friend of mine there. She's in Bucks County. She's a mom. She says,
Where's
"Look,
Bucks? Where's Bucks
Bucks is outside of Philadelphia, but it's particularly more a little more
Crowder
rural,
and the
even
Daily
though
Wire
it
crossing the
does directly
streams.
touch Philadelphia at the southern tip." But she said, "Look, the network coverage is painful. I'm watching you guys tonight on Charlie Kirk because you guys are giving me life."
Well, thank you. That means a lot. And people
gotta
reward us
agree.
with their
I
views.
find-
Really appreciate
I
it.
find Kirk's
So look,
stream
Pennsylvania
better
is
than
still
the,
just up in the air. I don't
mainstream
want to spend too much
media's
time on it
coverage.
because it's going to take so long to count all the ballots. We'll have a
Even
little bit
Fox
of a kind
News,
of
they're-
projection on Pennsylvania,
kinda
hopefully
slow
soon.
right now.
I want to call Wisconsin very soon. That's within the margin. But look, we don't Wapaka County, Clark County, Jackson County, my boys up in Ashland County, Iron County, Sawyer County, Washburn County, Burnett County, Buffalo County, and say this five times fast, Trempealeau County have not yet reported big numbers yet, as well as Buffalo County or Pepin County. So I think Ron Johnson's about to take the lead. I'd love to be able to announce that Ron Johnson has won tonight, which is just terrific. Let's talk about the stuff on the Rio Grande Valley. What are we going? Someone says, Charlie here. I'm a big fan of yours. I'm subscribed to the Charlie Kirk Show. Listen to you every day. Thank you so much. You said that tonight's a good, not great night for us. Could you go into a little more detail? Look, we don't...
All right, so you say Crowder's got the He's got the Daily Wire. 342,000 watching Crowder. Congratulations to him.
We've quite a tale.
I see Candace Owens is there. I see Matt Walsh. There's Ben Shapiro sitting in his usual
like
seat.
we're walking around in a perfect Dominican brown suede evening gown. Rub it in my face, Candace.
They've crossed their streams. The Daily Wire and Crowder.
Yes.
Who's going to win and who's going to lose? Just tell us that. As the Pope.
Never crossed the streams.
This is the Vans Pope. Yes. Yeah, I'm the new Vans Pope. I will say this. I would have expected Arizona, Lake, if not for all the YouTube-friendly
questions.
The
Irregularities.
fortification.
Strange coincidence.
Excellent voting procedures.
So I will.
Listen, I'm troubled by what's going on in Maricopa County. I think that it's unconscionable that you can't, in the United States of America, in the year of our Lord, respectfully, 2022.
Don't tell that to me. Tell that to Ben.
Yeah, that you can't actually effectuate an election successfully. It's unbelievable. But I still think
Good one,
Kerry Lake's
Crowder.
gonna win. I think that we're going to spend all evening fretting about Arizona, and Arizona's actually going to be a bright spot by the time that the
In the
evening's
year of
over.
our Lord.
I'm a little
Oh,
bit
don't
more
say that in front of
concerned
Ben.
About Herschel Walker down in Georgia. I'm a little bit more concerned about Dr. Oz over in Pennsylvania. I'm a little bit more concerned that we're going to lose races where it isn't because the voting machines aren't working. I have a feeling we're going to still fare. I hope. I mean, I'll be the first to admit if I'm wrong.
Right.
I'm hopeful that Arizona is actually going to break our way, even with all these irregularities.
Well, I agree with you, and I was just talking about, obviously you guys are the political experts.
Is that the euphemism we're using? Irregularities?
But I will say,
took offense to that.
This, maybe someone can clarify for me. Explain this to me like I'm a dummy without getting banned from YouTube.
I was about to say, hold on, they're on YouTube. We're not.
I know
we have
they're
the
on
freedom of not being
yes,
there.
and I would, and genuinely, I don't want you. I know you guys are probably on edge because I'm not going to do.
Like,
it.
oh, don't say it, Crowder. Don't say it. No, no, no.
I promise you, you have my word. But here's my question. They're talking, and Jeremy, to what you were just discussing there. Okay, Arizona. I think it'll be a bright spot long term. But, and this is something we sort of have all accepted, and I just was discussing this. They're saying, hey, we will have a certain percentage of the vote tonight until we
that's
might have
bullshit.
99%.
That
They just
we've
said
got to
this on
clean
CNN
that
on
up.
Friday.
I am sick of
Once
it.
we count the
Election
early voting.
day
Now, hold on a
should
second,
be
if I
election
may.
day.
Just go
That's
with me
it.
for a second. Wouldn't it stand to
None of this. Oh, we'll give you the result a week from now.
Could be counted early. I don't understand why the same-day voting is counted today and the early voting is counted Friday. Your thoughts? I may be functionally retarded. I've never heard a valid explanation.
Yeah, so this is actually idiotic state law in places like Pennsylvania as well. In Florida, that's not the way it works, right? My home, wonderful state of Florida, which I've been praising all night long for being the best state in America. Florida, they do count all of the election ballots early as they come in, and that's why they're able to get out all of the election tabulations in like an hour and a half of the polls closing. In Pennsylvania, they're legally not allowed by law to count the early ballots until the polls close.
Well, hold on. Pennsylvania, they don't follow their own laws with regard to voting.
They expected to follow our own laws.
Come on, don't throw out the law.
That's true. But what I'm saying is that a lot of these states just have crap voting procedures, and that just didn't get fixed from 2020. And in some states like Arizona, there's no excuse for it because Republicans were well, actually Katie Hobbs was running.
Katie Hobbs is Secretary of State, who also has the final say in that.
Right,
a lot of coincidences.
Amazing in Arizona. And in Nevada, it's the Democrats who are running the thing. In places like Pennsylvania and Georgia, there really is no excuse for not fixing the voting procedures at this point. Because this is it really is third world crap.
But isn't the problem? It's not even third world crap. You dip your finger in the purple ink. You put your finger on the person you want. That's how they do it in the third world. And then somebody counts the purple dots. Right. You can do it all in a day. Yeah. But we're worse than the third world.
Isn't the problem not the counting of the early votes? I don't know if we're allowed to say this, but isn't the problem the early votes? I mean, you shouldn't be voting for 2 months.
I thought you were going to say, isn't the problem the switching?
I agree. It's bullshit.
And all the fraud that takes place.
It's a joke. Of course, we're joking. Of course,
what is this? Casting votes a month before an election,
right? I mean, that's a big problem. And Republicans need to come out against it and stop it. and stop saying, well, we're just going to fix it around the margins. Don't fix it around the margins. The only reason they have early voting is because they exploited COVID to pretend that this cough was the reason why we had to destroy all our election laws. And then they kept it in place implausibly in this election, and they're going to keep it until we stop
You have
it.
2 years to plan your day, to carve out some time to go vote. 2 years to figure that out.
Yeah.
No reason why you can't do it.
Okay, I have another question also, actually. And this one is about the state Republican parties. This is a real question. Why is it that the best state in the country, Florida, they could rack up voter registrations for the Republican Party to the point where they were actually out-registering the Democrats by this election cycle?
Right.
And in Arizona and in Georgia and in Pennsylvania, apparently everybody just went to sleep for 2 years instead of actually registering voters. What the hell are you doing?
Huge.
What do you do for?
This is why Zeldin can't win in New York. Because they have no organization. Every single Republican who wins builds his own kind of.
He's right about that.
Himself. Where every Democrat who wins builds a coalition. Builds a machine.
Well, I think in Arizona, you have there's a little, obviously you can't underestimate the idea of, Hobbs being Secretary of State, who was planning all along to run for governor. And I do think that Carrie Lake kind of emerged because there weren't a ton of strong people in Arizona. Once she emerged very, very strongly. And you look at that gap that was made up as quickly as it was. Here's my point with Carrie Lake and Hobbs. All right, you're Hobbs. Okay, you're ahead. Now the gap has tightened. Now you're losing. You're not showing up for media. You're not hitting the ground. So we can talk about Republicans not.
Let's see if we get some numbers out of Arizona now.
Hold on, sports fans. 353. This is without Pima, by the way, which is going to be a horror show.
Pima County.
1.
Are they doing some election nerd calculations?
Hold on. Someone else talk, guys, please.
We are going to have math live here on the program. Charlie is going to be using math. I know you guys.
I actually love math.
Funny enough is, you remember when all of our teachers told us, you're not going to be walking around with a calculator in your pocket everywhere. You remember when they all told us that? That's why you have to memorize this.
So this is the news from
now we do.
Arizona.
Hold on.
The Maricopa drop.
Yeah, I figured it out.
We know that the Maricopa drop was worse than expected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Maricopa initial drop, 58% for Hobbs, 42% for Lake. We expected that number to be much closer.
Way closer.
Much closer.
Well, statewide, we didn't really know.
So this is, this is prepare for a long night.
Now, are we looking at, is this drop early votes or is this
so
this is
Kerry's
game
down
day?
13 points in early voting. That is more than we would like.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
way more. So
That means Indies broke less for...
That's right. So this is going to be down to the wire. Prepare for a long night. We don't know how many late earlies there were. We won't know until around 2 a.m. So first drop is not great.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse, too, because Nevada mailed ballots dropped off today, won't be counted tonight. So the Senate odds are back to 50-50. So that tells us what... I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but...
get comfortable.
Yeah,
no hopium around here.
Yeah, we're just going to shoot you straight, and that's the straight.
Yeah, so Kerry's down about 400,000 ballots. Let me keep on doing this statewide. That's without Pima, by the way. Pima's no good. That's not going to be good. 400,000 ballots in the first drop of earlies. And if you count drop-offs, how many ballots is that total cast? 841.2. There was
Pretty sure they got a left
statewide.
Democrat
that
sheriff,
means that Kerry
right?
is probably down 500,000 votes before today. And if you get 240,000 in Maricopa, and then you get
all the
we don't know the
drop-offs.
drops. It's a mystery.
That's the mystery.
You get 240,000 in-person early day, election day, and then you get another 120 statewide. That is 360. Okay. Yeah, Kerry can win by a couple points, but we don't know how the independents are going to break. So that's a huge tranche to overcome.
Not the best way that could have gone.
No, not at all. But there is a lot of hope, and we're going to stay here all night, and we're going to tell you guys and shoot it to you straight, and continue to email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. So basically the way this worked, or is working, is this as following. So that initial...
Charlie, walk us through your math.
Well, yeah, it's not like brilliant math. It's just basically we don't know where Pima is, right? Let me see these other tweets here. Hold on. I expected...
They're not getting the reporting of the numbers as quickly as I thought. Check back in with Sticks, see if he's got his guest up.
2 elections.
Oh, we got Razor Fist. Here we go.
You knew they had the narrative already kind of laid out there.
Yeah,
they have their optics game already well in harness, but yeah, I say keep all eyes should be on Pennsylvania right now because it's always been one of the more fortified election markets.
Fortified,
and it's
that's the
it's
euphemism
one
of
you needed to pay
choice.
attention
Fortified
to begin with, and on paper, optically, and in terms of name recognition, Uncle Festerman shouldn't have a snowball chance in hell. So it's a race that you guys need to pay attention to.
It's impossible. I can't.
Jokes on the voter. They're actually voting for the thing on his neck.
It's almost almost like it's revenge for Trump or something being played upon us. Biden was.
You're voting for Quato on Fetterman's neck.
Uncle Fester. That's
exactly.
That's just doubling down on a mean prank.
Exactly.
We just put a disabled person in charge of the state's, representative, one of the most important seats in the Senate. Come on.
Let's not kid ourselves. That's really his wife running for the Senate at this point.
Is not Jill Biden really the president or representative?
Woodrow Wilson mode, yeah.
Well, Biden. More than that, I don't think they have any intention of letting him serve a Senate term at all. I think that it's really to get his Marxist wife in there, really, at the end of the day.
Holy fuck. Don't they?
Oh,
what are the rules?
He's right. I think that
doesn't the party,
if Fetterman wins, I think they will find a way to say, his health is not going to allow him to serve.
If Fetterman is unable to serve after,
and we're just going to appoint his wife.
In in my state at least, after McCain died, it was an appointment by the governor.
Right.
So
I think the state did.
Yeah, so they're banking on Shapiro winning and appointing her to the Senate. That's pretty much the idea.
Are you shitting me?
Or someone he's got a short list and she's on it.
Are you shitting me? I mean, I'm not like wow. What's the source?
I am as serious as my president. So.
What's the source on this, though? That's incredible. I mean, I just want to know.
I floated this theory last week.
Really?
That even if Fetterman won, that you'd see it in a
Right,
shortly after the election, they would say, "Well, his health isn't what we thought."
I'm going to bump you. I'm going to kick you from the chat.
He's going to resign, and the governor's going to appoint his wife.
Before I could do it.
Fuck you! Bye.
Oh shit, Sticks! Sticks actually kicked V.
I missed the mark this time too.
Getting mad at V for saying that having Fetterman as a senator was good for lulz just made me snap. I'm sorry.
We've got $100 super chat from Jeff Hayashi. Keep on awakening the sleeping. Love your work and dedication, brother. Also, thanks, Sleazy, for giving me nightmares with your album covers when I was in 5th grade.
Yeah. We warped a lot of little kids.
Let's go back to Crowder.
All right.
This is why we can't have nice things like friendships or a company.
Well, look, guys. I think, hey, Andrew, Andrew, you never call me anymore. Andrew, you never call me anymore, bro. This one's for Candace.
You used to call me all the time and say, "Please get me a job," and now I never hear from you.
Well, yeah. Once I realized you had no power.
I kept telling you, no one could place you.
Crowder not calling Andrew Clavin for jobs anymore.
For nothing. All right. Well, look, guys, I think there's a lot. Do you think we'll have any final question? Do you think we'll have any concrete results here tonight? Do you think we'll actually be able to make some calls? I know the media doesn't want us to be able to, but do you think?
Green John Kerr was very clear. It could take months
That's
to
how it's
count
supposed to work.
the election, and that means the election is working. So let's all calm down.
There's only one race I care about, Stephen. You asked for long shots.
The white race.
My oldest.
Oh!
That goes without saying.
Based.
The
For
New
real,
York
though,
Senate Party. So, yeah.
It's
I'm
okay. He can make that joke. He's Italian, right? He's part Sicilian, the Southern Italian. There's
The Sicilians have always occupied an ambiguous racial
There's some
territory,
K in 'em.
which is very helpful.
Yes.
The race that I'm looking at is New York 17. Sean Patrick Maloney is the head of the DCCC campaign committee, and he could lose. I don't know that he will. If he loses, though, that is a message to not just some random Democrat in New York. It's a message to the whole campaign. It's a message actually to the entire party in the House. And so there's a very, very good shot we will get those results tonight. That would be extraordinarily satisfying. And then on those crucial races, we're probably going to have to wait until 2027 to figure out what happened.
Well, I think you're right, and I will say this too. I think this is what obviously I don't think this is the most important election of our lifetime. I think it's the precursor to the most important election of our lifetime in 2024. That's how I see it, and that's why I see the gubernatorial races. I think you guys would probably agree most indicative of where we would be if you were to hold a national election today, because obviously with the House, obviously with the Senate, less so, but kind of as you veer more towards governorships, you're talking about local politics, which is why local politics are so important. How effective you are, what kind of a campaign, right? You can have red states that have entirely blue races or entirely blue victories. The governorships here and the momentum that we're seeing there is, I think, a pretty strong indicator of where we're going in 2024. And I think, the last election that we covered, was a sort of a referendum on legacy media. And last we checked, here we're not on YouTube, we're not on Facebook tonight, but 350, 400,000 people, something like that on Rumble. This is a sort of a referendum right now on YouTube, and I think it's a good thing. You guys are building your own platform, obviously with Daily Wire, but this is, I think, a tectonic shift of people realizing we all want to be off of these platforms, but there isn't a viable alternative. Tonight, enough people are migrating away that I do think that's a really big win. Just
if Rumble is even bigger by 2024, they won't be able to silence
Candace
us.
Was actually, she brought up a very good point about Jean-Pierre, and that's how the election is working. I couldn't hear. I think that was the person you were quoting, right, Candace?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, and the thing is, it could not be a more. That's the most apt person to be making that comparison. Because do you know why? That Herschel Walker tell you that Jean-Pierre, that is one grown-up, grown-ass demon baby. Delaware, thank you very much. We'll be back later.
Demon baby. All right, so they're done.
Problems with the action.
They're done with their Daily Wire. Crossover event. And back to Charlie Kirk.
Maybe that's the best way to get it here.
Yep. All right, Jack, what else are we looking at?
Going into Pennsylvania a little bit more, and I'm looking at some of these races, and then even some of the races that I think people thought were safe or at least leaned are not trending the way they should be. Now, we're still early in terms of some of these, but for example, that House District 17, which was Connor Lamb's district, the Democrat Chris DeLuzio is running at 55-44 over there with 80% in. So that was a district that Republicans had targeted as a potential pickup. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Also, Brian Fitzpatrick, who runs the Bucks County, that's the Bucks County district, House District 1. He's currently running about 6 points behind the Democrat there, and that's, again, that southeastern district of Philadelphia. So that's only 35% in, so we're going to see what's happening. But very interesting to me. I think if I had to put a finger on it, it looks like if there was this hidden Dobbs vote, it may have happened in Pennsylvania. It may have actually happened in PA.
Mm-hmm. That is the question.
So Herschel's still up 1.581, so 1,581,000 votes to 1,559,000 votes for a delta of about 22,000 votes, give or take. That's a 49.4% to 48.7%.
Oh, so close to. That's a razor.
70.
You don't just have to win in Georgia. You got to cross 50% to avoid the runoff.
For whatever reason, New York Times has now. Well, no, the Senate composition's still at 51-49.
Mm-hmm.
That's still where the needle's at. 51-49 for them. You're still saying you're thinking 53 is still where your head's at.
No. I mean, it's too early to tell. I have no idea. I have no clarity on Pennsylvania. I have no clarity on Arizona. It's all just a guessing game right now. So, and I think we're fine in Wisconsin. We're just perfectly fine there. North Carolina is called. It's over with, which is great. But yeah, look, Arizona's going to be a battle. And
believe it or not,
yeah,
I was actually
Coconino
worried
dropped.
about North Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, look, these margins are as to be expected in the early voting totals. But
I'm looking at Michigan, and it's Tudor is chasing Whitmer in every one of these tranches. But you know what I'm not seeing? What I'm not seeing is Tudor surmounting Whitmer in any of these tranches that we're getting in. I'm just not seeing. It's a chase. She's in the chase. She hasn't given it up. Well, some of these areas.
The question is, what's been reported in Wayne County?
I wouldn't even bother.
Nothing.
I wouldn't even bother.
Once they drop that, it's going to be a big old push in Whitmer's direction. So she's
I was
going
to say I wouldn't even bother with Michigan. That's I wrote that off before today.
Okay, so basically, there's a lot left on the table in Arizona. This first drop is to be expected. I actually thought Kerry would overperform in this drop than she is. But look, it's very overcomable. Kerry's going to win by a couple points is basically what it looks like. So, yeah, so Yuma just dropped their ballots. Kerry Lake, 53. Katie Hobbs, 47. Hobbs leads Lake by 113,000.
So Kerry Lake
yeah,
won
that's
Yuma
about right. So if you're down 113,000 votes and 240,000, 360,
is
you're winning
Yuma
that 2-1.
more red than blue?
I
don't know the politics of Yuma. Forgive me, guys.
Yeah, I mean you're talking about.
Well, I know I've seen the movie 310 to Yuma, but I've never been to Yuma. I have no idea the local politics.
It's such a mystery.
Apologies to anybody
I wish we had more
from
transparency
Yuma.
on this.
Yeah. So, U.S. House is basically done. Nancy Pelosi is fired and terminated, which is great.
Already fled.
Yeah, that's right. But the question
rip
is the
that
margin.
gavel out of
right?
Nancy's
So
hands.
if it holds, I'm really curious about this. If it's holding statewide, the question is if Kerry is outperforming Mark Kelly. Outperforming Blake by 4 points. The question is how much will Kerry win by, right? And so, based on anecdotal and other data, I think that there's hundreds of thousands of people that dropped off their ballots today. If that's the case, then we're going to be more than fine in Arizona. We just don't know. So we just don't know. That number, that variable, is a complete mystery to us right now. It's just a complete variable. What's going on in Nevada, Andrew?
That's a great question, Charlie. We know we're going to have problems in. We're going to have.
Isn't Nevada the place
problems
where
in Clark County because they're not going to be tabulating. What was the actual?
Nevada's the place where the Democrats just pile a bunch of casino workers into buses.
What was it? The mail-ins aren't going to get counted tonight till tomorrow.
For what?
The Cook County's having like a personnel issue.
A personnel issue in Cook County and Washoe County. So that's Reno and Las Vegas, where they're saying they're going to have personnel issues. They're not going to be able to dig
personnel
into,
issues.
They're not actually going to be able to dig into these ballots
Cook
until
County
tomorrow.
A way not
so
to,
that's going to give us a huge issue when it comes to Nevada and understanding what actually went on there. I want to get out because I saw this headline, by the way, it's from Politico. Daily Mail's also picked it up. Doug Emhoff, okay? Doug Emhoff, the second, what do you call it, the second man, second husband?
Yeah.
Says the Democrats must back Kamala Harris if Biden doesn't run. They must consolidate around his wife and rally around her should Biden not seek a second term. It's kind of an interesting statement. Apparently said this at a fundraiser. Certainly an interesting statement to make at a midterm. We know Trump essentially made his announcement to announce yesterday. Now this almost feels like an announcement that Kamala Harris might announce.
Yeah. So let me tell you what I think is happening here. Kerry Lake is going to win the governorship. I don't know if it'll be by 8 to 10 points. That's not going to happen. Okay.
Yeah.
The question is how much does that narrow with Hobbs? The fact that Kerry's only down 113,470 votes right now, and I mean Pima has yet to report, which means that Delta could actually increase against Kerry Lake. But she can make that up with in-person election day voting, other in-person election day voting statewide, which we don't have those numbers yet, and then the people that dropped off ballots, which is a complete unknown variable, right? And so I feel good about Kerry. Blake is a big question mark, right?
I mean, like I said, it's again back. So Tyler just said he thinks we're going to win.
Yeah. Where did he say that?
He texted me directly.
Yeah, we're going to win. It's fine. It's gonna be a process, though.
I also just got a note back from Herschel Walker's team.
Uh-huh.
Think we might squeak it out, and that was in reference to whether or not they feel like
yeah, that's
they're
not
gonna
exactly confidence
No, it's not.
inducing.
But
squeak.
Remember,
no,
they're
hold on.
talking about the
But I
50%.
was specifically asking about the runoff, and he's thinking that that the way
So
that
remember,
the
in
returns
Georgia,
are coming in, he
it's
thinks
not.
they're
We're
going
not
to be able to
just
squeak
looking
it
at a
out
win
without
here.
going to
We want to
runoff.
win
So that's, I mean,
by a margin
that
where,
means
where
it could go the
Herschel
other
gets-
way, and we
Yes.
can go to
Over
runoff
50%.
territory. But Herschel Walker's maintaining
Otherwise,
his
he'll have to
lead,
go run in a
75%
runoff
of votes
election
in.
on
He's
January,
at about
December
25,000 up, and 49.4%. Right, so still in runoff territory, but maintaining his lead, which is promising.
Okay, so basically, look, there's about 115,000. Let's say worst case scenario with Pima, that's 130,000 votes to make up for Kerry, which is not phenomenal, but it's something you got to do. And let's say there were 360,000 votes about cast statewide, more or less 370,000. She wins those 2-1. Let's say if she wins those 3-1, that's 100,000. You're tied. That doesn't count the drop-offs, and Kerry Lake is governor, right? So it's
interesting. So just looking at what's been reported so far, Hobbs has a 10-point lead on Kerry. Okay, so we're looking at a difference of about 109,000.
That's what I'm
votes
saying. Yeah.
with 40%.
Is that with Pima reporting or without Pima reporting?
That is.
Pima's right near
Yeah,
Tucson.
Yeah, I got it. Pima is not reporting.
Yeah, so Pima's going to give another 20 to 30,000 vote delta, like margin for
Yeah.
Hobbs. So you got to actually. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
But so what's interesting, I mean, it's the same exact scenario with Kelly and Masters. Kelly is up 14 points.
Yep.
And Kerry's up 10 or down 10.
Mhm. That's about a 4-point clip.
So it's a 4-point delta we're seeing so
Yeah.
far.
Yeah, and
Which,
yeah. Look, Cochise is going to be another.
Cochise County.
Cochise is a great county for us, and they haven't reported in that, so that's great. So but Santa Cruz is a bad county for us, which will go Democrat. So like that's Maricopa, which is half of the Maricopa ballots. That has Kerry down 16 points in Maricopa. It's not irrecoverable, but Yavapai is going to run up the score. Mojave is going to run up the score. Coconino, those numbers are low. And again, I tell you, anecdotally and otherwise, people came in massive numbers and dropped off ballots today. In major numbers, which, by the way, that means Kerry could win by 100 to 200,000 votes, just so we're clear. It's still very much in the cards. So this is way too early to tell what's going on right now. So it's just the goofy system of how Arizona tabulates stuff. Okay, let's talk about some of the House races. Is that okay? Can we talk about some of the House races? Virginia 2 has been won. That is a flip, right? Virginia 2?
Yep.
How about Texas 28?
So
Have
the
we flipped that?
Republicans won.
QLAR? I don't know
Virginia
about
too?
that.
I don't think so.
Rhode Island is not going to happen.
Those are going to be
How
later
about
night.
Pennsylvania
Oh, but
17?
she's winning by 9 points
no.
with 95%
No?
of the
Democrat?
voting, and they didn't
Democrat.
call
Pennsylvania 8.
Pennsylvania 17, so the Pennsylvania 8. Where'd it go? Pennsylvania 8, not quite there yet. No, still Democrat up.
By the way, people are worried about Lauren
Cartwright.
Lauren
That's the
Boebert. Can you look that
Bogdan.
up? People are
That's the
freaking
Bogdan,
out
by
over
the
that.
way.
I've
No,
got 5
Boebert?
messages on that.
No, I had that was she was up 9 last time I was looking.
I don't know. People are freaking out, I think. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. Let's see.
All right. Right now, 71% of the votes in. Well, yeah, she is down.
She's down a little bit.
She's down 10,000 votes.
With 71% of the votes.
71%.
Charlie, you know what we're seeing?
She can overcome that. What?
You know what we are actually seeing, and I'm going to throw this out there. We are seeing the difference of an election where Trump is on the ballot and Trump is off the ballot.
Maybe he should have announced.
We're seeing a difference where he drives certain people out to the polls
that just don't vote for anybody else.
That they just don't come. They just don't engage in politics when he's not there.
No, it's not. Herschel Walker has a 30,000 vote lead in Georgia. Brian Kemp continues to extend his lead to a 12-point lead. That's insane. Brian Kemp a 12-point lead over Stacey Abrams. Ron Johnson is within 3,000 votes of Mandela Barnes. I fully and wholly expect Ron Johnson to take the lead tonight. Do not worry for our Wisconsin Patriots out there. We got our eyes on that.
Walker's so
look,
close
I mean,
to
I think we're
50%.
trending right now for about
he
a
doesn't just
15
have
to
to
20
win,
seat
he's
House
gotta
majority.
cross 50
That's
to
certainly
be
not
over
50
tonight.
that some people were projecting. So that is that's right there. As far as Rhode Island goes, it looks like the Democrats going to win. Up 6,000 votes.
yeah.
Seth Mazinger against Alan Fung. So that's something right there. So
Well, and it just shows that the New England isn't catching any of the wave if there was one to be had.
Well,
right?
that's the question about New York, right? So can Lee Zeldin survive all that? And you got to wonder if Republicans peaked too early with too much red wave talk, right? That's the question.
Well, okay, so just got another text from
Mhm.
Herschel's camp.
Yep.
I think we win outright tonight.
All right, good. Can I have that?
So the
Charger?
Herschel
I've heard that
Walker
before.
people think
Also,
they're going to
we're
get over
about 30
50.
minutes out from Oregon and California, our last two states from polls being closed.
Great.
So,
Well,
just some-
and Western
There's
Idaho.
a huge amount of California flips that could possibly happen. A lot of California flips.
Yeah.
How are we looking in New Hampshire? Has New Hampshire anything come there? No, nothing.
What is taking them so long?
It's the weirdest thing.
It's
Yeah, it's a small state. What takes so long in New Hampshire to count votes? It's so weird.
Line at the time. This weather, though, I mean, it did have a pretty significant impact in terms of concern, at least. We don't know exactly how it's impacted turnout just yet. But while it's been rain and high winds here up to the north near Reno, heavy snow has been falling throughout the day. Now, to get into a little dynamic of this race here, it's really, really interesting. We're here in Clark County, home of Las Vegas, and this is an area where Democrats spend a whole lot of time and effort, including incumbent Senator
Pennsylvania, going to Pennsylvania, Matron Malice.
This number of Democratic voters. But then you go to
Oh, we got screen hiccuping.
is in Washoe and in Clark County. But we've seen something really fascinating coming out of Washoe County. Those vote totals, or at least the turnout totals that we've seen throughout the day, Republicans had outnumbered Democrats 2.5 times in Washoe County. So the dependence on those rural counties for Laxalt really may not be as large as he had once expected. But we have another issue here when you look at turnout. I mean, we have early voting, but also these mail-in ballots. In this state, you could postmark your mail-in ballot by today. It will still count, or you could have the option to drop it off in person. And in some of those cases, those mail-in ballots will not be counted tonight. It could take up to 7 days. Guys?
It's supposed to be election day, not election week.
We do have a race call to make, and that is in Pennsylvania. For governor, we can now project that Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, will beat Doug Mastriano.
Pennsylvania governor's
Shapiro,
race.
The attorney general, has run a pretty strong race. He's running well ahead of the Senate candidate there, Lieutenant Governor Fetterman. We can make this call. There was a concern about Mastriano in Republican circles, but Democrats, remember, spent a lot of money putting Mastriano, supporting him in the primary. One of several candidates around the country that they did that to. Shapiro, though, to his credit, ran a pretty tight race.
To possibly
one in
win,
which a lot of luminaries came in to support him, and he will
Mastriano to win
with a pretty big spread in Pennsylvania.
Kind of shows you how bad
a
candidate
whether or not there's a
Fetterman is.
Decision between that voters have between Shapiro and Dr. Mehmet Oz in that race. We've got a ways to go before we can get to any decision there. But Mastriano obviously could not stand up to the challenge of Josh Shapiro, who was very middle of the road and was very well liked in the state of Pennsylvania. He's 56
more than 5 points
to 42
behind Shapiro
in that race. So let's bring in Republican Tim Scott, who has had a very good night and will serve another term in the United States Senate.
Another 6
he has,
years for Senator
been
Tim
a very
Scott.
popular senator and also one who gets a lot of attention on the national stage as well. Senator, congratulations to you on your win this evening. Your thoughts on your win and on what else is going on out there.
We are really excited.
Man, he wrecked that woman. Almost 2 to 1.
Senator, we're going to get the crowd to calm down just a bit. We can't hear you.
He destroyed his opponent.
Nor could I hear you. But,
okay.
I'm going to assume
He followed
that
the Conan dictum there. Crush enemies, see them driven before you.
South Carolina for an opportunity to continue to represent them for the next 6 years. Looking around the country, I'm really excited. I'm still leaning into the Republican wave. I think we're going to win more races than we lose, which means that we will be back in the majority. I would say to every single voter on the West Coast, keep pushing. We can win. And I'm excited about where we are right now.
You know, your friend Trey Gowdy, I think, has a question for you. Trey?
Senator, why was it so close?
He blew that woman out.
I didn't do all that I should have done. 62 to 37 is way too close from my perspective. I agree with you, Trey. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, why did the Democrats nominate a socialist?
I am not going to ask you what they're asking me, what your future plans are. My guess is just to go to bed and get some sleep. Are those your future plans?
Well, actually, Trey, I think you made a strong announcement earlier, and I want to make it clear that you were 100% right. One of the things
those
I have
Project
in my future
Veritas
is
videos
buying
were
the
bad.
Dallas Cowboys. You're 100% right.
I mean, she's talking to a guy who's
Senator,
in prison, asking him for names of gangsters she could have.
We asked this to Virginia Governor Youngkin.
She could run it for office.
What did you see coming back as far as the issues, and what do you take from that to, if Republicans control the Senate, what you all are going to do with a Democratic president?
Yeah, but the one thing we have to do is create the contrast between the Biden administration and common sense. So if you think about the fact that we have enough energy resources in this country to be energy independent, we should focus on that as a priority. You think about 19 months of inflation outpacing pay increases. That means that Biden has delivered a pay cut to the American people. 8 months, over 8%. Devastating impact for people who grew up like I did in a single parent household working paycheck to paycheck. We can turn the spigot off, slow down the spending in Washington. That means your paycheck will go up because inflation will go down. We have to secure our borders. If we are serious about American security, we have to stop the flow of fentanyl across our southern border. We also have to make sure that we do not.
We don't need the full campaign speech from from Senator Scott. Okay, so he won his race handily over the communist / gangster that the Democrats nominated for his state. Haven't checked in on Timcast in a while. Wonder what's going on there. Once again, though, for whatever reason, when I keep going to visit the tab with the Timcast stream, it's always screwed up.
Dry eye symptoms keep driving you crazy? Inflammation
Somebody
in your
sent
eye might be the blame.
Tim 5,000 Mexican pesos.
Like, they need advertising. They need to control their advertising network like Google does. Google's has 20 years head start on them. They also need to disperse their service platforms. So, like, their servers need to be spread out all over the place, and probably to the point where it's decentralized, because the NSA can shut down Rumble and then it's all gone. So that's a vulnerability in their system, like, technically. But consciously, I think you're right that they need, like, rock stars on the site. They need, like, a hit song exclusively on Rumble.
Look. Okay,
you need people having conversations on Rumble.
What do you think's going to happen if Kerry Lake doesn't end up winning? I mean, with all the rhetoric around corruption, I don't see Republicans believing that they could lose.
People will scream that it was fraud. That's what people are already screaming in the chat right now.
Sure. But what happens?
Roll with it. I don't know. We got to make a system where it's on the blockchain and we're able to look at the code of these programs. We have to. I mean, we cannot trust the systems.
We need to. We can't have voting machines that have proprietary code and that keep breaking down. That's for sure.
And I'm not claiming that they're cheating. I'm just saying you cannot verify whether they are or not.
Well, yeah. So yeah, paper ballots perhaps. But my question for you guys is, what happens if these locations where
does he want him to say the words?
I mean, look, it's very early. Kerry Lake, she was up in the polls, wasn't she? I'm pretty sure she was doing well in the polls. Let's pull up the governor projections.
She was behind in the primary.
She's consistently been up in every poll. So I actually think she may still win. I think it's very early and she may still win. But Kerry Lake is up in all of the polls for November.
All right, so they're talking about the fortification going on in Arizona. What Matt and Blonde talking about? We haven't checked in on him for a while. In on them. Pardon.
Republican majority in the Senate. And they stonewall
they're
Biden
looking
on
at
pretty
Arizona
much everything,
too.
and Biden tries to do executive orders on things as he's done. He gets shot down in the courts. So we basically have gridlock, which is an improvement, I would say, but maybe not ideal. But the one thing they can agree on is massive spending bills to Ukraine.
Yeah, to Ukraine.
That's the one thing they come together to do, say, in the spring. First order of business, perhaps. Say
All right, so they're talking to a caller about Ukraine. Back to the Charlie Kirk show, I guess.
Break in our direction. And so here we go. I mean, look, here's the good news. I think we're going to win Georgia. We're going to win Ohio. We already won North Carolina. We already won Ohio. I'm sorry. Wisconsin is fine. Ron Johnson's going to eke it out. Wisconsin, he's a great candidate. Let's see how he's doing there. And
yeah, he's doing great. It's 50. Barnes is up 50.3 to 49.6, but there's only 52% of the vote in.
Yeah,
so he's down less than a point with 52%.
Yeah, with a lot of same-day voters that are about to tabulate. And Ron Johnson just is
I'm
so
really,
great,
really glad about Stitt in Oklahoma. I can't tell you.
Yeah, that's really good. Actually, let's actually see.
There's nothing on Mike Lee yet.
How that is trending here. So, in the 3rd congressional, the 3rd congressional in Kansas, the Democrat held on. That was an easy swing, and she won by 13 points. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
That's
she's a pretty moderate.
moderate-ish.
Well, I'm just saying with the low information voter.
So I'm adjusting my model. I think we take the majority by 10 to 15 seats. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
We're, just so you guys know, in all the races ranked as toss-up, we are trailing in 17 out of 24 right now.
Yeah. New York Times has it 227 to 208, which would be a 19 seat
Fine. That's
advantage.
We'll see.
Now they've moved the Senate now to 50-50.
Yeah.
Toss
Well,
up.
it depends. It depends on Masters. Depends on Arizona. I mean, it's going to be a battle. Yeah, Chuck Grassley won in Iowa. We're fine. We're good. So that's to be expected.
Was anyone worried about Iowa?
They spent a lot of money against him too. So people says, Charlie, tell me about the Senate. Do we have to worry? It's really all going to come down to Pennsylvania. I mean, basically it's Pennsylvania and Arizona and Georgia. But we held, look, in the year where it looked like doom and gloom, we held Ohio, we held North Carolina, we held Wisconsin. And look, I mean, Mitch McConnell got outspent, didn't deploy his capital correctly, and he was too busy spending $9 million up in Alaska to go boost what's his face. To go boost her what's-her-face, Murkowski. So there you go. Email us your thoughts, freedom@charliekirk.com. And it looks like it's going to be a long night in more ways than one. So, Jack, your thoughts?
Well, I think it's interesting. I think that a lot of people were going into this, and we watched the rallies last night, both the Trump rally in Ohio, the Kari Lake rally here where we appeared, that people were going into this very bullish. I think people were thinking that this was going to be just a clean sweep across the map. We were talking about
we got the red wave, Adam. It's
Oregon
just not,
and states
we're
that,
not
which, by the
getting
way,
the
still hasn't
tsunami.
commenced. We're not sure. But I think now we're getting down to the brass tacks. The high's wearing off a little bit, and it's okay. We got to get in here. We've got to dig into the numbers. We have to go to the granular level because an interesting thing, and I keep looking at Pennsylvania, and I'm going county by county on this, and you're actually seeing Fetterman and Shapiro outperform Biden in 2020 in some of these counties. And that's what's kind of gotten me to thinking. And keep in mind, a lot of the vote's still out, but that's what really got me thinking as to, does this realignment work without Trump on the ballot? Has the party yet gotten to the point where they've truly adopted the mantle of the New York Times using that term Trumplicans, right? And so there's still a huge establishment contingent in Pennsylvania. There's a huge establishment contingent in a lot of these states. You see that in the Midwest. Obviously, you see it here in Arizona, though I would say it's exhibits itself in a different way. It's projected in a different way, but it's still a type of Arizona establishment, put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And in the same sense that when you don't have Trump really out here just banging away every single day, that you don't get those people that just aren't normally involved in politics. They're just totally not paying attention to what's going on, or at least coming out to vote, put it that way. They're not coming out to vote in those regular elections the way more high-powered people would be. Then you're not getting them out to vote. That being said, Fetterman and Oz are down. They're within 2 points.
Yep.
Within 2 points right now.
That's right. And so Utah's results are just coming in right now with McMullin, and Lee. So A lot of different things happening right now. Tyler Boyer just tweeted. He said it's going to be a long week. Boy, is that true. It's going to be a very, very long week. And so stay comfortable. We're going to be here throughout all of it. But look, where it kind of looks right now, people say, Charlie, how do you feel? Honestly, under these circumstances, with gas, with inflation, immigration, we should be doing better.
4 hours. We got right side. I haven't checked Brightline right side broadcasting in at least a couple hours. See what they're doing.
If that's
is that Nigel Farage?
The way that it is. So I think that the Republican Party in Arizona is now through that split. I think there's much more unity in the party in Arizona, and that gives Kelly less of an advantage.
So having you here with us, I think is very important because we've seen historic wins in Italy, but then what we saw in Brazil has really startled a lot of Americans because I think it hit a little bit close to home from what we felt in 2020. And then also you had the President of the United States use his primetime address ahead of the midterms to tell us that regardless of what our thoughts are, our feelings are on the election, we must accept those results. What are your thoughts on that and what we've seen from the White House's leadership on election integrity?
Look, when Biden says democracy is at stake, he's right, but not for the reasons he's giving. Democracy is at stake if people don't trust the integrity of the voting system. Today in Maricopa County, we've had, voting machines not working. Huge doubts among many Democrats as well as to why not all states are asking for voter ID. A friend of mine voted in New York this morning. He wasn't asked for voter ID. He could have got to vote in again. The whole thing's mad. Look at France.
No voter ID
I often
here in
joke
New York. You just
and say
walk
there isn't
right
much
in,
we can learn from the French.
Give your name
apart
and
from the
sign
food and the wine.
the book
But
that they
look,
hand to you.
in France,
no ID, nothing.
You have to turn up on the day. You're given a piece of paper. You put a pencil mark on it.
Yep.
You put it in a box. The votes are emptied onto a table. They're counted by hand. They're bundled into hundreds with an elastic band. Election observers can watch the whole process. There's never any doubt about the result in France. Don't tell me that the richest, most powerful country in the world, that leads the world in technology and so much else, don't tell me it's beyond the wit of America to get an election system that people trust. And I want the Republican movement to pick this up. I want them to go to the country between now and 2024 and said, we will make sure you trust the integrity of our elections. And I think more of an emphasis on that than what happened in November 2020 will be a very positive thing.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Nigel. That was incredible insight, and we're really happy that you were able to join us tonight. Thank you.
All right, Catherine, thank you so much. And Nigel Farage, he was instrumental with Brexit. I think the guy's a legend in his own right. Let's go ahead and pull up the very latest from the state of Arizona. If we've got a full graphic on that, I believe we'll see the very latest on the gubernatorial race and perhaps some of the other races going on. Katie Hobbs, 57% of the vote. Lake, 43 with 47% of the votes. Now, you heard Catherine ask him what his thoughts were on so far in this race, and that Kerry's got some making up to do. Nigel said, the night is young. It's early. There's still a lot.
22,000 watching right side broadcasting. So these Rumble channels are getting some big numbers. Let's go back to Steven Crowder.
Michael Bennett is incredibly
He's got Ted
weak.
Cruz
He's
as a
done
guest.
absolutely nothing. I've served in the Senate 10 years with him. If you put a gun to my head and said, I'm going to pull the trigger, if you cannot tell me one thing Michael Bennett has accomplished in the Senate, you'd shoot me. Because I literally cannot tell you anything, and I serve in the body with him. What happened there...
Don't you have to see him next week if he wins?
Oh, yeah, that's all right. So
it's awkward, but
you know what? I am quite confident that Michael Bennett is not watching Louder with Crowder. So
There you
so
go.
it
That's true.
actually.
I was gonna say,
that's true. It's probably.
I doubt he's a fan of the Louder with Crowder show.
He's probably not listening to The Verdict either. He's watching the old Paul Newman film. Like, this is not what I thought. But you do think so? You think that was winnable? I understand why that's just disappointing. But what do you think is a long shot that you think we would actually win?
And so when it went off the rails is when the Republican nominee got in a pissing match with Trump.
Yeah.
And 100% of the time when you have a nominee who just...
Oh, what an interesting time for the stream to freeze.
goes to civil war with Trump, the winner ends up being the Democrats. It's just a bad, we've got to be unified to win. And the races where, like, I think Adam Laxalt will win in Nevada. Adam has done a good job of unifying the Trump forces and the not so much Trump forces. That's a hard thing to do.
Right.
I think Herschel Walker pulls it out in Georgia tonight, although that race looks close right now. And I think Kemp will win by a sizable advantage, and that will help Walker get across the finish line. I think we have a real shot in Arizona. I think we have a real shot. Well, I say New Hampshire. The New Hampshire numbers are not looking great right now. I thought we had a real shot in New Hampshire. We'll see how that shakes out.
Hey, can you do me a favor and explain for the audience, because I was just talking about this earlier. New Hampshire is so reliably red when you're talking about governor, and then obviously when you're talking about either the houses.
It's a weird state.
It's really a toss-up. How do you have such a difference, for example, and it's one of those states where you look at the polls. I don't know. Did they declare a winner for the governor, I think? I don't know.
I think we did.
Yeah, I think they called I thought they called Sununu the winner.
They did.
Right. But how is there such a difference?
Well, I'll give you one. So there are a couple of things. Number one, New Hampshire has a very late primary. It's a September primary. So when you win the primary,
Beto lost.
You have a very limited time to consolidate support.
He got
the
clobbered by
a
Abbott.
Very good move for New Hampshire to move their primary earlier in the year, so you have time to get ready for the general. But secondly, look, if you look at what Republicans did, I think New Hampshire and Arizona were massive mistakes in that in both instances they're winnable seats. We may end up winning them. I hope Blake Masters wins. I'm supporting both Blake Masters and General Bolduc.
Yeah.
But what happened, Mitch McConnell pulled Republican money from him, and Trump, who supported both, didn't put money behind them. And so the two biggest sources of money potentially on the Republican side of the ledger are Mitch McConnell, who spends between $300 and $400 million in his super PAC, and Trump, who has $100 million of cash to spend. And neither one of them spent significant amounts in either Arizona and New Hampshire. And so our candidates were vastly overspent. I mean, overspent by large multiples.
Yeah.
I think it's indefensible. I mean, I went and campaigned on the ground in Arizona with Blake Masters, with Kari Lake. But I do not know why Republicans would allow nominees in competitive states to be outspent 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1. And it is a collective screw-up of everybody not to ensure there are adequate resources to contest those states.
Well, Senator Cruz, I hate to. We've been running late here all night. We can maybe check back in later. I know your show is The Verdict. I didn't know that you were on YouTube, so people can obviously subscribe on audio. And I guess they can.
Ted's got a podcast these
here
days.
For the rest of the evening?
Yeah,
right.
Momentarily.
Talks about legal issues usually around the Supreme Court.
Do you have a question there, Gerald?
Well, really quickly, one, I love the spicier after hours Senator Ted Cruz. That's been kind of fun. But you also have a new book, Justice Corrupted, How the Left Weaponized Our Legal System. We wanted to make sure and let our viewers know that tonight as well before we go.
Okay, well, I was plugging the podcast. You're plugging the book. Well, thanks. Thanks for doing my job for me. All right, Senator Ted Cruz, I have to go beat him with a rubber hose. We'll talk with you later.
Thanks.
Okay, Gerald, since you're so into talking, give everyone an update while I finish my oatmeal.
Okay, so everybody we call has really nice suits.
No.
This is my job. I do my job, and I get lambasted.
We don't have the Ben Shapiro stylish budget.
I really don't.
I'm not saying it's your fault.
Okay,
these are my life choices.
What I wanted to do is tell you guys a little bit about Arizona. So right now, the numbers in Arizona don't look very good, right? So we're looking at Arizona, and we're seeing that there's a lot of ground to make up. But all of the votes that were counted to start in Maricopa were early votes, and Democrats outvote Republicans big time in early voting. All counties are 45 to 70% voting. So really what that means is, one, they've counted a lot of very heavy Democrat districts. They've counted a lot of the early voting. So that's the numbers that we're seeing right now. Do not be surprised if you see those numbers really start to tighten when they start getting into more of the voting that has happened today. But then also realize the 20% rule. Oh, we can go on to CNN right now. Same thing is happening with Walker and Warnock, where you're seeing the polls closed at 7 o'clock, 83%.
The gap is widening.
The gap is what?
And we're at 83% of the voting, which is why I would really like Mission Control.
Oh,
to
yeah,
tell me
Walker's
which
creeping up towards that
are yet
50%
to come in,
50%
or
number,
have yet to
the
come in,
magic
because
number he needs.
That could really give us a pretty good idea as to where it's going.
He was 49.6 before. He's at 49.7 now.
I'm here with John King at the
they just got rid of. They just axed that Rachel Dolezal hairdo.
I know, right?
They may go back to it.
Real quick. Which, by the way, you know what my favorite part about Rachel Dolezal is? By the way, hashtag Crowder election stream. I actually have a pretty special announcement. Once we hit a metric, I guess Gerald can give to me a special announcement here that I want to get into in a little bit. That I'm not going to make until enough people are here on the stream. The funniest part about Rachel Dolezal to me, you remember Rachel Dolezal,
having to admit that she's white.
Transracial woman.
That's a given. But what I love is
she didn't admit she's
faked
white.
that
She's
black,
doubled
right?
down.
Yeah, she's ginger, hair red, straight as an arrow. Okay. Like lovely Riley here, who's been helping, by the way. Smash the rumble button just to show the staff that you love them back here. They've been helping bring in drinks. Put some of these beers in the freezer, though. I don't want to drink any more piss water. So, straight as an arrow red. But Rachel Dolezal, what everyone missed to me is she permed her hair to fake straighten her hair. And she dyed it dark so that she could dye the tips so it looked like her fake dark roots were growing out.
Yes. Well, what she did...
Like, that's a lot of effort.
She modeled her blackness off of Maya Rudolph.
Yes! But you know, how many times do you think she had the conversation like, oh, I need to touch up my roots.
Yeah.
If everyone can see my hair is as dark as,
all right,
it's dark as night.
Talking about
She's
Rachel
really
Dolezal's
the first
hair
trans person
hair
who got away
regimen.
with it in the sense of racial.
It also makes more sense, honestly. You should be able to more easily change your race than your sex.
That's true, because
Let's go back to people that are following the election numbers.
Right, though, that Florida seems to have, the Republicans outperformed there in a way that we're not seeing in any other state yet.
Meanwhile, like the projections on the House are coming down, right? So we started the night, I mean, with at like 230 to 205, and now we're down to 226 to 209 according to New York Times little needle, right?
The ticker.
The ticker.
The ticker. Actually, we haven't looked in on Matt and Blonde in a while.
Worth of Joe Biden, who has been in the Senate since, or been in D.C. since like his late 20s.
Yeah, why is that a thing?
Not only his congressional salary that is extracted from you, but the leveraging of the influence that he holds in his various positions of power.
Yeah.
The fact that people are getting wealthy off of that, it's not limited to him, though of course he seems to have quite the record when it comes to that. But yeah, I mean,
right.
When you get into Congress, look at the value of AOC. She's always talking about how much she may or may not be worth on Twitter. And you're supposed to believe that that's all legitimate speaking fees and congressional salaries and all that. No, this is leveraging of positions of influence for personal gain. And I'm not saying that every single person there is as corrupt as maybe the Biden family may be, but it's noticeable that whenever someone goes to D.C., their net worth skyrockets. That's pretty much universal.
What a coincidence!
Yeah, skeletal.
Matt noticed people go to Washington and suddenly their net worth increases.
Person he knows who actually works the polls on election night is a Democrat, and it does not have to be that way.
Yeah, sure.
It's not like it's competitive, and
it's my favorite caller to Matt and Blonde.
A safeguard against.
I forgot his name. It's a caller that has a stutter.
And yeah. I think that's not.
He's a lot better. You guys should have heard him.
Well, thank you for the can-do attitude as always. Did you you have any closing thoughts before we let you go?
Last word, Matt. I'm wondering if you have any advice.
I think his name was
Red
Red Falcor.
On how to deal with the anxiety of what apparently is now election month. How it's going to take them.
You know, it's funny you bring that up because I don't have to give you advice. Did you see the New York Times advice?
I don't know, but
they have
think I know what it
evidence-based
is.
strategies to help you cope and soothe
God.
election stress. Are you ready for these?
Yeah.
Try 5-finger breathing. Trace the outside of your hand with your pointer finger.
What?
And when you trace up, breathe in. And when you trace down, breathe out. Plunge your face into a bowl of ice water for 15 to 30 seconds. That's not quite long enough to drown, unfortunately. You can move.
Are these real?
Yeah, this is on their Twitter earlier today. You can go for a walk. You can
Plunge your
breathe like a
face into
baby,
a
or you
bowl
can
of
limit your
ice water
scrolling. Now, the last
New York
one,
Times wants you to
they
drown
say
yourself
these are
in ice water?
evidence-based. Maybe they are. The last
Breathe
one,
like a
I think,
baby?
actually is legit. But whether it's election-based stress or any sort of stress, the answer to all of these things is stabilizing your home. Build a good home. Build a good family. Or reduce conflict or manage conflict within that home well, such that it's not a place of chaos. No matter how chaotic the exterior world is, if you've done a good job building your own home, you will find peace there. And so there are absolutely times where I have to turn off politics and stop the scrolling in the way the New York Times is advising. And when I do that, I go, I watch a movie with my wife, or I go play with my son, or I go do something
interact
that is
with
not
your family. What a
looking at this stuff all
what
the
a
time.
crazy
So,
idea.
the other thing I'll say is they're also right about moving around. Endorphins are a hell of a drug. Like, you got something that's bothering you, get active, sweat a little bit. It will help universally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good advice. Thanks, guys.
Well, you can thank the New York Times. They're the ones who brought it to you. Thanks, man.
Have a good night.
All right. You as well. Let's see. We're a little bit past the hour. We have one more caller waiting. You want to take one last word?
Sure.
Let's try Cooter McGavin. Cooter, are you? Oh, wait, no. Wait. Who's Cooter? I thought Cooter... Who are you, Cooter?
I'm Cooter.
Cooter's here.
What is he,
Oh, wait,
Spartacus?
okay. I confused you. For a second, I thought you...
No, I'm
now I
Cooter.
remember. I thought you were our
I think
screener,
I'm also,
Jimmy. And then I got
Johnny
confused.
Salami, I think.
That's right. No, now I know exactly who you are.
Yeah.
That's right. What's on your mind,
So what's
man?
up? Just wanted to say I pretty much agree with Blonde. I mean, I'm pretty detached from this election.
Yeah,
Doesn't really
I hear
matter. I think people need to take what's the expression, like a 1,000-foot view or something. Does that make sense? I don't know.
A
But
1,000 cock stare?
Nah, maybe that's not it. But just they need to take a step back and look at it, and it doesn't matter, which way it goes. If Democrats do really well, then it's just going to push people further to the right. And I think it's hard to argue that Biden's been great for the right for the last 2 years. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
If I could have went back 2 years and said, all right, let us get a couple more years of Trump, would it have changed anything? Like, it would just placate Republicans that think things are fine. Like, that's the biggest problem right now, is people are under the illusion that it still like things still matter and it's legit. And it's like
Cooter's position.
I live
It
in
doesn't matter
Connecticut.
who
It
wins.
sucks here anyway.
It all
Like,
sucks.
there's
They
no
all
chance
suck.
of any Republicans winning. I still voted. My wife was like, let's just go. I was like, all right, whatever. But it's just, I don't care either way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
Well,
Although it's
what do
my
you-
job to be engaged, and I just can't get a bone
Yeah,
for this
I mean, I'm-
election.
You're certainly not alone, because we've had several calls of that theme tonight. But I want to find something that we can do. If not voting, what else can we do? What would you advise? What are steps we can take
I mean,
to...
I still voted. I think
Yeah.
I think we should force them to cheat, to expose it more,
All right,
to
gotcha.
make people see it. It's like, but again, if people don't want it either, it's like they're gonna see it one way or another. But I don't know. I think people, because I'm definitely an accelerationist, and I think when people hear that, they just assume that I want like people to be like chopping, like murder. It's like Walking Dead. Like, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not like that. It's like, in our lifetimes, like Russia fell apart, and like, like I'm sure it was bad, but like those people are okay. Like they're still going on.
They are,
but-
and they do have a stronger sense of community than we do.
yeah. So it's just like whatever's gonna happen. It's I don't want to say we deserve it, but
We do
this country
deserve it.
does
What are you
deserve
talking
it.
about?
yeah. I guess I take that back. We do deserve it. But it's just, I don't know. People are like so like, oh, we got to get this back. We got to get our guys in there. We got to make a difference. And it's like, are we gonna make a difference? Like, I can't name one person that I'm like super excited to be
Like
behind,
so
you know? It's not
jazzed
like-
about. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's like
we were different people when we were excited about Trump.
yeah, I think it was a little naive back
All
then.
right, check this out,
It
guys.
was
Still,
naive, yeah.
you know, I was black pilled, but I like even like when the whole impeachment.
If I'm reading this right. Oh, hold on. And of course, we got the tabs going on. If I'm reading this right, Oz is really caught up to Fetterman. Super chat coming from Capsule. I'll pay $10 to see Blonde's jumpers and Hassan cry. Oz is down now only 49.3 to 48.2 with 72% of the votes counted. And we know Fetterman already got his Philadelphia and Allegheny County drops. So looking like Oz has a chance to pull this off. Basically, Walker is ahead by just about a point, 0.9%. The thing is, it's not about him winning so much. It's if he wins, does he win by the 50% mark to avoid a runoff next month on December 4th against Warnock, just one-on-one. Which I think he'd win, but, you know, who wants to wait a month to decide control of the Senate? Anyway, let's go back to Charlie Kirk's stream.
Election that day. That's a red wave day.
Yes,
I mean,
right.
that felt more red wave actually than tonight. But nevertheless, you know, it okay. So it looks like we have Glenn Beck getting loaded up. They're calling in now, so just a few moments away.
Okay, so Charlie Kirk is about to
hang
cross
tight for Glenn.
streams.
We're looking forward to it.
So yeah, we're looking at a lot of these
over at
races
the
here, these
Blaze.
House races. A lot of ones have yet to be called. Oregon 6,
Never
Pennsylvania
crossed the streams.
7, Pennsylvania 8. Indiana 1 does not look good. Connecticut 5. And then we got California 49, 47, 13. California could actually deliver the House majority, guys. You guys realize that.
I mean,
that's how important California is.
Mike Garcia,
we
big
got
race,
Garcia, we got
Steele,
Scott Baugh, we got Orange County, we got
Michelle
a lot
Kim,
there. And
Calvert.
So, yep, that's right. And so
Kylie.
Got a lot there. So you guys can email us your thoughts, freedom@charliekirk.com. People said, what do you think about Kerry? Kerry's going to overcome this deficit right now. It's going to be fine. It's going to take, unfortunately, longer than we would like. I would have loved to have been able to say, you know, definitively it's over and it's won. But it's, you know, it's about, you know, almost a 200,000 vote delta without any same-day election day votes that have counted. So
you mean to tell me
and yeah,
that
I mean,
in
look, you got
Arizona
you
they
got a
have
lot that's
not
going to come out of
counted
Pinal, a
a
lot that's going to come out of
single vote
Maricopa,
that
a
was
lot that's going to
cast
come out of
today?
Coconino. So we got a
What the hell are they
Hey, a
doing
race
over
call.
there in
Harry Hageman
Arizona?
has won the race for Wyoming's at-large district, so that's good.
Well, good. Hageman. I mean, we all have to remember she delivered Liz Cheney on a silver platter. That was a bad night for Liz. So
Liz Cheney,
That's
BTF
right.
mode.
So there's a lot of dynamics that have yet to unfold here, guys, in more ways than one. And so, Jack, what are you seeing and looking at?
Yeah, I'm trying to kind of contextualize this, I guess, because you are right when you talk about these headwinds that they faced. So they faced, and let's give a shout out though to the point of the fact that it is still early in the night for a lot of these states, particularly when it comes to the West. In the East, the Democrats did better than I think people thought they were going to do. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah,
I think they did.
It's true.
And you got to give credit where that's due. That being said, there's still places like New York that have a lot to come in. There's still parts of New Hampshire for some insane reason that have not come in yet. Which I like. I want to go up to
Somebody
Manchester and
explain
just
to me
start
how that
throttling
little
people
ass
there.
state in New
Just
Hampshire.
tell me the numbers.
There's
Just
more
give me the
people
numbers.
that live on my block
And
that live
so
in
they
New
won't give it
Hampshire.
to us. That being
Is
said,
not done counting
I
fucking
think when we
votes.
get out here western,
What do they do up there?
that's where you're going to see more of that
Do like
Hispanic
10
swing.
people have to count
And
the
it was
vote?
that Hispanic swing, by the way, that delivered Ron DeSantis his 20-point victory. Played a huge part of that because we took a key demographic and then shifted it over. Boom, locked in Florida. Florida's, as you know, if Benny was here, he'd be saying it, Red Kingdom. That Red Kingdom extends into Georgia. We're going to see it in Arizona, and we very well may see it in Nevada as well.
So yeah, and the New York governor's race is going to be
tight.
It's going to be tight. Yeah, it is. But I don't.
So I'm told we have Glenn on the line. Studio, do we have Glenn?
Already built through ESG and everything else. They've
Here.
built this infrastructure to fall into.
Oh,
So
Glenn's talking
you're
about
seeing
ESG.
the weaponization of the DOJ. You're seeing these things now start to be
bash
used
the
as
World
weapons.
Economic
They're not
Forum.
going to
Let's
let
go.
it fall apart.
And to Chad's point,
Hold on. We've
got him.
Hey, Glenn, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Okay, so hang on just a sec. We have a hard appointment here with Turning Point.
Charlie Kirk.
Hey, Glenn, can you hear me?
We're working on the crossover with them, I guess.
Glenn doesn't even
They're
know
doing
he's
their
so
own
talking
thing
to.
tonight,
Oh, Turning
but
Point's-
Charlie Kirk has been in Arizona, and they have really been working hard on this. You want to find out what's happening in Arizona? We will find out with Charlie Kirk from Turning Point. Even the Washington Post was forced to admit Turning Point spent the last election season campaigning to replace all of the old rhino Republicans with candidates who actually want to stop the left in their tracks. Turning Point's founder and president Charlie Kirk is going to be joining us here in just a minute. Let's pick up our conversation.
to your point, Chad, you said you were split down the middle. I don't see
we'll
how
go back
76.
here and we'll hopefully get that sorted out. So everyone can email us freedom@charliekirk.com. But I hope you guys all enjoyed Glenn Beck teasing our conversation. So
yeah,
it's
Spoke
very good.
highly of you, Charlie.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Your work. So
look,
that
I
was
comfortably
nice.
still believe that we're going to take the House, which is great. But there's a lot of these races. How are we doing in Ohio 9 or in New York 18? I mean, these are tight races, guys. We're right there. And look, it's there's a lot there. People says, "Hey, Charlie, I'm so happy you're covering these elections. You were right about Ohio. Thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Troy. We appreciate that very much."
Wow.
So,
In the New York 17, that was Malonia. Lawler is running away with it. So the head of the DCCC is currently on.
how many has it been reported?
We got 65% in.
They're gonna flip that
We've
seat.
got 11 points, about a
huge.
20,000 vote delta.
With 65% in.
65% in.
That would be a big.
And
Knock
that's a
it
big
off
flip.
the
That is
head
the
of the
head-
D-
that
the
is
Democrat
head of the
Congressional
DCCC.
Campaign
Blue
Committee
states
in
might
New York.
deliver us the majority, guys.
Wow.
So with 69% of the votes counted,
That'd be just like when they-
Lauren
when they
Boebert is down
knocked off,
9,000 votes.
Debbie
Wait, Charlie,
Wasserman
walk
Schultz.
us through that, though. Unpack what you just said. Blue states may deliver the
Blue
margin.
states might deliver the margin. I mean, I don't think we're seeing what we're seeing out of Rio Grande Valley, are we, Andrew? I mean, we haven't seen it yet. These
It's
races
literally
are still
just pulling it
tabulating,
up.
right?
Yeah,
But I mean, California has so many seats. California
Okay.
has so many seats.
De La Cruz is up 12 with 74%,
What
and that's House
district is that?
15, right on the border, House 15.
Okay, that's good. Well,
Flores
we needed
is
to win that.
still down 10,000 votes in House 34 with 63% in.
That's a merged seat.
Okay, so they pick now to. We could always check back in with. Crowder. See if he's.
We
done.
didn't know that was calling it.
That's fine.
That's calling it. That's objective. That's objective.
Fair point.
That's
Oh,
the
look at
news
how tight
portion of the
that's
show.
getting, though.
Now is giving it a little bit of our flair. We have to
Yeah.
celebrate
Mhm.
the governorship of Georgia.
Oh, right.
What are they celebrating? We got a call on Georgia.
You lost again, Stacy.
Ah, Stacey Abrams.
Don't ever do that black voice again.
She lost.
That was just my white voice
She
from
joins
the 90s.
Beto
Don't you
as
love
super
how Candace
loser.
Owens called me out on my Latino accent. It's like I wasn't trying.
I know.
It's like she hasn't even watched the show.
The vote
Find
fairy.
somebody for white supremacy.
Is she Dominican, by the way? I could have been way off on that.
I don't know. I thought she was black. I'm not even.
Okay.
I don't know what the
Is that the same?
No.
It is pretty tough. Here's the thing.
I
I'll be
must have
honest.
missed-
Jeremy
I must have
Boring,
missed the
I
joke.
like Jeremy a lot, and I like Ben a lot, and I like. I don't know Walsh, but I'm friends with. I've never known Walsh, but I've known Clavin for a long time. Like he's one of my favorite people on earth. Not the best looking guy, not a bad looking guy, but Candace Owens. Like it's really not fair to put her on that panel.
No, she's gorgeous.
And then just all those guys there who just look like, Candace.
What are you?
Looks like when Robin Williams was trying to go in disguise as a pirate.
Listen,
in Hook.
Oh, is the one guy? Who's the one guy with the
beard?
Does he
No,
need
the Lex
everybody
Luthor
at the
guy.
Daily
No,
Wire to
not-
look like
not-
Oh,
Josh
Andrew Clayton.
Duhamel or
He's fantastic.
Channing Tatum?
He has a skill where he makes you feel like the smartest man in the room, even though it's usually him.
Oh, I'm sure he comes off very intelligent.
He's incredibly smart.
And who's the Wolf Blitzer fella?
That's you're talking about the Robin Williams as a pirate.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Jeremy Boring.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's actually a really nice guy too. He did.
Oh no,
clog
I'm
my
not
crap.
knocking him.
He got
I'm
to
just
that
trying
cut it
to
off.
figure out who they are, though.
He got to cut it off at the pass because he used to deny that he clogged my crapper when he came over to watch me get waterboard. He has a thing about it. He's sensitive about it. So he
Jeremy
just thought
Boring
if he wears it
clogged
as armor, like that little midget said in
Steven
Game of
Crowder's
Thrones, they can't use it
shitter.
against you.
So it was your new house?
My
and
new
he
house.
Went in and
he
clogged
went
your
in and he
bathroom?
clogged and he denied it for years.
He's like, I didn't do that. It's like, we watched you walk out of there.
He was like, I used a normal amount of toilet paper. I was like, you used all the toilet paper.
If you're at a party and somebody's using your upstairs bathroom, you know it's a problem.
Yes, precisely.
It's because that's not where you're supposed to go during a party.
No, who does that?
No, it's somebody who's going to crap.
Yes. All right, here, let's grab. You wanted to give me some numbers, or do we want to? Let me just continue with the Warnock thing.
Go ahead, yeah, the Warlock thing.
Warlock.
The Warlock.
I think that's much more.
And Riley, this is there's no sugar in this.
I thought he was a pastor, not a spellcaster.
Yeah, I don't do the sugar stuff. That's where that'll just make me like crash.
Oh.
If I drink one sugar soda, by the end of the night, I look like Stacey Abrams.
Well, that's
Mine's
too much
loaded
sugar.
with sugar.
I definitely understand that.
Booger sugar.
Hey, now, Dave. We're kids
kidding.
watching.
I'm sorry.
What?
Do they know what it means?
Demon babies do.
The ones that I sell it to do.
I tell you, I see a booger sugar turn baby, normal baby into demon baby. No
Does
trouble.
Herschel Walker talk about demon babies? What?
I go, that baby got a straw and some cocaine. That's how I know it's a demon baby.
Yep. Because there ain't no baby. Normal baby is running around with.
How could we not have Herschel Walker in the Senate? Come on, man. I want my senators talking about demon babies.
Putting a belt around its arm? That ain't not a normal baby.
Your demon baby is not. That's not smelling powdered sugar off the lady's titty.
That is a
Powdered sugar off a lady's titty? What?
Maybe if this was 2014, but 2022, that's a fentanyl demon baby.
Can I ask a quick question before we go to Warnock? This is just so the quartering. When do you want to bring?
I like that guy.
Yeah, I like
Crowd
that
is
guy.
bringing in the
Like,
quartering. We got
push
more
it a little
stream
bit.
crossing
Just
going
give me
on.
time.
Push
Right
it
now
15, 20 minutes.
It's 10:18, so maybe at 10:40.
I watch
Yeah.
I watch his show
10:40?
sometimes when I get back from
Yeah, actually, some
our
pretty good
program.
coffee too. But okay, we gotta look. And do we? Let me know when we have that scorecard there.
Did
Token
Crowder buy
Here's something else.
the quartering's coffee?
Warnock. As we go into, we'll go into some numbers there with Herschel Walker and Warnock. But Warnock also, I believe this was in, gosh, I don't know the year. But something that hurt him quite a bit was he proposed a carbon tax as a mean to end fossil fuel. So what he means is basically we'll make people poor so that they won't be able to drive. This was a blunder. Clip B3.
Do you support carbon tax legislation?
I think we need to be moving away from an economy that's based on, fossil fuels.
So you want to tax
That's
poor
the
people
past,
for driving
and
their
we need
car?
to be moving towards the future. The issue of taxes and how much. That's a conversation that I think I want to participate in. And
I want to hear more about these demon babies.
Shouldn't you start the conversation as a representative?
Yeah.
It's just
or
like,
maybe just a yes or no.
yes. The answer is a long-winded version of what'd he say?
What do you? I'm gonna judge by your face.
Yes.
The way that I answer this.
And we
CNN's really making a big deal out of this J.D. Vance
adversarial. So this is also in
race.
2016. This is something that a lot of people would say pretty bad for Warnock. As bad as Walker's had some horrible news cycles, Warnock did say that America needed to, quote, repent for its
Was that one of
worship.
the accusations
This is
against
just flat-out
Herschel
racist.
Walker
Of
that he
white.
once snorted cocaine off a lady's titty?
More than a third of the nation that would go along with this is reason to be afraid. America needs to repent for its worship of whiteness on full display.
You're talking about my
Wait,
friend
what?
Gary Whiteness.
America needs to pay.
They shouldn't have built
repent
that altar.
its
I know,
its
but
whiteness.
he's very good at what he says.
It's true. Yeah.
This
you know,
is a
very
senator?
hard. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find good tradesmen these days?
They should have panned out to the crowd and just seen like the two white guys like this is
Just like
awkward.
backing out.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna pass the tray around.
Yeah. Now,
Now
especially
we are going to pass the tray around.
mainly to
Repent
Herbert right
your
there
whiteness.
and Joey.
No, we will pass the tray to Herbert and Joey
Don't ask no questions.
What devils?
What
Your
devil
giving
boy?
will be on full display.
And if you want to put your devil money in the tray, it's a good step
Tonight,
today.
I will get my ass kicked in front of the whole world. Oh, I'm sorry. I read the prompter wrong. The only guy who would give Sharpton a run for his money with reading
That's
prompter.
true, yes.
How do you
Exactly.
repent for whiteness? It's like I just...
Are you saying there was some
It's
fortification
even
going
more
on there,
opaque.
Cyan
I
Wizard?
see.
Milky, almost.
I don't really worship my whiteness. In fact, I burn rather easily.
Cyan's saying that there was like a 20,000
I wish I could look that
vote
good in a
fortification.
What do black people think? Like they think, you ever been a redhead in the sun? You think it's all easy for us?
Do you think I could wear any suit and look amazing?
Yeah. Have you seen how Lindsay Lohan's aged?
Yeah, not well.
So I guess we have Warnock. What do we have? We have Warnock on the show, or do we have a
correspondent?
We have a correspondent.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we have a Ginger Snap, our correspondent. Actually, we have down on location.
He said
in
Ginger Snap?
Georgia right now to check in with.
Oh, this
so we
should be
tracked him
good.
down.
Yeah.
I'm
All
really-
right, so we have great news.
We
The
got-
Georgia Democratic Senate candidate Raphael Warnock actually informed us that he's about to pull up to the studio, so we wanted to come outside and greet him. It's kind of off or a little odd that we get a Democratic Senate candidate that would want to talk to us, but if someone's going to step into the octagon, meet with us, we're willing to hear anybody out. He's fresh off some anti-Semitic and anti-white remarks, so
This is
we're
our
really stoked
studio?
to hear from him. He should be coming up any second now. Oh my God!
Jeez.
Oh my God!
Let's go. What is that? Hey,
Sorry,
dude,
remote
you just
studio.
hit him.
Oh, the hell?
Oh, is that our? Oh no.
Is he okay? Oh, my leg! Sir, what happened? Oh, my leg! Where? Is it your leg? Oh, it's my leg! Herschel Walker would never do this.
That's
Go
true.
dogs! Hey, you know what? This is probably an insurance liability.
Is this?
Oh, yeah. Let's just go. Let's go. It's not.
Come on!
Yeah. It's one of our.
Why would Ginger Snap be
let's-
be running from the casualty?
I think
this
he's
is
dead.
not our studio, yeah.
Yeah, that's not. All right. That's.
They're not going to let us back in, are they?
How do we pay for a satellite uplink?
All right, it's just getting a bit ridiculous. All right, could Tim Cass be talking about something relevant, please?
Entertaining.
At least be entertaining.
Yeah, it's hopefully more entertaining than the January 6th committee, which was just tedious the entire time.
Yeah.
And that will be over now, right? Like, we have an end to
Well,
that.
what's going to happen now is they're going to have inquiries on Hunter Biden, and then YouTube's going to make a new rule saying that if you question the integrity of the Biden family, they'll ban you.
Right, they'll have to do that. And then we'll just all have to keep going to Rumble.
Here's a question.
Yep.
I heard that like accounts that I know that happen to be demonetized and stuff are like when Elon, I guess, bought Twitter, that they started getting like remonetized on YouTube.
When they what?
Like when Elon bought Twitter, all of a sudden, like along with that, people are getting remonetized on Facebook and
Stream hiccup.
remonetized on Twitter.
I
mean, on YouTube. Did you
I think-
notice any of that?
I don't know. I've actually been getting demonetized more right before the election than I've ever been in the past 3 or 4 years.
Like
'cause-
Elijah got remonetized on things like. right
Welcome
when
to the
Twitter
party,
stuff happened.
Tim.
Well, I do think that with Elon Musk putting his foot down and the woke panicking and fleeing Twitter or getting banned.
It's like if I ever get
and
something
Twitter's growth
monetized, it's
growing,
like once in like
I think
2 or
the
3
real
months.
red wave might actually just be 2024. And I think what we're seeing here is just relatively similar to what happened in 2018. You can't expect much. It's not looking like, the Democrats were like, blue wave, blue wave. Part of the reason for, championing the idea of a major victory is to rally people to go vote.
Mm-hmm.
So if Republicans get the House, then we'll probably see some inquiries, investigations. People start asking questions. And then, like I said earlier, we're probably ahead of the market. So maybe we'll see the swing go a little bit harder in 2024 with like a Trump resurgence or something. But I don't know. At this point, looking at how well Florida did, it's like DeSantis is probably the better candidate.
Yeah, Cernovich had a very interesting comment on this. He just tweeted a couple of moments ago, Trump as kingmaker or a viable 2024 general election candidate is over as of tonight. That's according to Mike Cernovich, what he just tweeted.
Okay, but like again, it doesn't concern you that long.
Let's see here. Let's check out the Charlie Kirk show. Did Glenn Beck finally let them on?
Hey, that's great.
He's pulling away. He's just pulling away.
That's a huge amount. That's a flip.
11 points up in the last tranche.
That would be New York.
Not just a flip, but a political targeted.
Is that the one we counted as one of the flips or no?
Not yet.
That would be a 4-seat flip, but then they're winning some of ours. So look, I mean, it's.
But they're flipping some of ours too.
Which, can I just say? I mean, if this thing ends up being a ripple, and we got 1 out of the 3. You know, we get the House only, no Senate, and it's not. I mean, what are these people looking at? I mean, do they love the high crime? Do they love? I mean, but look, at the end of the day, maybe they just love abortion. I mean, it's like.
No, I think you are going to see that, and I think that's going to.
Actually, let me see something real quick. Real Clear is probably the best one to look at. So they called Washington already. That's a Democrat hold. I wasn't looking for that one. So North Carolina, Ohio, that's now official. New Hampshire, we knew that was called. Florida, that was the first one. Missouri, when did Missouri call? Even though I was expecting it, but I don't remember when they called this. All right, so the Republican pickups in the House is now up to 9. They officially called the Virginia 2 district for the Republicans, so that was a pickup. These are all holds. So New York was called in favor of Kathy Hochul. So that's a Democrat hold of governor seats, which in the end doesn't really amount to much. All right, so far, we're still waiting on Georgia. Walker's still holding on to the lead even after that fortification that we were just informed about. Oz still chasing Fetterman with a lot of votes still left to count. Only 78% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania. What takes him so long? Wisconsin, Johnson is now in the lead over Barnes with 70% of the vote counted. All right. So Arizona is still like 58 to essentially 40 with half the votes counted with Masters Kelly. But what about the governor's race? It's still like 56-43 with half the votes counted.
Which was the Senate or the center of the election integrity battles of 2020 and beyond. I think you're going to see Dayev break more in our favor than
and a lot of those are still being tabulated or have not yet been posted. Unfortunately, the AP has just called the race for Gretchen Whitmer, unfortunately, and they've also called the race for Kathy Hochul.
Really? Kathy Hochul? The fix is in!
Yep. So people said, Charlie getting laid on the East Coast. Remind me, how many seats do we need to have control? Just one more. Look, we held Ohio, held North Carolina. We're going to hold Wisconsin. I do not know by how much. I got to check in on Wisconsin, but I'm confident on the Wisconsin results. So, and then we're going to have to, we're going to have to see what happens. Yeah, Ron Johnson now has a 2-point lead. Ron Johnson has a 42,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. That's really good news for us, guys.
What does he have?
42,000 vote lead. That's great.
Oh, that's great.
That's really
so, one of our.
There's always like an early hiccup when you go to these streams. What did they have Savannah doing over there at the end? She doesn't really talk much in this stream, but she's doing something with that laptop. You guys want to check out Sticks?
Jen Psaki and Elizabeth Warren that this is completely normal for a first world country. God damn.
The big problem is once you get a fortified system in like that, you can change the results. Well, you can fortify the results of any subsequent election, thus keeping it fortified so that it's never possible, unless by a constitutional amendment or something, for that to be changed.
Yeah, it's great. You can keep putting people in who help fortify future elections with new fortification procedures and rules. And it's a never-ending cycle, and you have to, because you don't want people to get in there and unfortify. Find out what you've been up to. And
by the way, I wonder when we're getting any results for Nevada, because that's another big potential pickup for the Republicans. Laxalt v. Cortez Masto.
Well, you can call with half of the vote in if you know where the votes are from. So,
the ones that are slowest to report.
If Detroit hasn't reported yet, or places like that,
the ones that are slowest to report are the ones
she's not going to lose
most,
ground,
and they seem to go one way only, one direction only.
Yeah. John Fisher, can you shout out my brother Isaac? Well, there's a shout out for Isaac. Yeah, there's still a shit ton of outstanding races from the eastern part of the country as far as that goes.
It's ridiculous. Some of these races closed hours ago. How could you not
None
count?
of Virginia's officially been. Well, Abigail Spanberger, of course, but
yeah, you've got a potential GOP pickup right here in House 3 in Iowa, Noon versus Axney, but it's only 549 votes separated with 90% to go. I don't know why they haven't called this race. It's not particularly close.
Which race is that?
That one is
Are Sticks
Iowa
and Sleazy
1.
friends? I didn't realize.
Miller Meeks versus Bohannon.
I mean, of all the people that came on today, it seems like Sleazy is his co-host.
I mean, it's probably take 20 years to get the fucking results from some of these races.
Well, didn't they warn us? Didn't they pre-pave the narrative? Lay it out for us. It's like,
First Class says hello from Brattleboro again. And Will H says, can't wait to see more crime and more drag time story hour in the big cities. Yeah, also, if you look at this map, you can see the differentiation between areas that are more urban and areas that are more rural, typically, as well as a demographic overlay on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could do a lot of things. Also, crime would be strikingly high in a lot of those blue areas.
Yeah, these border areas aren't nearly as blue, by the way, as the Democrats would like them to be. Used to be very reliably blue. This one is, well, that's only 63% count. And that's Myra Flores down there. We're hoping that she wins re-election, of course.
Like I said, I thought those were two districts to watch because of the immigration, issue, and them being basically, I'm sure.
All right.
But
up by one. So we're talking about the runoff in Georgia, right? You got to get above that 50% threshold. And
So we
look
got
at this.
Herschel and
look at this.
Warnock
You got
tied, 49,
Herschel Walker
49.
up by 1,400 votes or so. Chase Oliver with 72,000, precisely 2% of the vote. And I got to believe that more of those libertarians break Herschel Walker's way if he gets out of the race.
And by the way, it's pretty much the same thing in Pennsylvania. If there's this libertarian Eric Gerhardt, 58,000, if you threw that to Oz, the race is over.
Yep, that's right.
I mean, and by the way, who's drafting these libertarian candidates, Charlie?
Who's drafting them?
Yeah, who's convincing these people to win? Why don't we? Where's our Green Party this year? Where's our Green Party?
What do you mean our Green Party?
Yeah,
exactly.
By the way, it looks
The
like
GOP
we won every single Iowa congressional seat. That's a great sign.
Any of those flips?
That is good.
No, none of them were flips.
Oh, all right.
I don't think we.
I was trending more conservative. I mean, that's.
They said
that's
actually first time since 1877. So let me see this actually. Hold on. That actually should be a net flip. That should help a lot, the Midwest delivering. So,
what? That Bucks County seat that I was looking at in Pennsylvania finally.
What's the district?
Dropped. That's District 1. So Pennsylvania 1. Brian Fitzpatrick. Boom. Huge tranche of Republican early voting came in, slammed him. He's now up 9 points.
19,000 votes.
Yeah. He's now
Plus,
up 9. So
almost
he was
20.
down 4 points. He's now up 9 points.
The Republicans up 9 points? That's a flip.
That's a good
Which one is that?
No. He's the incumbent.
But you were worried.
This was one of the ones the Democrats were trying to flip.
Yeah. And by the way, there's still votes out.
Oh, I mean,
still votes out. But
that's not even on the deck. I mean, okay.
Yeah, but that was one that was freaking jack out.
It made no sense to me. I mean, he was there. His brother was the incumbent before him. Just really didn't make any sense. So finally, now we're definitely now getting into the election day voting.
Yep, that's right.
All right.
Andrew?
No, so I mean, we've got a mixed bag, right? Jen Kiggins, Republican, wins U.S. House seat to represent Virginia's 2nd, right?
We won the 2nd?
Yep.
Are you sure?
I'm just getting it right now. 11 minutes ago.
That's a pickup, man. Virginia 2.
Jen Kiggins.
Wait, hold on. What?
Represent Virginia's 2nd
so we
congressional.
Flipped Luria?
Yep, that's what it's looking like.
All right, that's the 4th flip of the night. That's great. If Mahoney holds, that's great.
Yep. Luria is gone.
And the Iowa district's a flip. So that's 5 flips.
Yeah, so Jen Kiggins, Republican, beats Elaine Luria 52.1% to 47.9%. So that's a solid that's a solid one right there, okay? And then J.D. Vance, R+7 is what it's looking like.
J.D. Vance?
Yeah, J.D. Vance. I'm just going through a big win, right? So one of the things you're saying, what do I have? I'm thinking about, okay, not a red wave, but a fighter like J.D. Vance is going to fundamentally transform the Senate. I truly believe that. I mean, J.D. Vance is a guy that we've had on this show a lot. Mm-hmm. And he is truly representative of the new right, of a fighting right already. I mean, I think that's just such a big boost for the Republican caucus in the Senate. Absolutely.
Totally. So look, I think we might end up getting 12 to 15 flips when everything's said and done because there's so many ballots left. There's so many races that have not even begun to close, right? Like New Jersey 3 and Nevada 4. Nevada 1, Nevada 3. If Nevada goes our way, those are great, right? And Arizona has some flips too.
We have
O'Halloran is a dead man walking, I'm told. So that's a really good one for us in Arizona.
It's
Arizona 2,
midnight.
Arizona 6, those are all flips. 6 flips so far. So that's good. And I don't think they flipped one of ours yet. So
okay, so they still have Michigan too early to call on NBC. I guess we have a victory speech from J.D. Vance if we want to take it.
Well, J.D. Vance can give the victory
let's hold on one second.
Emails
everybody, freedom@charliekirk.com. Andrew, tell the audience about AmericaFest, AmFest.com, and play the trailer. Call for it.
AmFest. You guys got to check out AmFest. I mean, AmFest is
the... Hear they're pimping their stuff now. Where is the actually try the quartering for a sec. Or did his stream end too? Did he go off the air? It is almost midnight.
Can I get a countdown?
Some of these guys might be cutting out. Yeah, he's done. I think quartering is done for the night. Oh yeah, they were right. They just called that Florida District 13. That is a GOP pickup. Luna over Lynn. That is huge. 9 points. Nothing new on the Senate front. We'll check back in with Fox News, I guess.
Working with each of you.
This is
over the
Kemp's
next
victory speech
4
in Georgia.
years to keep our state moving in the right direction. Y'all are great. Thank you.
Damn, he
And all
just
the hard working
yeeted
Georgians across the
Stacey
state
Abrams
who
out of
came
there.
out to our bus stops,
He beat her by
our
almost 8
rallies,
points.
our meet and greets, those who helped Lucy fill up our diesel fuel can. You remember at the bus stop when Lucy...
We don't need to hear Kemp prattle on. We'll check back in with Crowder now.
Happened.
Yep.
Turkey votes.
Either way, you're getting a deal on a TV.
Yep. No, you're not.
Let's see,
They
John
only
King, who's, by the way, completely straight, that guy.
Yep.
Is doing something on CNN that, oh my God, look at his hand. It looks
Is
like
Crowder
it's grabbing,
suggesting
you know.
that John King
spine.
Let's bring up CNN here.
is a bit
in
light
the mail votes.
in the
If
loafers?
it continues, if they continue to come in as disproportionately Democratic as they are now, and you see the size of the circles, meaning the share of where he's got the margin, the percentages of the different kinds of votes, and then you say where are they coming from, and you look at this. This is not over. This is not over, and they're both below 50, by the way. Now we'll see when it comes in.
I have something I want to talk to you about with Pennsylvania, but before we do that, I'm going to throw it to Anderson Cooper, whose august panel wants to chew over all of what we've been doing here.
What is he? Was it just me, or was that a needlessly gay little laugh?
Yeah, it was.
That's not becoming of a professional broadcaster.
No.
Like, what do you think, Anderson?
Gonna chew on something. Kathy Griffin's my friend.
Bring her back.
Oh, jeez.
The hell was that? Is that one of
What? That's
Herschel
from
Walker's
Neighborhood
Demon
One of the
Babies?
Cops.
Yeah, like Stacey Abrams.
Yeah.
President of Earth. That's my favorite joke of the night. Hey, let me really quickly before we bring on the quartering. And if you want to go back, you can. And just come. Let us know whenever you want to come back in with.
Oh, he's bringing the quartering on.
All right. Is there something to add? Ready?
Well, no. The only thing I wanted to add was kind of on the Florida races. Just one detail that I think was not touched upon as much as it needs to be focused was that Jen Psaki put out this tweet earlier, and actually Reg brought it to my attention, that she's saying, well, this is not all Latino voters. They don't represent, that's just the old Cubans, not the young generation.
Ah, the copium.
But if you look at the final results of DeSantis, he won by 1.5 million votes.
Yeah.
He won the last election by 30,000 votes. So I'm guessing that some people that are younger also had to be voted. They're really worried because this election in Florida, and if we see the same things even in New York where it's close, or California where we pick up district seats in Asian American communities,
right.
That's a repudiation of the demographics is destiny argument that the Democrats have been making for ad nauseum years.
Do we have actually those numbers? Did we put them here on the map as far as the Hispanic vote in some of these districts that went heavily for not only Donald Trump but some local elections? It is kind of startling when you look at them because they're not on board with a lot of the left's social agenda. But yeah, when people say demographics is destiny, now I understand that is a component of this as far as demographics, and the left planned on bringing in as many people completely unfettered through an open border as possible illegally. What's backfired is they didn't realize that some of these people didn't just want a free ride. Some of them do.
Right.
But some of them also are still maintaining the values from usually the deeply more conservative Catholic upbringings that they have from South America. And yeah, Texas, the idea was because of more Hispanic voters, it was going to be, it's more red than it was before. Florida was going to be, well, it's more red.
They made Texas redder.
The only exception is Arizona, where the ghost of Hugo Chavez took a shit in all the machines.
It's not good.
No, it's not crazy. It's not great. It's not great what's happening in Arizona, but it's a smaller state than Texas and then Florida. I mean, the idea that, more Hispanics mean it's going to become... Look, Texas has more Hispanic voters and more Californians, and it's more red.
Well, they get here and they experience what it's like to live in a place that has freedom, and they're not going to tax you back to the Stone Age, and their policies socially are not crazy.
I mean,
right?
That's also kind of a misconception that the people coming from, I know it's easy to say don't California my Texas, but in general and overall, if you look at the people coming from California, they are Republicans coming from California. California has more Republicans than any other state.
Right, outside of a few big cities, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys could work on that and get it to me, the myth of the educated voter.
Yeah, we're working on it right now. It's already built out.
And did you say that he had won by 30,000 before, and
so
now
he won by 30,000 in
1.5
2018,
million?
and now the latest is 4.5 million to 3 million.
That's a lot of votes!
Wow.
It's a lot.
So roughly by 1.5 million.
All old Cuban people, apparently.
Yeah.
So he increased his winning margin by about 1.5 million votes.
Yeah, right. So if you count it, it's 1.5.
And, and
but
Rubio,
it only counts if you count it.
Rubio won by 1.3 million, and it's not like he's the most exciting candidate in the world.
I had him on the show, and I had they had
I watched that interview. Yeah, he was there. He was a person.
His office was a fisheye lens, like a Primus video.
Yes, Mr. Rubio.
All right, I'll go out.
Okay. All right, let me know when we get that. And before I go to the quartering, hold on 1 second here. This is the announcement that. Thank you.
And this has been in the works for a little while, by the way.
It's been in the works for a while. And look, this
exciting.
is kind of more of a soft announcement. We'll put it here.
The hell?
You guys
Beautiful
can go,
differences.
Do I need to move this
This is
back
a children's book?
There you good, right there.
That's fine.
There.
Yeah.
What is Crowder
and
pimping
I
here?
have to change my mind book that'll be coming out. But this is actually, honestly, probably the thing I'm most proud of. It's basically a love letter written to my new twins. It's just, and before you start thinking about it, the pre-sales right now, it's kind of a soft launch.
There's the quartering.
That was a mistake.
Boy, did you ruin a tender moment.
Wow.
I totally did.
He's drinking too much.
This guy can suck a bag of Betos.
A bag of Betos? Uh-oh.
So it's kind of a love letter written to my kids.
Beto the Beta.
My twins. Have
So
one
both
girl,
Beto and Stacey Abrams
you can get
lost.
it at CrowderBook.com. You can order it right now.
Confirming
their
status as
season,
super
but for people
losers.
expecting some kind of it's not about a trans kid.
But
it's also
I
not
still
about
submit.
a child who votes for Donald Trump.
Political
It's
candidate in
just,
the history of the United States
meant to be
has wasted more money,
book about boys
drained
and girls,
more
about twin
resources
boys and
from
twin
his
girls. It's called
party
Beautiful
to
Differences.
never win shit
and it's really just about
than
how,
Robert
boys
Francis
and girls
O'Rourke.
Are different, fearfully, wonderfully made.
I mean,
How they
he
are
has
different, how that's
raised
okay, in a lot
hundreds
of
of
ways
millions
in
of
which
dollars. A
they're
little
the
of it
same.
from Texas, by the way. This is
Because
all
I think a lot of
California,
kids
New
need
York,
that out there. They feel a little bit
national
lonely, and they
Democrat
feel like
money.
maybe they're
But
it's
still,
okay to
think
be
of what they
different.
could
Boys
have
and girls
done
are
with that
inherently
money.
different. And then it also
Had they
gets
not
into the importance of moms
blown
and
it on
dads
Beto,
and
they could have lit it on fire and it would have been more
you both need mom
productive.
and dad, and you can go to them for
Beto
help.
trying
And,
to win
hopefully
statewide
it
offices
resonates
in
with you guys. It's
Texas
the kind of book that really
has
10
eaten
years ago,
hundreds
there
of
would be zero
millions of
controversy
dollars
whatsoever. But the very fact that it
that they could have
deals
put
with
elsewhere,
the reality that boys and girls are
where they could have
different
won
and
instead
not
of
in any kind of hypersexualized way, I expect
dreams
there to be,
of
unfortunately, some
turning
backlash.
Texas blue.
It's not meant for that though. This is just meant.
The only
to be
thing that
something
Beto's managed to do,
is
it
dedicated
is
to my
since he
kids,
started running, is
and I
make
hope that you read it
Texas
to your
even
children
more
and
red
go to
than he
CrowderBook.com
started.
If you want to read it, here's what I will say: a lot of conservatives will often complain that everything is too on the nose, right? That everything is everything has to be beaten. Well, here's an example of the kind of content that so many conservatives have claimed they want. That is just designed to be content that can be consumed by anybody. It has a wholesome message that isn't meant to push any kind of an agenda. That's what it is, and frankly, I can't control what it is because it was something that was inspired, and I wrote it 1 week, and and I won't lie and say like AOC that all the proceeds will go to charity. They will all go to a savings account for my children.
Well, no, and so something like this. I mean, we read books to our kids, right? So we're fathers that have kids that still want to be read to before they go to bed.
They're really
so
pimping this
you're
book hard.
injecting
So
into them some message.
Let's get back to Charlie Kirk and friends over there.
She has a real shot. It's Katie's only up 178,000 votes right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the very conservative projections just in Republican votes alone on day of was nearing about 100,000 votes. So, I mean, Kerry's just really got to win those independents. And that's why I was harping throughout this entire election cycle. Focus on the independents. Focus on the former CD9, which is Ahwatukee, Chandler, Phoenix, South Scottsdale, all the way up, Paradise Valley. Those are the votes that we have to win back where Kerry struggled.
Do you think she still wins 2-1 on election day?
That's what she's gonna have to. She's gonna have to win like 3-1, close to. Yeah, she's going to have
statewide 3-1.
Yeah, she's gonna have to win at least like whatever the original estimation was like 2.55 to 1. Yeah.
So how do you feel about that overall?
Yeah, I mean, look.
Super chat coming in from the Geth. I think I know who the Dems' future president nominee will be. Search Wes Moore and tell me who he looks like. A younger version of he's my new governor.
Abe Hamadeh is looking better. But Abe and Kerry have a real shot. They're going to be the first ones with the shot here.
They're going to say if you bypass Kamala Harris,
has to be to.
They're going to say it's racist.
They've got to keep in there. They've got to keep on the message right now, and keep going after keeping all of our conservatives just like keeping the faith this week, because it's going to be maybe 2 weeks worth of literally
counting ballots,
fighting and counting.
But I mean, if you were to put the odds based on that drop was less than desirable. So you got a 178,000 vote deficit. Where are we at?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna look at every single one here. So we're gonna look at every single drop throughout the night. There's gonna be a lot that really begin somewhere after the 10 o'clock hour. I would expect. They were saying that it could be after midnight, all throughout the early morning here through 2 a.m. So, I mean, tonight is going to give us a good indication, first off, how winnable this is. If these early drops come back and showing Kerry winning, close to 3-1 in election day votes, then I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good.
Yeah, I mean, look, for example, Mojave County says Kerry Lake is winning 87-12 just out of Mojave County out of 5,938 election day votes. So that's insane. That's almost 9. That's 8.7 to 1.
Yeah, they're still tabulating votes for.
That's Mojave, though, right?
Yeah,
and La Paz, same thing. So look, if you take that, that's better than a poll, right? So that's
La Paz, yeah.
Yeah, that's 6,600 votes, and she's winning about 85-15.
Yeah,
those margins are stupid.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. There's your.
That's how you win.
Yeah, there's your 5-1 margins, right? So.
Yeah, that's 4.5 to 1. Yeah. Which.
So I mean, she's. I mean, we've got a long road ahead of us here. But we've got work to do. So.
Yeah, but the question really is how many people dropped off their ballot and what are the margins of the drop-offs? Is that correct?
Yes.
But we are about to find out the in-person election day voting totals out of Maricopa soon. Is that right?
Yeah. So Maricopa. So the word on the street that I just got back from a pollster who also is a vote tracker. Was that there seemed to be somewhere in the ballpark of 150,000 uncounted ballots from just the recent days in Maricopa County.
On top of that,
So,
on top of
on top of day of, yeah. So that's
unknown in the universe.
Those are just like the last few days.
Oh, jeez.
And so those could break. Those should break because it's closer to election day.
I know people that did it the night before.
Better for Kerry, yeah. So
Yeah.
Kerry, it's probably not going to be election day numbers like 3-1, 4-1. Right?
Is it conceivable Kerry wins by 50 to 100,000 votes?
It's conceivable that she wins by like 10 votes, maybe. It's gonna be. I mean, this thing is gonna come down to like.
Great.
I mean, depending upon what model you look at, and I was looking at some of the models with some people that were over there, and I'm talking to a lot of different people. I mean, there is a real possibility this thing could come down to just a handful of votes, like very, very few votes, and that's unexpected. I mean, the polls were wrong, right? The polls were off. And also, I do think that we were impacted by all this negativity that happened today in Maricopa County. I mean, the reality is that Stephen Richard and the setup here from.
All right, so let's see if they finally got the quartering on.
Can't believe it.
Oh, there he goes.
This is a guy that locked down the state. Everyone forgot.
Yeah.
How can people forget? They all forgot. I went through a drive-through funeral. That's a real thing that I attended because of Tony Evers. And this guy is currently leading by 100,000 votes.
A drive-through funeral?
White Castle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was from the coup lockdowns.
As delicious as White Castle.
You had to drive past the.
What? That's disgusting. You're gonna eat a
drive
corpse?
past the deceased.
That's a horrible place to take. This is what happens. People get on this show. They try to out dark humor us, and then it's like, I was eating a corpse.
No, I was not eating the corpse. You go to the parking lot, and then you log in on Zoom, and then you view it, and then you're like there. But yeah, that's totally.
Well, why even go to the parking lot if you're gonna do it on Zoom? Just Zoom it from home.
That's weird.
I don't make the rules. I just go. You know, they say, "Hey, we'll park your car next to me. We'll feel solidarity."
Someone revving up his Honda Shadow. Like, what are you doing? Shut the hell up! I got a FaceTime.
Some guy's bass is just blaring. Like, could you turn that down? We're trying to do a Zoom eulogy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why are you tuning your suspension? I'm about to Skype someone's wake.
Right.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen there in Wisconsin? Because Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken, right? Aren't we looking at Wisconsin? That was one of my out of left field predictions as far as Wisconsin. As far as the Senate, I think we have Johnson. Well, not really out of left field, but Johnson is going to win. So that's a good one.
Yes. Big over Mandela Barnes, who's a super uber liberal. You know, the House is fine. The governor,
that's where
really
the quartering
thought,
is.
Tony
Wisconsin
Evers gobbled up a lot of votes about he wanted to legalize it and all this stuff, and he never even did that. And right now with Milwaukee at 60% reporting, his last stronghold is Milwaukee. Madison's 92% reporting, and he's got 4-to-1 ratio, 4 votes to 1.
Super chat coming in from Sticky Foot.
Substantially more liberal than Milwaukee.
84. Just wanted to say thank you for the stream tonight. You're very welcome.
Honestly,
Obviously, I'd be watching this anyway.
In Milwaukee,
trying to see if the GOP can overcome the fortification. But
there's 60%.
Yeah, I'm glad I could share it with the audience.
I think he can still come back.
Are there any counties that you're talking about? Your guy there, your
Geff, I see what you mean. He's trying to
coming in that are not
trying to pull the
Obama
kind of
because we're kind of going state by state and looking at these. This is where I think Georgia is probably not too bad as far as Walker, and then Pennsylvania is looking pretty good for Oz because of the numbers coming through Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. But again, there are some big counties there that have not come in for Oz. Are there counties like that in Wisconsin?
Not really. With about 650,000 estimated votes left.
You.
Oh, crap.
I have a shirt gift for you.
There'd be much that I was expecting him to flip. So it's going to be close no matter what. He's closing the gap. He's down. Now it's 48.6 to 50.3 with, like I said, 50,000 votes separating him. But with Milwaukee, with only 60% in, that means he's going to widen his gap. It doesn't look good. And I'm shocked that it didn't go differently. But
I tell you what, though, look, not to shit on your state, but let me shit on your state because it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Michigan. This idea that it's the backbone of America, the Midwest. No, it's just a bunch of communists who work, in some auto factories. People need to understand this. This is the fact. This is why I say that when people say American made, it's like, well, if it comes down to Union American made in the Midwest, or which is basically communist versus communist Chinese, but it's like, well, the communist crap from China costs less. So there's American made in right to work states, and a lot of people don't realize that the Midwest is very much an entitlement, sort of what used to be the breadbasket here in the United States. We have this in Wisconsin, you have it in Michigan, you have it in Pennsylvania, and fortunately,
Steven Crowder dispelling myths about the American Midwest.
I think, even though, of course,
a bunch of communists
are you on YouTube
making your cars?
Or no?
No, I'm not sure. No.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Go ahead. Yep,
cheat, fraud, right?
Let it rip.
Disregarding the cheat, the fraud, all that stuff, right? All the lying, all the stealing. I still think that Donald Trump probably performed not as strongly as he did in 2016. So I still think he probably won. Honestly, Michigan, we talked about that. Just the corruption.
For real, I do think that he did, yes.
But
I think
a lot of entitlement people who voted for him initially said, well, I didn't get enough of the free stuff he promised, and swung back. These are not conservative voters consistently. The Midwest is very liberal because of the entitlement union mindset that is very deeply entrenched.
Well, we went from American made to American assembled, and that's like a real thing when you talk to the people at the pub, regular everyday people. A lot of these companies that used to have 100,000 employees, 50,000 employees, they have like 1,000 now, and all the parts coming from China, overseas, and whatever, and they're just happy to have their job. And so when their union leader says, "Hey, here's who you vote for," that's who they vote for.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily blame them. Like personally, I understand not everyone's willing to be the nail that sticks out, but that's kind of what's happening.
Oh, I blame them
around here.
These union leaders in Michigan, they come in, they go, "Oh, I understand. You haven't been logging times 2.5 for overtime. Oh, that's a nice desk. That's a nice picture of your wife."
No. See, I thought Tudor Dixon had a chance, and she still does.
I agree.
It's not
she still does. I think she still does.
I think there's part of Michigan, though, and part of Wisconsin, though, the remain the people that we're talking about. I really do.
Yeah, no, there is a part.
But you are right. There is a huge problem, and he is right, from Michigan made to Michigan, or from American made to American assembled. Like, there's so many cars made in Mexico that you think are like, oh, that's the Chevy Malibu.
Put my name on there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Put my name on there after that.
Why would I keep a factory open when all I want is my name on the goddamn box?
Wow.
Whoa. So
Okay.
I put some screws in there, and
It's the Tommy Boy quote, if anybody.
Yeah,
No, I know.
Yeah.
I got extra time on my hands.
Which, by the way, takes place in where? Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. I have family in Wisconsin too, of course, and I hate it.
Whoa.
I know all about it. I know
Sandusky,
all about your
Ohio.
family.
Sandusky, Ohio, my
It's time to
friend.
bash the
Sandusky, Ohio,
cheeseheads.
right.
Callahan
I called
Auto is
myself that out.
located in Sandusky, Ohio.
Well, we have a guy from Wisconsin here right now. Hey, why do you not,
Sorry.
Jeremy? Why do you
Sorry,
not sound all retarded?
Why did you sound
Fair
retarded?
question.
You're from Wisconsin.
Look. I don't really have much to say about that, but I will say.
Well, see that right there was not retarded. You said that. You didn't say I don't have a lot to say about that.
No,
That's a fact, Jack.
We're going to the snack shack.
Yeah.
There you go. There are a lot of
You
people
betcha.
who the northern Wisconsin accent. So I still have my Wisconsin words. Okay, bag, milk, sheriff. There are many things that I'm still very Wisconsin in, but I'm not northern Wisconsin. I'm southeastern Wisconsin. I'm just outside of Milwaukee or Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
Yeah, they're sure. I was at the snack shack with the sheriff. They wouldn't give me any crack.
Well, there you go. Jeremy's going to be in the next season of Making a Murderer.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That was in Sheboygan, okay? That was like 20 minutes
Yeah?
away. Oh, come on.
All right. Okay. Give me, Jeremy, sorry, we're running a little bit late.
Hashtag
Give me your final
not all
predictions here for
cheeseheads.
this evening, I guess. Or do you have any calls that you've made that are kind of out of left? Oh, and you know what? Let me actually get your. So, you hate YouTube as well, and I know that you do work, you do stream there.
I do.
Tonight is kind of a big shift. More people have been watching the stream here on Rumble than on YouTube, which for us is a. I would love to not have to stream to YouTube, to stream somewhere else and put clips on YouTube would be the perfect world. Tonight was the first night, I think, where we saw that is something that could be feasible in the future.
Oh, yeah.
Enough people will migrate with not only us, but people like you. They've voted with their viewership tonight, and I do think that is the most positive story, I think, from the evening.
Oh yeah, I'm really proud of you all, and the idea that you
Sheboygan.
have a live stream with nearly 500,000 people watching you between Mug Club and Rumble. Literally, you have, whether it was voluntarily or not, you've proven that you can exist and you can have a powerful voice without traditional mainstream tech. And so, when I'm smaller creators like me, us little guys, we see this and it's like, okay, well. Maybe I do some exclusive.
Jeremy
off
is
content.
counting his channel as a little. He's a little guy.
Speak a little more freely. So
He has
I'm really happy you brought me on.
He has
my
5
long
people
shot
that
is,
work
I'm gonna
to
go
produce his content.
Long shot. New York, Lee Zeldin.
No, they already called the New York governor.
New York's done, man.
Nah,
They did.
They called
They called it for Hochul.
It was my long shot 3 hours ago. You danced with the girl.
Thanks for waiting
Jeremy
up
at the
for
corner
us,
is
Jeremy. Hey, by
behind.
the way, if you take this and upload it to YouTube, which I give you permission to, just make sure you take out the fraud, cheat, lying thing, because you'll get banned.
Oh yeah. I am a good boy.
Well, we can't.
I know they did
on
call
YouTube.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, Jeremy, thank you, brother. It's the.
I
on
disavow,
YouTube.
Susan.
He is not yet suspended.
I
for
disavow.
ban. We'll have you here on the show in the coming weeks, and we'll talk about.
I
That,
do not
coffee,
associate with the remarks
light
of
roast.
Stephen Crowder.
Lighter. I mean, a lighter roast. I'm a lighter roast guy. Jeremy, thank you, brother. Go get some sleep.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, I have got to pee really badly.
Like a racehorse?
Yes, and I don't know how far we are into the evening here as far as races being called, but we're going to be doing this for a little while. So if you guys need,
Crowder needs a bio break. Let's check back in with the Charlie Kirk show.
This is worst case scenario.
Okay. Benny, why don't you say something? And apologies to everybody. We've been working really hard. I got to tell you, we haven't been sleeping.
Looks
It's
like
been
the
a
Sobek
lot
and,
of work for our
Savannah
team.
have,
and so
disappeared.
all across the country doing everything we can.
We've been busting. We've been busting.
By the way,
our
Mike
butts.
Lee's looking great in Utah. Praise
Yeah,
God.
I mean, guys, look. What is Blake down by right now?
It depends on what metric you look at right now, right? Let's talk about Kerry first, okay? I feel great about Kerry based on what you just said.
I think Kerry's gonna win.
Okay, well that's.
But
you said by 10 votes.
Well, I mean, I'm saying it could be. I mean, it just depends on how the breakage happens here. But look, if we're at 70% of the votes, which I'm seeing some of these early. I mean, I'm feeling really good because some of these late breakers are going that way.
I know. Well, they say that Blake is down
240,000 votes.
Yeah, 240,000.
Well, look, if you do the math of 700,000 votes, it's 70%. I mean, if Blake wins,
Blake could win by 40,000 votes.
He win by like
All right. Let's get the energy
10.
back up.
You win by 10.
Tyler says from Tucson, Charlie, put Tyler in timeout.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to defend Tyler. He hasn't been sleeping. It's been really bad. Okay? He's on
We've been working. Hey,
he's on the crash zone.
When you guys come out here and knock doors for
I know.
4 straight months.
That's what's keeping me awake here. This stuff with Arizona, because they really front-loaded the vote for the Democrats with the early vote stuff. And if the Republicans come back and win this, oh my God, you're gonna see the screaming about the Blue Mirage. But and it's stuff with Maricopa County. Arizona is gonna be the controversial state. You watch. We're gonna be talking about Arizona for a long time, no matter which way the races go. Because there's gonna be stuff for both sides to dig into that just stinks in Arizona tonight.
It is totally feasible that we get to 850,000, 900,000 votes in Arizona.
Yeah, and then Kerry Lake wins convincingly, and Blake can get across the finish line.
Yeah, let's model this with 65%.
Yeah, look, I'm looking at these batch shares. Kerry Lake is winning rural voters on election day 9-1. That's 87.9. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of split, forget it. That's more than...
We just need the numbers. That's all we need.
Well, okay, let's play cut 133.
We've got some election updates.
Awesome.
This comes directly from the Kerry Lake campaign. Cochise County, Southern Arizona, very important, very Tombstone. How many White Earth fans do we have on there? That's a Tombstone. Straight from the Kerry Lake campaign, Cochise County has posted, of that batch, 73.9% to Kerry Lake.
That's our man, Austin.
Racist Katie Hobbs. There's going to be more of these piling in as the night goes on. Everybody keep your boots on, keep your pants on. Get something to drink, get something to eat. Have some fun, chatter. How many of you love Donald Trump? Donald Trump needs us to stay right where we are. Keep watching your phones, get something to drink. Let's have a good time tonight. Thank you.
All right, she's already outpacing a lot of the metrics and numbers. I did the numbers in my head right here, Tyler. 900,000 outstanding ballots that we do not know. If we win them 2-1, that is a net 300,000. That's a net 300,000 delta. You're down 178,000 votes. That is a victory of 120,000, 122,000, which is right on par with polling, right on par with enthusiasm, right on par with the makeup of Arizona.
Right.
122,000. I'm telling you right now. Kerry Lake wins by 122,000, and Blake could win by like 10,000 votes.
It's not copium.
I'm convinced based
He's right
off
on the numbers.
Awesome. This is a big deal. Hey, we got some good news. Let's get some energy. Blue Dog Democrat.
I mean, if she's winning the rural vote by 9-1, and that's what's left out the count.
Breaking down the numbers.
Let's get some energy. Oh shit!
Breaking down the numbers here. Breaking down the numbers.
I mean, Rick Caruso is winning in LA.
Can we let the guy with half a brain
okay.
do
Former
some
Republican Rick
saying?
Caruso.
Someone needs to watch the back here.
Oh yeah. What were we saying?
We have, I think, worst case scenario, 200,000 votes are going to swing Republican. Just based off of the
so then
current
she wins
model.
by 22,000 votes.
Yeah, she's gonna win. So now we got to fight.
So now we got it. Here, everybody, for everyone, wait. Okay.
Top secret bear. I mean, you have a point. There could always be that 3 in the morning drop off.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Got it. Done.
We
Signed, sealed,
found
delivered.
another box.
That's a big deal.
Oh, they all have
just wanted to announce it tonight on stage. That's why I'm wearing a suit.
I feel this very big connection to my audience right now, and I just want to say Kerry's going to win. It's going to be just fine.
Okay. I'm pretty convinced Kerry's going to win.
And New Jersey 7 looks really good too, which is going to be a flip.
Another box of votes.
New Jersey 7.
Where was that one hiding?
What kind of flip is that? Oh, jeez. It's a lean Republican. It's not that big of a deal. All right. Is it a flip? It's there? It is a flip? Good. Okay. I feel better and better that Republicans are going to extend the House of Representatives. Okay, we got to raise the energy level. People are texting me. They're upset. They're like, I'm so depressed. Listen, we're up against the oligarchs. No one said this is going to be easy. Tyler, go ahead.
So now what we have to look at is what does it take for Blake to win? What kind of numbers? So as these numbers are coming in, We need to keep over 700,000. We need to have over 700,000 votes, clearly, and we need to be winning by 65% or more. So I think worst case scenario really is here for Arizona. We're 65-35 split. I think that's realistic. And you're seeing some of this come in, right? That's way above 65%.
It's way above it.
I mean, 65-35 split, minimally 750,000 votes. That's what we have to keep our eye on the target for the next number of days. So every day that we're on, we need to rock and roll every single day.
Tell me we're going to be doing this day after day, looking
and
at
adding
vote
and
counts?
compiling these votes. So starting tonight, we're going to identify how many statewide
Florida
votes we
could
got.
count millions
how many
of
daily
votes
votes we got.
Within a couple
And then
hours,
the next
a few
day it's going
hours,
to be, okay, how do we
little old Arizona
how do we get the number
is
out of
gonna
all
be
these recorders' offices
turn this
across the
into
state of
election
Arizona
week?
And consolidate them and make sure they're ethical and transparent.
to determine what we've got?
Yes, that's right. And so
And then hold them accountable to that.
yes, that's right. That's right. So Lauren Boebert's in trouble. Lauren Boebert with 93% of the vote in is down 8 points. Not 8 points, 8,000 votes.
Oh, they're going to
And her district is pretty rural.
It's very rural. It's very rural. They spent a ton of money, man.
We love Lauren.
Okay.
She was pulling ahead too. She was polling like 5 points ahead, 6 points ahead.
Yep. Carrie's speaking. Carrie Lake is speaking. Let's take it. Can we take that really quick?
Yep, she's back at the victory party, which she came from.
Tell me when we could take it. And I think we're going to be joined by Steve Bannon in a second here.
Bannon from his
And look, there's a
war room.
lot of battlefronts that have yet to materialize. We have J.D. Vance tonight. Blake Masters can win based on these numbers, man.
Yes.
Blake Masters can win the U.S. Senate.
No, Blake. It's gonna be a squeaker. I was polling the wrong numbers. Blake. I think it's
think
Blake.
we're gonna know anything
Sorry
about
to laugh.
Oregon.
I'm just.
Isn't
No,
Oregon a
Blake.
state that
Blake is gonna.
Just
be
kidding. Everything's great.
100%
We're going to win by
mail-in voting?
10,000. That's a joke.
Yeah. No. Kerry's gonna win. I think it's highly unlikely unless there's shenanigans going on here that Kerry loses. I mean, she's gonna win. It's Blake, so Blake is gonna be really close, and we've got to get Blake. We got to get Mark Fincham over the finish line. I'm telling you right now, we've got to have a good Secretary of State
Let's
here.
listen to what Carrie Lake has to say.
Let's just be frank. We have had everyone come against us, tens of millions of dollars in
How do you think
spending coming
900,000? That
against
seems
us.
really high, man.
No, it's
Nothing
possible.
has been
Is
easy.
it possible?
When corruption has risen to the level that it's at right now, it takes tough, strong people. Are you tough and strong? Are you willing to continue this fight? Are you willing for incompetency to play itself out and the victory to come at us? I am willing to wait for that, and when we win, and I think it will be within hours, we will declare victory. And we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections.
We're coming up on 6 hours I've been doing this.
Now, I love you. I love you.
So it's actually pretty smart what she's doing here. Because let's assume for the moment that she does pull it out and win.
So we're going to keep our eyes on some
keeping her
races
crowd
across the
pumped
east.
so
But
they don't
really,
go
Tyler,
home, so
we're
that
looking at the future of the Republic.
gets to speak,
Arizona,
give a
Nevada,
victory
and then
speech
congressional
later.
races
She
in
doesn't have an
California.
empty room.
I mean, look, guys, we've got to buckle
she's
up
keeping
here
her-
for this
her
next
crowd
week.
stoked.
We got to fight.
Yeah, that is.
Everybody's
reason
going to
why
be
the
messaging
map
online. We
isn't
got to be on
red on
Twitter.
Texas
We've got to be
is
on
somebody must have
online.
not
We've got to be
updated
with
it.
friends. I mean, this
You're
is
talking
how
about
they
the map
turn
on the
things
TV
against
behind
Trump
them?
in 2020. Do you remember heading into 2020?
You were really worried.
Well, we were worried about it, but we went and Trump was like kind of like was cruising.
Was
in a lot of
hockey
ways.
stick? There was like this hockey stick optimism,
and
that was
there's a ton
happening.
of optimism,
Yeah.
and then they turned the media narrative around on him by hijacking these states for weeks after the election.
Yes.
And then there was this negativity that surrounded Trump because he looked like he was losing, and that wasn't the case in some of these states. Like, again, what Fox did to Arizona in 2020 again was criminal, and it was so wrong. And so we're prepared this time. We're going and good for Carrie for coming out. I was just texting with her guys, and I just came from there because I was running the show there, and a bunch of our friends are helping run the backstage there. We are not going to allow it to do it. Carrie coming out and setting the standard and saying, you know what, I'm gonna provide optimism for what we're going to do. And we're going to keep our eye
good
on the
for her.
ball.
Yes.
That's what we needed. We have to do moving forward with every election until we get our elections fixed in most of these states.
So Fetterman is going to declare victory soon, and I don't think that's right. I think that's very preemptive. There's a ton left in Pennsylvania, a ton left. But basically, there's a lot of different things happening right now where we're looking at, the trajectory of the Senate is going to come down to just a couple votes in a couple states. Is that right?
Yep.
That's basically where we're at.
Yep.
So, boy, this is becoming really tight, man. It's and Katie Hobbs says, we know my opponent and her allies have been sowing doubt and confusion about throughout this campaign. It's unacceptable that they were spreading misinformation today. You stupid. I can't wait to beat you. I can't wait till it's over. And it's going to be over in just a couple.
How did Arizona vote for a racist? It's weird.
They didn't. It's not going to happen yet. I'm telling you right now, the batch shares in these counties are really good. The next drop is coming momentarily. And again, I'm telling you, the same way in the primary.
We're going to have drops right now. Yeah.
We're going to have drops momentarily. Can we...
big ones.
What is this new NBC News thing there? I don't want to play this on air. Look, there's a lot of different people that... look, keep the faith up, everybody. We are right here in Arizona. I am confident, based on all these numbers Tyler shared, that Kari Lake is going to be the next governor. Okay? I am confident. I see the numbers. I see the path. And so it's very good. We're going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the breakdown for everybody. We have to win 65-35 in Arizona, and we have to get, probably 750,000 votes or more. And then we have real shots at coming completely back from this thing. But we got to hold on. We got to buckle up. You got to get ready for this entire week.
86%
you can't give up hope. You can't turn on it. You can't turn off the TV. You can't turn off the radio.
Victory.
You can't give up on this. You've got to tell everybody, keep your head in the game, because this is going to take days and days of tabulation. And we need
That's the percentage.
Okay.
What's the raw vote total?
Someone's saying, Charlie, Kari Lake looks like she's down so much. It's just, it looks terrible. I don't know what it, but here's the thing. They don't understand how Arizona works. And there's a massive amount of drop-off votes. And I'm telling you, this thing is going to tighten, and Kari Lake is going to take the lead. Let's play cut 139. Let's play cut 139. Okay, we're still waiting for it. I want to go to some emails. freedom@charliekirk.com. People says, we must not surrender. Charlie, we love you. We're praying for Arizona and California. Good. We need the prayers right now. I'm telling you. It's right on the line right now. It really is. It's something that we're fighting hard with. Pennsylvania, we're still waiting for, Jack. We're waiting on everything to do with Pennsylvania.
Charlie, I'm just going to tell you the truth, though. The areas that are most outstanding in Pennsylvania, it's the Democrat Southeast.
Mm-hmm.
So
that means
Oz has got to
win.
outperform every other tranche he's had before as those come in if he wants to win this.
That's right. So,
good old Sean
I just got a
Parnell.
text. I said Nevada is looking great. By the way, Nevada's looking really great, is what I'm hearing from a lot of people. Nevada looks great. And also, there seems to be some other news here, which is very favorable. Zach Noon leads incumbent City Axney by less than 1,000 votes in Iowa's 3rd congressional district. I really hope that's there. And by the way, I know it's the R word, but it looks like we're going to a runoff in Georgia, which will probably be for the control of the United States Senate again, all over again.
Yeah,
man, it's just
Georgia,
gonna be unbelievable. So, someone says, I love Kari Lake, but Masters is more important in the big picture. What does Blake need to be able to win, Tyler?
Okay, so this is where I got it wrong. I was looking at Blake numbers, and I'm actually texting Blake right now and cheering him on because we got to hang in there. So Blake needs, I think if we do the math, so let's just pull 800,000 votes for Arizona, which is totally plausible. And here's how it's plausible, guys. We had 250,000 DEA votes in Maricopa County. We easily could have 250,000 drop-off votes.
I know that's the case.
Right?
Yep.
So if that is the case, there's a good possibility that we have more than 750,000, closer to 800,000 votes that are out there in the state of Arizona today that were cast. If we have 800,000 votes cast, Blake needs to win 65%, which gives us 520,000.
Mm-hmm.
$280. So 520 minus 280. That puts him right at 240, which is exactly what you need to win right now for Blake Masters. So 800,000 votes is the magic number for Blake, I think.
900 would be gravy.
Well, 900 would be gravy. Anything above 65% win ratio was gravy.
How much is he down?
He's down, I think it's almost exactly 240,000 votes.
Yeah, and Kerry's down 170. So Kerry's
Kerry
outpacing Blake by 70,000 votes.
So in that scenario, again, so we got to pray that 800,000 Arizonans cast a vote today. Okay? And that's a real possibility today. And this is why all day long we were pumping, were we not?
In-person election
that was
day,
like,
yeah.
show up, show up, show up,
That's right.
show up,
And
show up,
there
show
were
up, show up.
a ton of drop-offs today. A ton.
I mean, Charlie's not wrong. And here's the reason why there's drop-offs that we haven't talked about too much. Because of the incompetency in Maricopa County and what happened in Maricopa County today, I think a lot of people showed up with the intention to vote in person. And then what happened? They brought their ballot. They were going to spoil it because this is how it works in Arizona. This is how so stupid it is. If you're early ballot, you have it. You bring it down, spoil it, and then you vote in person. And then your vote counts today. I think a lot of people showed up today, Charlie, expecting to do that. And then they saw there's a 2-hour long line. I can't do that. I got to work. I got to take care of my kids. I got to move on with my life. And they dropped their ballot off.
Yep.
And I think that we had a higher percentage of that.
Trust me. So I stood out there in Chandler and I watched as many people as I saw standing in line drop off ballots.
Yes.
Lots of people. And there was a lady out front that was saying, "Hey, bring me all your drop off ballots." Not like put it into the trunk of my car or anything, but there was actually a special line, a separate line for the drop-off ballots because there were so many of them. They had a separate door and everything because there was such a high population of drop-off ballots. Now, this is anecdotal. This was just me standing out there for an hour and observing and talking with people, but there was a stunning amount of drop-off ballots.
I'm glad there's a ton. I saw it in my precinct. I saw it right there. I still have my I voted sticker. Okay, this is the NBC News projection. Let's go to cut 139.
Decision Desk's model that they've just released within the last minute is that the Republicans will end up with 219 seats.
But look,
plus
this is important.
Or minus 13. So this is essentially landing in our model as a tie at the moment, as close as you could get to a tie for House control in our model.
What kind of margin of error is 13
on election night? So,
Jack,
a tie, a tied house.
It's conceivable. I'm just being honest. It's happening.
I mean, the way we're.
That is some margin of error. 13 seats in either direction.
Seeing these splits.
A 26-seat range.
Who votes for Democrats? Can somebody's going to have to figure. I'm going to have to square this in my brain. Like,
look, Benny. Here's the way I'm looking at it. Look what they did. They expanded the voting window, right? Then what did they do? They went to TikTok, and they launched targeted get out the vote operations and registration operations for young females, young Gen Z males. Said come out to vote, and all doing so predicated on the line of abortion rights. We need our rights. They're taking away our rights, and then by extending the voting window, and in many of these cases making it easier to vote vote early, vote universally, vote by mail, etc. It made it so much easier for them to be able to do that. I think a lot of this stuff was flying under the radar for Republicans. I really do.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we're going to a runoff in Georgia almost assuredly. So there you go.
I thought they already called.
So the polling overcounted
against Maloney. He's down by
for Republican enthusiasm, or it just didn't register.
Yeah,
it just didn't register.
Why haven't they called it with 85% of the vote?
The prediction markets show that it's Republicans will have like a 2 or 3 seat majority
in the House.
Yeah, some people were thinking 50 to 60 seats.
Goodness gracious.
No, that's not a red
who
wave.
votes
That's
for
a
Democrat?
red-
I
that's
just
a
don't
red
like.
ripple.
Listen, man, I'm not trying to like just bang the partisan hammer on the table. I like Republicans. Like what I'm saying is, who votes for this? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who votes for the last 2 years? Who takes the last 2 years and legitimately goes in and votes
Again,
for
the
that
same
and says,
thing on, not so
yeah,
much
more,
with New York
please.
3. New York
So
3's
in New Mexico,
like
Democrat governor
76%.
1. Minnesota, Democrat governor 1. New Jersey, Illinois, Sean Casten projected winner. Illinois, Lauren Underwood projected winner. Yeah, look, I'm just going through the House list. It's like one after the other. It's like one by one by one.
But the exit polling showed such heavy dissatisfaction with the way things are going.
Exit polling means nothing compared to the votes, right?
Right.
I mean,
but
and so
this is what I can't square. So
Yep.
why? So everyone's really upset, and they're going to the polls, and they're telling you that they're very upset with the direction of the country, so they vote for Democrats.
Or they split their votes. They go like Kemp and they go with a Democrat, right? I mean,
Right.
a lot of Republican statewide are doing fine. Ron Johnson is crushing it in Wisconsin. I mean, it comes down to candidate quality.
does.
We got outspent significantly in a lot of these districts. I just hope we have the House majority, man. I hope we have a chamber. That's where we're at right now.
Wow.
We're at the point of like Anna Paulina and being like the deciding vote.
Right.
Yeah, Anna Paulina
we
and
saw
flipping
Guam
that district.
and we saw Anna
Yeah.
Paulina, and we thought that was going to be the rest.
Where
of
we are
society.
at right now is a triage of Trump not being on the ballot. Dobbs obviously was this huge unexpected deal. And yeah, I mean it's at this.
Well, unexpected on our side, I would say. The left has been talking about this since the day it happened. That this is going to spark a backlash. It's going to be a backlash, but it was a different kind of backlash than I think people accounted for. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, look, someone says here, this is so depressing, blah, blah, blah. Look, we're going to go back to work tomorrow, so you guys can, give up on America, but, I mean, okay.
I have good news.
What's the good news?
I just got off the phone with Carrie Lake's War Room.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
What do you got?
The Carrie Lake War Room.
It's the Tyler redemption arc.
Right. There we go.
Dun dun dun.
Look, I like to be honest with people. Okay, so Carrie Lake War Room, we just got off the phone with them. They believe that minimally 700,000 votes are out there. They think that there's actually closer to 1 million votes.
Yeah, there could be 1.1, which is great.
Which I mean,
actually will win us some House seats too.
I mean, look, if there's 1 million votes out there on election day, like guys, we're gonna be doing really beautifully in Arizona, and so it's good to think conservatively, and it's good to look at like what are the minimum expectations here. But I mean, there's a real possibility that over 1 million people have ballots out there today.
Their victory scenario.
Now the question
was
is,
predicated
and
on
people are asking this
800,000
question, we're
votes.
seeing it
If they
come
have 1
through.
million, then
What's the likelihood that
that
there's funny business in
overperforms
in those ballot drops?
their
I mean, look.
win scenario.
I mean, there's
They were-
more eyes that are on this
that they were
election than have
putting-
ever been. We have had some great election integrity experts that have been here in Arizona, including Gina Swoboda, who's done a tremendous job on the election integrity front here in Arizona. But I mean, look, the numbers right now that we're seeing very early trickles in. The trickling in is that, I mean, Republican votes are breaking 80-20 in some of these places, 75-25. And so, look, even though there wasn't this red wave, I think there's a lot of depression setting in because people are seeing that there isn't this massive red wave.
I mean, honestly, you thought they were going to hand our country back to us?
I mean,
is that what they thought? Is that what people thought?
But guys, we're going to buckle up here because I think Arizona is going to redeem a lot of this.
I think
and
you're
we're
right.
And we're going to win a lot. And it's going to be, we're going to be
I think Nevada's the same, man.
And Nevada's the same. The West, I mean, I'm telling you guys, it's just our
Nevada?
election systems are so screwed up here right now. They just really are. This is not Florida. I wish it was.
Yep.
But look, we have a really great path forward here. We have almost
Nevada
1 million ballots
Senate.
potentially being counted here. That's a lot of ballots. It's
Nothing
going to
counted
take.
yet.
Yeah, Stephen Richard couldn't run
0%.
200 polling places today. It's
Reported
going to take him a
in
while
for,
to count 1 million ballots. So I mean, we're going to statewide. We're going to have a lot of counting to do.
Someone says,
But I wanted to get Tyler's reaction. Did you hear Ben Collins on MSNBC? It's just a couple of boxes. It's just a couple of places in Maricopa that went down today.
It was 60. It was over 60 polling places had issues with printers today, and that's totally unfair. And that's the other thing that is horrendous about this. We have had stories. We've had stories from our own staff of people who went home today and did not vote because of what happened in Maricopa County today.
Yeah,
that is terrible. That is so terrible.
Huge.
But we're gonna win. We're gonna win. Carrie's gonna win.
You want to talk actual
Abe's gonna
voter
win.
suppression?
Yes, and Blake has a shot.
Blake's got a real
and
shot.
How about O'Halloran's done, right?
Blake's got a shot. I'm telling you, if we have 1 million votes in Arizona, Blake's gonna win by like more than 100,000 votes. So I mean, look.
Okay, well then now all of a sudden we got a whole new.
Okay, new
energy
Tyler,
here.
Tyler's. Okay, all right. The door has opened.
I mean, I didn't.
Grim Reaper Tyler is gone.
I like hearing from their team that there is a real possibility that we have 1 million votes cast today.
That's insane.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean that's presidential style turnout.
I mean we're talking about more than 300,000 drop-offs in Maricopa County, which again that matches up with that syncs up with the 55%
Yep.
turnout from the primary day, and not everything lives cohesively with what happened on
So
primary
look,
day.
as far as the House goes, that's actually my big focus right now is making sure the House of Representatives stays Republican. There's a lot of these seats that are just all of a sudden just collapsing. The ones that could save it are these California seats and these New York seats, and honestly, Arizona too. Like Schweikert needs to hold on, right? Schweikert needs to hold on. We're going to beat O'Halloran. Do you think we're going to win in the 6th with Siscomani?
Well, look, with the number of outstanding votes, I think Schweikert's gonna be fine. It's still early to tell because there's so much negativity towards him. But I think that Schweikert's gonna
Curious
be.
if Styx is still streaming. He started probably earlier than anybody. Oh no, I think I was on before him. Yeah, his stream is done. Guessing most streamers will have.
All right, everyone.
Will have ended by now. Yeah, he went off about 48 minutes ago. He streamed for nearly 5 hours. Okay. Let's see who's still going. Matt and Blonde, are they still... No, their stream is over. Let me confirm it. I'll go to Matt's live tab. Yep, his stream ended 52 minutes ago, Matt and Blonde. Tim Cast. Now, Tim might go overtime. I think he was treating today as special, but maybe he could have also kicked over to his, behind his paywall. Let's see. His stream is still going, but it's like a... No, he's off too. He probably went behind his paywall. That's what he typically does. Check his live tab to confirm. Yeah, 20 minutes ago, his stream ended. Right Side Broadcasting. I believe they're still streaming.
Very good for America. This is a race in Central Virginia. Abigail Spanberger, who really seems to define trying to have it both.
Spanberger lost, so that was a Republican pickup. Crowder, I know he's still streaming because I think he's in for the duration.
That these people are more educated and more equipped to elect a leader, people who've never actually worked in the private sector at all. They've either taken...
All right, so Crowder, we knew he was going to stay. This Viva stream ended, of course. Let's see who else is left. Young Turks, I imagine they're still streaming. Let's see. I mean, they're always on, aren't they?
Felt very immediate, and I know that I personally needed.
All right, so they're
the
on,
connection.
but it's like.
Did you know that more than 20% of the world's oxygen comes from the Amazon? Why?
Shit.
Because of trees.
Like
I know what you're
ads.
thinking. Of course!
Of course! Let's see, is Hassan still twitching? From what I heard, Hassan is like, does these marathon long streams, but he doesn't do anything.
Get away with a great deal on the...
Okay, he's still on.
How did the polling severely underestimate Dem?
Let's see. What are the other streamers I had on? Oh, Steve Lookner. Over at Agenda Free TV. Okay, he's still going. Although I had little doubt he would.
People keep mentioning...
Dude just constantly streams. When does he sleep? Liberal Hive Mind. I'd be shocked if he's still there. Liberal hive mind. Yeah, he's done. All right, so basically, I've pared down the streams that are no longer showing. We got the Blaze. I'm guessing it's still going, obviously. Nope, even their stream ended. So we're down to like 3 streams now. Well, 4 if you count Young Turks and Hassan.
All right, so we are on our 6.5 hour of streaming. That's our 9.5 hour of total content today. So a couple things, guys.
Yes.
If you want to support our show and support our work, please go to charliekirk.com/support and support us if you can. That's charliekirk.com/support. No pressure. If you guys can help us out and you feel as if we're doing a good job, we deeply appreciate that. Anything you can chip in would really help us out at charliekirk.com/support. Also, please consider subscribing to my podcast.
So War Room's got about 53,000 people watching.
Did have a big victory with Luria, which you called early on. The Vegas situation was disappointing. Of course, was it Hung Kao, barely lost in Virginia 10. We came close in a lot of them. Bobert is very disturbing. Colorado is a tough place for us to win. John, but let's go back. Oz is all important. Where do we stand? You know this campaign better than anybody. Where do you think we stand? Because I still hear there's a lot of votes in Philadelphia. You're saying they're all going to come from Republican areas or even Republican areas around Philadelphia?
And he said the Southeast. That's
Well,
Philadelphia.
listen, I mean, Fetterman has underperformed in Lower Bucks County and South Philadelphia. So see how that comes out. But look, there's still 12% of the votes outstanding. A lot of these are our votes. We're down by 30,000. You know, we went through this with McCormick. We took the lead about 1 a.m. and never relinquished it. So let's see what happens. I still feel very good about Oz, but the Georgia situation, there's really no math now for Walker to get over 50%. That thing's going to go to runoff.
But in the runoff, the Libertarian took almost 2% of the vote. Is the Libertarian vote going to cut 2/3, 1/3 to the Republicans in a runoff?
90 in this environment, 90-10. So look, I think Walker is in really good shape in the runoff because Republicans are not going to let what happened to them in 2021 in that January 5th horror story that we had there happen again. So I think Walker, I think they're going to take this very seriously. We got to get the Trump voters out. You know, here's the problem. You know, Walker really, I mean, Trump had no presence in Georgia. Once we lost these primaries, nobody wanted anything to do with him. But, you know, Walker's running 5 points behind Kemp and his whole constitutional ticket. AG, Raffensperger, he's running 5 behind all of them. And there's got to be an analysis as to how that happened because Kemp won an easy victory. I mean, he completely eviscerated he eviscerated Stacey Abrams, and he actually ran ahead of everybody else on his ticket. Burt Jones winning easily, but all of them abandoned Trump. Now it's interesting to see in a runoff what Walker does, how he gets our vote back up, and the way he deals with us. You know, us meaning MAGA Trump voters, Steve.
One more time. How long is it going to take in Pennsylvania to count these? I know you're going to be up till 1 o'clock. You're going to be live on, I guess, on your show till 1. How long are they going to count all night? Does Pennsylvania still stop like they did in 2020? You've got Fetterman has been in court and won this situation of counting unsigned, unverifiable, undated ballots, like you say, the ones you find on the floor in Starbucks. So what is the process going forward?
Oh, it's going to be a day or two. Because look, if Oz gets ahead, Fetterman is going to start counting ballots on the floor. Like we said, counting ballots that come in on Friday, Saturday, next week. I mean, that's been their whole plan from the beginning, is to just create chaos, and fill the room with smoke and try to pull this thing out. Oz has got to pull ahead. He's got to pull ahead tonight before they stop counting, and hopefully he can do that. And then there'll be a court fight over these fake ballots, and that's really what they are. If you don't date a ballot, it's fake. If you date the ballot after Election Day, it's a fake ballot, right? It's like I can't go to North Carolina on November 10th when I get home and vote in the election. The election was November 8th. So all of that's got to get played out. So it's still very, very tight. But look, Arizona, you have no game day votes counted there. So when you look at the numbers of 50%, those are all the early votes. None of the game day votes have been counted there. So I think at the end of the day, Masters is going to win that. We're going to win Nevada. No numbers are there. So I still think our pathway to the Senate is pretty clean. One very disappointing race was Washington, and Tricia Smiley going down big there. I really thought we'd do better. But look, we didn't win any of the outliers. We didn't win Washington, New Hampshire, etc. We didn't win the outliers, so it is what it is. But look, at the end of the day, I think we get up tomorrow, we control the House, and we control the Senate.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, come on. First off, Ohio, North Carolina, both already in the victory column. Wisconsin looks solid, right? Not there yet, up by 3, still votes to count. Pennsylvania, right now, you're giving me a lot of hope on Oz in Pennsylvania. It's dead heat there. We know it looks like it's going to go to a runoff in Georgia, where the Libertarian took 2%, and that probably cuts, you say 90-10, let's say 2/3, 1/3. That's a victory. And then you've got Laxalt in Nevada, which we just had Kash Patel, says he thinks is going to be very strong, particularly with the game day vote. This is what I'm hearing from Jim Marchant. Also, that gives you a chance to take the Senate. We know we're going to pick up the House. We don't know how close that's going to be. I'm going to go to Ball's seat, and I got, by the way, Alex DeGrasse we can also get. So, John, you're going to be back up in the morning at 6 a.m. on your show. Is that what I'm hearing?
6 a.m., baby. We'll have a lot more numbers at 6 a.m. than we have at 1 a.m.
Okay, I will check you out at 6 a.m. The all-important, and right now, John Fredericks thinks Pennsylvania could go for a couple of days. Is going to get very litigious as Fetterman and the Democrats, the Mark Elias crowd, want to count every vote you find on the floor in a Starbucks. John Fredericks, how do people get to you overnight and early in the morning? What's your social media? How do they get to the show?
At JF Radio Show, just go to @JF Radio Show. You can download my free app. Go to Get Her Live, John Frederick Show. We'll see you at 6 a.m. right here, Oz headquarters in Newtown.
Fantastic. That's great. Let's get Alex DeGrasse up. Can we get Alex DeGrasse on Skype? Alex DeGrasse is going to point. Do we have Nick Bollasty yet? Have we figured that out? Let's go to Nick. Nick, you're over at McCarthy headquarters. Tell me what's going on.
Yeah, so I'm over at McCarthy's party, watch party, but so far it hasn't been much of a party. There hasn't been really any applause because we don't know what's going on yet.
There's no state results.
We've only seen a few gains for the Republicans in the House. They haven't yet taken the majority, as most polls heading into Election Day looked like it would be the case that they would take the majority.
Let me put that on mute for a second. I mean, I'm looking at here. We haven't had many just calls in the Senate. I mean, look at the Dem holds. New Hampshire. All right, so we figured that. Connecticut, that wasn't competitive. Nobody was calling for that. Blumenthal was going to lose in Connecticut. Colorado thought there was a chance, but doesn't look that way to me. Looks like a 14-point gap. So again, that would have been an outlier. Would have been surprising to get that one. Washington, I don't know what crack people were smoking. This is Washington State. So there really haven't been any real calls here. I mean, Missouri, did anybody doubt that? Florida, I was pretty confident they'd win. I didn't think they'd blow them out this badly. I mean, this is a complete blowout in Florida. I mean, Ohio, I was confident. I was confident Vance would win, but I thought it would be a squeaker. It turned out it didn't. It wasn't a squeaker. Looks like he won that one by 7 points. And North Carolina, I was actually worried it would be tight, but I was of the opinion that the Republicans were going to win it. I just thought it would be closer. It looks like it was more than 3 points. So again, we're looking at a Senate map that really there's been no surprises yet, and the races that we're basically thinking we're going to decide the Senate are still being counted. So you got Georgia with Warnock, Walker. That's going to a runoff. No matter, it doesn't really matter at this point. If neither of them gets over 50, which it doesn't look like they're going to, they got to do it all over again in December. So we're not going to know that for a month. Pennsylvania, I mean, Oz is within a point with still 12% of the vote to count. Now they're claiming that the outstanding vote is mostly Republican. You know, I thought Southeast Pennsylvania was basically Philadelphia. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an expert in the politics of demographics of southeastern Philadelphia, southeastern Pennsylvania. Obviously, the only one I don't know why they haven't called. Well, it's because 83% of the vote, so that's 17% of the vote still left to count in Wisconsin. But with Johnson up basically by more than by about 3 points. I'm guessing that's safe already. Situation in Arizona, they've been laying it out for us. They basically are saying that approximately half of the votes that are left, the half the votes that they've counted are not votes from today, which I'm shocked that they haven't even reported any votes that were cast today in Arizona. Well, if that's the case, that's going to heavily favor Republicans. And Nevada, we just now they've reported 1%. The first results coming out of Nevada. So essentially, the 3 races that are going to decide the Senate, there's no way we're going to know what's happening in those races. Not in this hour. We're looking at several hours at least before we know what's happening. But let's go back to the war room and see what's going on here.
Is now running some numbers here on the House races, the all-important House of Representatives, and we're going to hook up with Charlie Kirk and the guys, and Jack Posobiec, the team out in Phoenix, which are going to take you through the night. Let's go to a short commercial break. We're here at Rural America's Voice, the Worm. I got Natalie Winters. She's freezing to death. It's that thin blood. It's not so much L.A. It's wherever she moved down to Palm Beach. Got that thin Southern Florida blood. We're taking a short commercial break. We'll be back here with the entire team in just a moment.
War room's going to a break. We'll check back in with Charlie Kirk.
Play opening up your podcast app.
Now for us, as a group, Turning Point Action is proactively going out and finding the new lifeblood for essentially the Republican Party to turn things around. Right now, the precinct committeemen are the ones generally keeping an eye on these polling places and these tabulations. And look, if you guys remember what happened in Arizona, the adjudication of these ballots is really important. We're going to have tens of thousands of ballots that get kicked back. Tens of thousands.
Yeah.
And in this race with Blake, I think Kerry's going to win handily. And I think I'm talking to everybody. Everybody's feeling good. All the numbers that they're running is feeling good.
They're good.
But look, with Blake, this could come down to adjudication of ballots. So the question is, how well do you know the process? How involved are you with this process? How vocal are you about this? The people around you at work are going to know nothing about this stuff, right? It is up to you to really truly understand how adjudication works. Well, how does adjudication work? Well, what happens every election, our ballots come back because there's like a missed circle or a bad signature or they get kicked back, and so they get adjudicated, which means that they get looked at to make sure that your vote was cast properly. And that is one of the most critical parts of election tabulation that people have no idea happens. And in a county like Maricopa County, where you have millions of people, millions of votes, 10,000 votes here, 10,000 votes there, makes a big difference. We saw that with Trump.
I got an announcement. So Coconino day of votes, Kerry Lake is winning Coconino day of votes 62-37.
That's great for Kerry
really,
and Blake.
really good. That's very good.
Yep.
So
So I want to talk about something with you though. The LDs here, right? How
legislative district?
Yeah. How are we looking on that? Because there's a story and then there's a post story, right? So Arizona could become the Florida of the West. You could get a strong governor. You could win back the Senate seat. This is still very, very possible. I say 70-30 chance that we win back the Senate here is what I'm hearing from Blake's team. 70-30 chance that he wins. Okay, that doesn't. That's not slam dunk odds, but that's a real good chance that Blake wins.
He's already cut down Mark Kelly's lead by 8,000 votes.
So yeah, look, here's the clips, and these are really good. Maricopa's the whole thing, the whole ball game. But these are this is the icing on the cake, right? Kerry Lake is winning Mojave, 88-11.
Damn.
Kerry Lake is winning Apache, day of, Tyler, 71-28 in Apache day of. That's a super Democrat district, isn't it? Apache?
Apache County.
Yeah, or is Navajo the more...
No, Apache County is the Democrat. That's where the Navajo Nation is.
Yeah, okay. I always get it confused. So these are...
Navajo Nation is in Apache County. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I always get confused about. Gila County is favorable to us, right? And Navajo, Kerry Lake is winning 62-37. We're seeing the margins, guys. And so therefore... If the volume is there, okay. So Pima County just dropped. Pima County 2,177. Kerry Lake's winning 80% of votes of Pima County today.
That's a great sign.
Holy
it's a really
shit.
good sign.
Great sign.
These margins are better than what Trump was winning in
woke.
2020 when we were doing this.
And here's how you know,
These margins are great.
Here's how you know, Charlie. The undervote in Pima County heading into election day was
How
significant.
is the Democrat? I mean,
Significant.
how is the
What do
mayor
you
of
mean?
Pima
It was
County
huge.
a Democrat?
So the
the
total number
sheriff.
of ballots heading into election day was I think we were like 140,000 votes cast.
Is it Pima County where they got rid
Pima
of
County
the,
had cast almost 200,000 votes in 2018.
People are
the
still in line
sheriff
to
and
vote, by
replaced
the
it
way.
with a Democrat?
Are you kidding me?
No, that was at 9 p.m. I'm kidding. That was about an hour ago. People were still voting an hour ago.
That's crazy.
All right, but
yeah, it's crazy.
Let me make this point though. Let me make
Oh,
this
no,
point.
And they had to let them vote.
So Tyler, do you have any
I don't
data
think
on the
Arpaio
LDs?
was
Like
the
because
sheriff
here's
of,
my
Pima.
point. You have so let's play this out.
What was
Kerry
Sheriff
Lake wins.
Arpaio's,
Blake Masters wins. You got a strong governor.
jurisdiction?
You've got a Senate, but that's more on the federal level. But at a state level with the LDs, is Kerry trending? Let's say she wins, which I think we all are feeling
Pima
pretty,
was the one
pretty confident
neighboring
about
where
that.
he was.
Will she have the state house and the state senate to do what she needs to do to get this? Because again, I'm looking at Florida. Florida is rocking and rolling. It's going redder and redder every year. Can we do it? Do we have the juice?
We're going to win New York 3.
So,
which is a
so
flip,
we're
wow, great.
So I'm doing the math. So you're a little bit ahead of me.
Sure.
And I'm working with some people who I'm talking to about this topic here. We are looking at looking at the
Sheriff
numbers.
Arpaio was the sheriff of Maricopa County.
There is a real solid possibility we could get knocked off on some spots here that were unexpected in the state house.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is not ideal. And the reason why it's not ideal,
Kerry needs a legislature to work with.
She's got to have a legislature to work with. Now, it's still early though.
Actually, in some ways, you want a competitive legislature, though. You don't want too big of a majority, or else it gives the power to the rhinos.
In
a weird way, it actually empowers.
Well, it's still super early. Like LD16 is looking fine. That's Casa Grande all the way down to 10. It's Pinal County. That one was a scary one. The ones that were really iffy are LD2, which is North Phoenix. LD4, which is Scottsdale, and North Phoenix, North Eastern Phoenix, and then LD9. LD9, the numbers have come back. The Republicans are down about 5,000 votes. I mean, it's going to be a real squeaker, I think, in that district to come back from that, but it's totally possible. LD4, it looks like that was a hotly contested district. The Democrats were smart and they single-shot candidates in District 2 and District 4. District 2, I'm less bullish, but District 4 is looking like we have a possibility here.
So can someone please divide 71 by 29 or whatever it is? What's the percentage there? I mean, is it a 2-to-1? It's almost that's better than 2-to-1.
That's better than 2-to-1.
That's 2.5. That's 2.3 to 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm seeing, Jack?
It's 2.4.
So that's Kerry Lake is winning 2.4 to 1 of non-Maricopa County ballots of day of.
It's a good idea.
That's a really good clip. Jack, what we got?
NBC's calling the Pennsylvania Senate race.
For John Fetterman.
For John Fetterman.
All right, so NBC calls Pennsylvania
Obviously,
for
a very
Fetterman.
qualified person to be a U.S. senator.
Though I would hold out caution on that because, as we said before, there's a lot of chicanery going on in Pennsylvania, and this is a super tight race.
I've not seen a media call this late that's been retracted in a long time. Have you?
It's super close. That's all I'm going to say. It's super close.
Yep.
Well, let's break it down here. We have 88% of the votes in, and
crazy, man.
Oz is losing
Fetterman.
by 1 percentage point, and
They're calling it already, and
it
they're not
is
calling Ron Johnson. Like, what is going on here?
It's
retarded, right? Ron Johnson's winning by 3 points.
63,000 vote delta there.
They don't call him.
And by the way, the Libertarian
votes out.
They got to call Ron Johnson. Johnson's crushing
The
it.
Libertarian has 66,900 votes in Pennsylvania.
So the Libertarian
it
would
literally
made
makes up the delta.
Yeah,
well, that
exactly.
makes sense, of course.
Again.
Funded probably by the Democrats.
But the
Here's
problem
Ron
is
Johnson.
that down in the southeast, that's where all the votes.
Winning by
That's
a
where
bigger
most of the
margin.
votes out. So Delaware County is still
With a
out.
similar vote
Philadelphia only at 69%,
counted.
even this late in the night.
All right. So someone says, Charlie, the House and the Senate mean much more than Kerry Lake. Okay, acknowledged, but Kerry Lake is obviously a very.
That's how you transform that. That's how you transform a state.
Let me just go through the list here. Okay, New York 3rd Congressional District is looking good. So there's been a little bit of an upbeat in kind of tallying here. So Iowa's 2nd Congressional District, we are leading, which is great. We're going to win New Jersey 7. We're going to win New York 3. We're going to win New York 19. We're going to win New York 22. I think we are going to win California 41. I think we are going to win Montana 1. I think we're going to win Washington 3, Arizona 6, New York 4, Arizona 2, New York 17, New York 1, California 45, Arizona 1, and Nebraska 2, and Iowa 3. You tally that all together, I think we'll end up with a 12 to 13 seat majority. Okay? So that's better than not having a majority at all. And in some ways, that's actually going to empower the conservatives more than the moderates. But that's a separate, we're not even going to get into that. That's a separate deal. Okay? So that's happening right there. Everybody, you guys can email us your thoughts as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. In 3 minutes, we're going to welcome Rab. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, so they're going to bring in a guest. Let's go to the war room.
Wondering what those numbers coming in. I'm looking at more numbers coming through. I'm in the war room right here in upstate New York, in our war room. We're looking at numbers right now. Things are kind of breaking late, I think, as we count in our direction, Steve, across the board. I think, we will pick up seats. Yeah.
By the way, Lawler's win over
Yeah, it's
Maloney
kind
has
of
to be one of the
ironic. They're
biggest
gonna- I
wins
think
ever.
that
I mean,
the
and
Republicans
it's a
are gonna
blowout.
make
It looks like
gains
it's
in
8,
New York,
9
which is
points
crazy.
for the head of the DCCC, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's going to be people that are going to go out there and they're going to try to say, this or that, but the red wave. I mean, Steve, we've moved the numbers dramatically. We're going to be picking up some big seats in Biden areas and deep blue areas, and that is really the narrative that needs to come from this, regardless of where we land, if it's 15 or 20. We were able to expand the map. Obviously, candidate quality is important, and we feel great about our candidates. It's just very tough with the media and
The
everything.
number I had in my head
We're just got to
coming
work
into today
harder
was
and get at it
25.
next time. But we feel great, Steve. I mean, we feel really good about some of these big flips, and I think there's some tight races, and we're going to be staying up late watching. We've got lawyers, and we're going to examine things across the board. And Connecticut 5 looks good.
By the way, the only, correct me if I'm wrong, the only loss of a sitting member, and maybe I've got this wrong, but we've had a bunch of challengers that came close. Caroline Levitt, Fung, some others. But it's only Boebert's loss in Colorado. Have any other incumbents, Republican incumbents, lost tonight? I might have missed something, but I know we haven't called anything in Arizona. It looks like Eli Crane's going to win there. But have any, besides Boebert, have any Republican congressmen lost?
Shabbat lost, but Boebert has not conceded, and it looks like the numbers are getting closer. So, I think there's more votes out there. I'm not sure specifically, but I don't think that race is over, Steve, as of right now.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But okay, Steve Shabbat. Okay, but that's the only one. Shabbat's the only one, right? Only one. We only have one loss. Okay.
That's right.
So all the others are pickups. And the question is it going to be 20, 30? You definitely don't think it's going to be the 40 that we hope for? You think that's off the table? Or all these? Because when I look there, you still got 50 or 60 races that are on a knife's edge. And depending on how some of these ballots are counted, you're not going to know for a couple of days.
I don't think 40 is on the table, but I think we're going to be in a very good position. I think we're going to have a very large majority. I mean, it's going to be larger than the majority Pelosi had. We're going to be larger than a majority that, many people expected in the beginning. I think things will break our way. It's going to be very tight. It's so important. We know the deal about election integrity, Steve, and why that's important. But, it's going to be, I think we'll walk away in the next day or two. There'll be more wins. I mean, we're going to come out. We've got a lot to talk about. It's a good lesson. I mean, people got to run through the tape. I mean, I haven't slept in days pretty much. We were out there trying to get the Republican turnout in upstate, and we were able to move the numbers. The governor's race, we're certainly upset about. But here's the thing: that race is closing, Steve. I mean, Zeldin has not conceded, for your viewers. Lee Zeldin has not conceded. Votes are closing fast. There's a lot of votes outstanding for the viewers. So we're asking people to stay awake, stay engaged, keep an eye on it. And I think things will continue to break our way across the country. One by one, these races that are starting to get called in our direction. It's going to be a late night, Steve.
Like Joe Kent, a late night into tomorrow. In fact, we'll have you on the show in the morning show at 10 o'clock. Alex, between now and then, how do people follow, for those who are going to stay up all night, how do they follow your updates?
I'm going to be going on Twitter. I'm going to get
All right, so let me kill that. What do we have left here? We're just waiting for Georgia and Pennsylvania. NBC's called Pennsylvania already, so they're putting that in the Democrat column. But they won't call Johnson in Wisconsin. Well, that did tighten up. But he's still up by more than a point. So we got Arizona and Nevada. Now, the thing with Nevada is only 44% of the vote is counted. So more than half the vote is outstanding in Nevada. Arizona, not much more when you think about it. 54% counted. Now the key with these numbers is they're saying that they count only the early votes so far, and not the day of voting. Votes that were cast today, which is going to be extremely lopsided. In one county, it was like a 9-1 in favor of the Republican governor candidate. So, knowing that, we're not going to know anything until at least tomorrow or the day after.
More in the direction, because they haven't even finished counting earlies yet. Have they announced same day election yet?
No.
Day of in-person election?
No, we'll see big drops happen once that happens.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're waiting for that in Arizona. Okay. We also have
some new results from Nevada, by the way.
Yeah. Tell us.
34% of the vote in, according to New York Times. Steve Sisolak is up 53-43 over Joe Lombardo.
Those are all early votes.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, but we're just started counting,
Mhm.
and 50% of the votes are in from Clark County, Esmeralda, Mineral, Churchill
County is Las Vegas.
all coming in, but there's a ton of votes. Washoe hasn't even counted yet. We're hearing that went red. So, I think Nevada's trending in a great place. We're all feeling very positive about it. We just don't know anything yet. So,
yep.
Yeah. So Herschel's team runoff. That's what I'm hearing.
It's gonna be a runoff.
Yeah.
Ready to move to Georgia?
We gotta whip.
Doesn't matter
we gotta
either way.
get
They're gonna.
our
No
stuff
matter
in
who
Trump
wins,
can
they
win
have
that
a
if he
runoff.
wants. I mean, he'll be an active presidential candidate. So.
I like Georgia. There's some parts. I'm a big fan of Savannah.
Go move.
Big fan of Savannah.
We'll send you
Gotta
down to
say it.
Georgia.
Got
Man,
Georgia
it's
on my
just-
mind.
Our people are gonna. I think our people are gonna be demoralized. We got to get them up, right? We got to get them up. And
Excuse me.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's gonna really help us. I think she's gonna
All right,
really
so
drive
they-
the rules. She's
Real
loved
Clear
up there. in
Politics
Memphis.
is
How
finally
does CDT look in
checked
there?
off
Can
Pennsylvania
we pull
for
that up?
Fetterman.
Or Georgia?
I'll tell you.
All right, so that's the Dem pickup right
one of those
there.
is not looking good. Yeah, one of those was bad. I think we lost by 10 points.
And CD2?
Yeah.
CD2 is bad. Yeah,
he lost by
CD2
10
is very
points.
bad.
Yeah. Sanford Bishop won by 10 points.
Yeah, that was the bellwether that we were looking at.
And there you go.
Yeah. Lost
But
by
look,
10.
I mean, I'm just gonna come out and say it. In no world, this is a massive indictment of McCarthy This is a massive indictment of Mitch McConnell. And God bless Rick Scott. He did his best to work around Mitch McConnell. He really did. And I give him a lot of credit. I think the RNC has done better in recent years, but the prioritization schedule that clearly does not exist within the Republican Party has to be fixed. And I'm speaking directly to my colleagues in the RNC. If we do not figure out how to prioritize these states that we have to win for 2024, for presidential cycles in the future, to win back the House and Senate, then what are we doing? Like, what's the point? And so, I mean, some of these governorships, I mean, look, I'm going to be very critical of my governor. Doug Ducey is one of the least popular governors in America. And what did we do? Like, oh, we should make him the chair of the RGA. We don't want the least popular governor in America to be the chair of the RGA. You just don't. You just don't want that. Mitch McConnell isn't the most popular guy in America. Why is he leader? Ron DeSantis just whipped 20 points, and he's like backbench on the
That is a good point. Doug Ducey, I never hear about him, except maybe from, a couple guys that live in his state. What does he do? Sort of like an empty suit.
Remember, Carrie Lake, just for people that weren't around, Carrie Lake at 11 o'clock at night, around midnight, her opponent was putting huge pressure on her. She was down 10 points. Yeah. They were putting huge pressure on her to concede. And she did not concede. And basically at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning out there in Arizona time, she basically crossed over and I think ended up winning by 5.5 points. Is that what the feeling is? Is that what the feeling is now?
That, from the campaign, that's the sense. They're expecting a similar shift. Now, during the primary, you didn't see all of the mess that we saw today in Maricopa. So the question is, how much of that played into it? We're going to see that, but there's no question about it. It's going to tighten. It's going to tighten in a major way. Pima County is the one to watch. We got a couple other Mojave County to watch as well. We still have a lot more to come in from Maricopa County. And again, with all these adjudicated votes, it's definitely something to keep an eye on. And I want to go back to your point. I'm with you on this, Steve, and as you guys were just talking about, one thing that people need to watch or keep in mind going forward, there is a massive shift going on in America, whether it's from social media or politics, pop culture, all of this stuff. We are the new counterculture. The right MAGA is the new counterculture, and there's a major shift going on in our country. The Republican establishment hasn't gotten that yet, but they're starting to get it. They're going to have to get it, or else they're going to become dinosaurs and extinct like the dinosaurs were. There's a shift happening. Good things are happening. But the major thing to look at in all of these races is Republican turnout. You can't expect anything to change if you're not willing to show up. And that's the message to all Republicans, especially MAGA. You have to show up in every race from now until you die. Every single race is that important. And that.
Finally, we're getting some numbers in from California. Here at 1 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time, you can see you got the California 22, 21% of the vote is reporting. California 13, they got 32% of the vote reported. California 27, 51. 35% of the vote is in. So starting to get some results in from California finally. Michigan 7, Tom Barrett winning that one, 50.4% in his column with 79% reported. What else we have here? Nebraska 2, I don't think anybody was doubting that one. Wow, look at these New York races. New Mexico, New York 3, New York 4, New York 17, New York 19, New York 22. Those are all going Republican. That's 5 seats right there. And a lot of those 87% reported, 96% reported, 94% reported. So these are pretty much locked in. Don't know why they haven't called them yet.
but I think everybody appreciates that because I
No,
think
they
we should be
love that. They're a big Tyler fan. Yeah.
I think we should be self-critical about the Republican Party. I mean, look,
Introspection's a good thing. It always is.
So, it's now 1:10 a.m. Eastern. I don't foresee any changes in the next hour or so, so I'm not gonna keep you guys waiting up with bated breath here. I think what we're gonna have to do is just see where they're at tomorrow. At some point, you gotta figure that Arizona and Nevada finish counting their votes at some point. Hopefully tonight, for the most part. But like the guy said, with the quote-unquote adjudicated votes, you know, the votes that have the wrong address, that are dated after the election and all that, by the time this is all said and done, some of these are going to wind up in court. In the case of Georgia, that's going to go to a runoff. So that, yeah, believe it or not, you're going to have another election on December 4th. So election day, it looks like it's going to be election month. Eventually is what it's going to be, guys. So I don't know. No, we definitely didn't get the red wave. That's for sure. There wasn't no red tsunami. At this point, we're just looking to see if they even get a red riptide. But we won't know that for tomorrow. So we'll hear from me. I'll take a live stream tomorrow to see if we got a red ripple at least out of this. But we'll see if the stuff going on in Arizona, which, you know, we're going to have to talk about Maricopa County, what happened there, that horror show. In terms of, 60 polling places, suddenly their printers don't work. And they're rejecting ballots. 2 years to prepare, yeah. What a coincidence. Anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this NeoUnrealist. If you want to help the channel, do me a favor. Hit like for this video. Leave a comment below. Mash down to that subscribe button if you're not already subbed to the channel. Maybe you were looking for some election news tonight. You got to click on the notification bell next to it if you're subscribed. If you subscribe, put it on the all setting to keep up with new content. However, that doesn't mean that Susan and YouTube is going to necessarily send you those notifications. It's a hit or miss thing these days. Now, if you want to contribute directly to the channel, you want to toss your hard-earned dollars into the tip jar, you can follow the links below to Patreon, Subscribestar, or PayPal. Or if you watch this on BitChute and it uploads there later, you're one of these new tech people, then you're ahead of the game, and you can just click on the green tip pledge button on the video player there. And most importantly, guys, thanks for watching.